So, guess we're live. Um, this is probably like a massive, massive mistake doing this today. But I was about to cancel, and I saw so many people already in the chat. I thought I can't really do that at such last minute notice. Yeah, I don't feel good, and I haven't done so for a few days. And I think I'm going to use this as like an opportunity to, I don't know, probably end up burning bridges and things. But that's kind of where I am at the moment. And like I said, what's there, 17 watching, and this is what I mean. I felt quite guilty about canceling at last minute, and so yeah. So this is, I don't know. Anyway, um, what I'm trying to allude to is that. So, as you know, I'm fucked up in the head. There's no question about that. I'm certified insane. And I've just been thinking a lot about the whole YouTube thing. And I had such an amazing time doing those Christmas live streams and really enjoyed having all those guests on. But I put myself under so much pressure to try and be like a real social character and things. The bottom line is that's not my nature. And these past few days, I've realized that I am, well, always have been something of a loner. And I tried my best the past year or two to try and really involve myself in the whole YouTube community thing. And I think I did okay, but the bottom line is there are a number of people involved doing this whole YouTube thing that to put it quite bluntly, I cannot fucking stand. And I keep seeing their names pop up. I see them popping up on live streams and things, and it really does turn me off. So going forward, I'm going to operate solely as an individual, I think. And that is to say that I'm not going to participate in any other live streams or events. If I do continue doing live streams, it will sadly just be me, you see. The reason being that I get so overwhelmed with anxiety that when I have guests coming on, or if I'm to be part of another channel's stream, there's just so much pressure on me to fulfill that commitment. And I have done so. But ultimately, I am not someone who has the, I guess, confidence to do these things all the time naturally. So like I said, so going forward, you won't see me on any other channels. You won't see any other people coming on here. I'm going to pretty much stay to myself, because that way I don't put any excess pressure on myself. Another thing as well, just this past day or so, is that so many people, creaming their pants over this Boba Fett TV show. I thought it was nothing special. And I've seen people, I've watched it 10 times. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You watched that show 10 times. Really get a fucking life. And I don't want to be associated with people like that. So, and I'm ignoring the chat. I do apologize. I just need to get this off my chest, And so, yeah. So this will be what? Well, definitely the last stream of 2021. I very nearly changed the thumbnail to say last stream ever, because that's how I feel right now. And I'm really in a shitty fucking mood because I had such a great time during Christmas. the lead up to Christmas with all these amazing live streams. It was absolutely amazing to do. But now that that's all over, it's such a come down. And this whole goddamned COVID thing is really starting to piss me off. That's now over 2 years now. I've been stuck here, haven't left. I left Brooklyn once to go to the New York Comic Con. That's been it. And I honestly thought that maybe next week or the week after we'd be heading off to Thailand to check things out, hopefully make a new start. Well, Thailand is now shut down they're not letting people in, so that's not going to happen. And I am really fucking sick and tired of being here. I'm sick and tired of this space as well. I'm ashamed of where I live. I have all these dreams of a beautiful collection room, and seems like it's never going to happen. And as I said as well, I'm kind of sick and tired of this YouTube scene as well. Like I said, there are characters that have pissed me off, and I keep seeing their ugly faces, their comments everywhere. And I know for a fact that there is one asshole who has told people not to watch me. And I think they've taken that advice on board, because maybe I do come off as a bit of an abrasive character. Who knows? But I know that there are people who would probably enjoy what I do, who do not watch and do not comment because they have been told not to. And that's fine, whatever. But like I said, going forward, I will definitely be operating as an individual and not really, I won't participate any longer, and I don't feel part of it, if that makes sense. I just saw this comment here from Biker Scout. I can relate. Stuck in a dingy flat and wish I had a big collection room myself. Yeah, that's really it, And like I said, it's over 2 years now that I've been stuck here. And the other thing as well, like on the social media, you see people posting, oh, see what I got at Walmart, or see what I got from, is it Ollie's? Is the discount store called Ollie's or something? Or see what my Target has, this, blah, blah, blah. I don't get the chance to do any of that. And it's really starting to wear me down. And, I don't know. It's been this way for what? I don't know, 2 or 3 days. I've had this dark cloud has come back. And that's the other thing as well. These clouds are never going to leave me alone. I have to accept that. And I'm sure maybe this time next week I'll feel great again. But the bottom line is that these clouds never truly leave me. So I'm always dealing with this shit. Oh, I see this good one from Chris from Stan Solo. I feel your pain. It's not good being in the limelight. I struggle with many this way. Too many whoppers. I had this convo with Michael French. Will PM you later. Oh, thank you, Chris. Yeah, there are a lot of arseholes out there who go out of their way to upset people. Like, I even had some prick last night on an old video. We're talking, I forget when it was, maybe close to 2 years ago. I bought myself some old looking magazines. And I even said at the beginning of the video, I purposely did not look through these so that when I do the video, I can really enjoy them for the first time. And some prick writes, in fact, I'll tell you what he wrote. Excuse me. And it really pissed me off. He wrote last night, when was it? A bit more research would have been nice prior to the post. The Sharon Davis comment, Jesus. And I wrote back and said, did you miss the part where I said I purposely didn't read them before filming so I could enjoy the experience? And I called them a wanker, you know. Like, that's the other thing as well. You get all these arseholes that comment having not watched a video. And that really, it's like, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'm sort of glancing at these comments, and I do feel terrible that, you know, I've got people wishing me well and things, and I'm not really receptive of it. Let me think. What should I do here? I don't know. You know, like I said, prior to going live, I was about to pull the plug, but then I saw like so many people in the chat. I felt guilty about that. And what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm going to say about the people that are involved in this whole YouTube thing. There are a number of really great, nice people out there, and this isn't aimed at them, but there are a number of real dickheads, and there's a real distinct lack of backbone as well, I've noticed. A lot of two-faced characters. So I'm kind of glad to be stepping away from that aspect of things, to be honest. As much as I enjoyed being part of it all, I realized that, you know, it's not my nature to be, you know, a real social character. I've always been a recluse, and I feel more comfortable on my own, if that makes sense, you know. And also as well, like I said earlier, the whole Boba Fett TV show thing. I mean, this is going to come across as being quite nasty, but my God, there are some pussies out there who will suck anything that Disney throws at them. Unbelievable. The character of Boba Fett, look, what happened in '83 happened, let it lie. You know, all these fanboys spunking in their pants at this, that Boba Fett's back, and I don't know. I watched it. I didn't particularly like it. That's just me. I don't know. We should maybe move the conversation onto that, because I'm sure I'm bringing everyone down with this. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good comment, actually, from Bobby L. Collins. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Remember, a lone wolf is the strong wolf. Strong wolf. Do you, sir? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm strong or not. All I know is that I'm not fake in any way, shape, or form. So if I don't like someone, they will know I don't like them. I don't pretend. If you know, I don't pretend to like people I don't like. And there are people who have upset me in the past as part of this whole YouTube 80s toy thing. And it is quite hard for me to see them keep cropping up on other channels and things. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? That's fine. If they want to put their face up every 5 minutes, good for them, but I have no time for that, you know? What's this? Ben says, hard to see you feeling down like this, buddy. Maybe just take a break from it all. Don't burn any bridges just in case. We're all here. Oh, thank you so much. You know, it's not even necessarily burning bridges. It's like I don't really want to be part of a collective. I think I operate better independently, actually, as opposed to being part of a group. And then when I am part of a group, I always tend to push myself to the edge and be watching everyone else be part of it. I still feel on the outside. And you know what? That's fine. It really is. I'm sure this is probably the most depressing live stream most of you have watched, and I do apologize for that. I can't just paint on a smile if I'm not feeling it, and that's the worst part. Is the past 4 streams I had an absolute blast, probably the best time I ever had doing this channel. And the ironic thing is, the video that will come on YouTube tomorrow was my 10 favorite moments of 2021, and a lot of those were things that I did as part of a group, which is kind of weird. But excuse me. But then now I'm giving you this speech. It doesn't quite add up. So if you do watch tomorrow's video, what I say in that video was true when I made it. Maybe don't feel the same way now, but that's kind of where it is, you know. What's this? This isn't as depressing as some live streams. Have you ever seen any of the toy that the gurus? Is that twat? I don't even know his name. Nightlick or something. I don't know. He is a #1 douchebag. He really is. And speaking of douchebags, I don't know how this has happened, but whatever they call themselves, is it Imperial Commissary, like ICCC? I somehow managed to join that a number of years ago when they were going after, I think they were going after Michael French regarding repro, and I managed to join, and I'm still a member, believe it or not. And today I just happened to see one of the postings. Now, I'm in no position to call anyone fat. Let me stress that, but that fat fuck that runs that was going on about the whole repro thing again. And who happened to be one of the main commenters in the thread? Darren Chambers. So what do you know? You know, it's funny how people operate in certain circles. It's like all the twats seem to congregate together. Excuse me. Now, so I think I've got most of it off my chest. I hope so. I don't know. Feel free to ask any questions. Nothing's off limits as far as I'm concerned. I'm an open book. I always have been. And at least, if nothing else, you do know that if you hear me say something, I'm speaking from the heart. I've never actually, I don't actually bullshit anyone. I just tell the truth. And maybe that comes across as being brash. I don't know. But, and this is an interesting comment from John. He says, Facebook action figure groups, repro groups are evil. Yeah. Like I said, the one I was looking at on the ICCC about repro again was absolutely hilarious when you saw some of these pussies commenting on their hatred of repro. And you know, that guy that runs it, what a twat he is, the way he comes off. I still remember one video of him saying that repro takes everything you love about Star Wars and it turns it against you, and it turns you into an evil person if you buy a fake figure. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. And all the followers lap that stuff up, you know. Biker Scouts talks about this, actually. He says the whole repro debate is the worst thing about this hobby. Why can't people just stay the fuck out of other people's purchasing, collecting decisions? You wouldn't do that in any other aspect of life. I know. And then someone, who was it? I don't know who it is, but someone was saying how if you can't afford the real thing, well, too bad. Why should those of us who don't want to spend thousands of dollars or pounds on an action figure, why should we miss out when it can be had for $40, brand new as well? Keith Knight has a good comment. I wonder how the anti-repro pricks would feel about a blood transfusion, lung transplant, or hip replacement. Exactly. Yeah, it is quite something. And like I said earlier, it's funny how when you see these Facebook groups, it's the same characters that are involved, and the same arseholes, actually. And George sums it up here. The only reason these groups hate repro is to protect their investments. Yeah. It's another thing. I was maybe going to make a video on this at some point where I was going to get all these weird posts and put them together. Like the one I see frequently is, does this look legit? And they post a picture of a mint on card Star Wars figure. And you get all these nerds gathering around saying, oh, the waffle pattern isn't quite right. Oh, it looks like it's been sealed with something else. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, for God's sake, just enjoy the figure, man. It's like, whether it's real or not, if you like the look of it, that's all that matters. That's really all that matters. This whole idea that if you buy fake or reproduction Star Wars items, you're somehow a bad person. And then you get the twats, like I said, this ICC bloke who tells you that if you support repro, you're the scum of the earth. You know, who thinks that way? Excuse me. Someone's asked about, this is just Apple Crown Royal, but Apprentice Ewok asks, if I ended up trying the Crown Royal with cranberry juice and ginger ale, the answer to that is not yet. I'm not even sure if I'll get round to it, because I know that I have I probably am, probably have a drinking problem, in as much as once I start, I cannot stop. And anyone that suffers from depression is bound to know that when you get drunk, you feel great that night, but then the depression kicks in like 10 times worse once the alcohol leaves your system. So it's probably not something I should be doing. But this Apple Crown Royal, Apple Jack Daniels, is dangerous stuff because you can drink it straight and it goes down way too easy, as I've found out these past few weeks. Let me see. So Cal asks a question, says, I wonder what happens to these people when there are no more vintage action figures to collect. Well, the thing is, I'm not convinced they're collectors. I think they are people. Well, in fact, I know for a fact they are dealers, if you will, because that fat fuck from the ICCCCCC, he has a store, I believe, somewhere. Nashville, is it, perhaps? And that's why he hates repro, because it's going to affect his bottom line. Never mind your customers, just whatever it's all about this for these people. For me, it's just about enjoying the damn toys and then having memories. And people say, yeah, but when you were a kid, you didn't have repro. Like, shut up. when I was a kid, I had a Star Wars figure with a gun. Now I've got a Star Wars figure with a gun. Whether that gun be real or not is no different, or makes no difference to me. It's what I want to enjoy, you know? And, Tim has said it's Scott Jock Itch, the toy Gumby. So what is it? Is it like Scott Knight? Is it Nightlick or something, or Nicklick? I'm not quite sure, but yeah, that's who I meant. This is a good question, actually. What's your Batman 66 wish list for 2022? I was watching your video the other day and thought I'd like to see figures for Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara. Now, don't quote me on this. I don't think we'll ever get a Commissioner Gordon figure ever because of some likeness copyright issue. That was the case with Figures Toy Company. They did most every character except Commissioner Gordon. They did do Chief O'Hara, but a video, I guess it'll be Monday. Believe it or not, once again, my McFarlane Wave 2s came from Australia on Christmas Eve. Excuse me. And Wave 2 is terrible. It really is. It's a joke. The Riddler is the good figure. Surf's Up, Batman, and Joker. What a waste. The simplest, laziest of recasts to make these figures. And I'm really worried this line will suffer the same fate as the Funko Reaction, where they assumed they were going to continue the line and left the really good characters for Wave 2, by which point there was no Wave 2. So I have all the characters that were released, and it looks so incomplete without Riddler, Joker, Riddler, Joker, Penguin. They're all... What the fuck is going on here? Hang on. Oh, boy. Oh, Tony. Oh, thank you so much, man. What are you doing? Can't stop for long, so I have to catch the replay. I want to wish you and your wife and the channel all the very best for 2022. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you so much, Tony. That is so unbelievably kind of you. Thank you. As always, I really do appreciate that. And then I'm going to jump to this one. Oh, my God. Blake, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'm genuinely speechless. This is just money and not meant to make you feel better, but buy some repros, originals, whatever you want. And if this be your last video, go out with a bang and add to your collection. Oh, man, thank you so much. Oh, man, that really does. It does touch you. And I still get overwhelmed with emotion when these things happen, because I never in my wildest dreams thought that what I do would make people want to thank me in such a powerful way. But my God, that really does touch my heart. And Tony and Blake, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me see what else we got here. Tony sold his gun. Oh, don't be doing that. It's I appreciate it immensely. Like I said, I feel really weird sometimes when this kind of stuff goes on. Kieran talking about McFarlane is a disaster. His DC Multiverse toy line is a joke. I have no faith in him at all. It wouldn't surprise me if he drops the Batman 66 line in 2022. Yeah, and as you'll see on the video on Monday, looking at Wave 2, not only do they not call them the Surf's Up Batman and Joker, they think they call it Batman in swim shorts. They put those stupid bish bash bosh speech bubbles that clip on, but no surfboard. At least Mattel gave us surfboards. Even the 8-inch figures toy company I have these massive, they must be at least sort of 14 inches rubber surfboards that came with the figures, but nah, not McFarlane. Tony says, oh, it's all good. Well, again, thank you so much. It's unbelievably kind. What's this? Guys, be nice. No trolling. I've not been looking at the YouTube. I'm assuming that who's this Dave Bushty? I don't know who that is. What a dick. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. This whole, it's happening a lot now on other live streams. These trolls are coming out in force. And I really don't know what is to be achieved by that. It's a bizarre practice, to say the least. But in fact, going back to the question that was asked, what am I if I were to look forward to McFarlane's Batman Retro, obviously Penguin, Catwoman, and what? I like Mr. Freeze. Yeah, and yeah, Chief O'Hara would be nice. But yeah, I think this line is doomed to fail, to be honest. And the fact is, it's bloody hard to get in stores, even online. As I said before, I had to order in fact. So I have the Batcave and 2 Batmobiles, both of which were very kind gifts from Tree Theodore and Jody. Jody's came from Australia, and the Tree Theodore Batmobile came from the West Coast. I was unable to order any of those online, despite the fact that I was going on to Target.com every single day, waiting for the pre-orders to open up. Clicking refresh, nothing. And then one day I went on, click refresh, boom, sold out. Couldn't get them there, which is ridiculous. And as you know, my Unmasked Batman that I had pre-ordered the second it was available and kept authorizing the delay. I think I authorized the delay 5 or 6 times. And eventually Target just canceled that order, which is when I went to popculture.com in Australia, got Unmasked Batman and Wave 2 figures, no problem at all, and they were shipped to me in under, or either just over 3 weeks, I believe it took from ordering to receiving. And to the best of my knowledge, those figures are still not available on Target's website, despite it being the so-called Target exclusive. And speaking of exclusives, I don't know if Kickback 1985 is still watching, but he has sent some packages, have not been received yet, but upon receipt of those and any subsequent unboxing videos, he wants me to mention the fact that exclusives in America does not mean that exclusive in the rest of the world. So in some instances, America really gets shafted with this exclusive thing, because I think the item in question is one of the Walmart's exclusive reissue of the G1 Transformers, which could only be had from Walmart here, but the rest of the world, all over the place. And then I actually, because of that information, I had a bit of a worry, because you may recall earlier in the summer that my niece had asked me to try and get hold of some exclusive Funko Pops for her collection. I think one was Walmart and one was GameStop, possibly. Got those eventually. Anyway, in the lead up to Christmas, I was in Walgreens, and they had a Walgreens exclusive. I think it was Iron Man with what appeared to be like a horse's tail coming out his head. I don't follow that stuff. Anyway, it said Walgreens exclusive. So I bought that for her, sent it off, and I thought, wait a minute, what if this is available in the rest of the world? Well, fortunately, it turned out it wasn't, so she got an exclusive pop that none of her friends have, so that's quite something. Oh, another one here. Tree Theodore, again, thank you again. You have been beyond generous to me. You're awesome. Thanks for the amazing content this year. Well, thank you for your support. Now, here's a question for everyone. So, Tree sent me one of the most thoughtful Christmas gifts that I received this year. He sent me a chemistry set. And as you all know, when I did those live streams, I always lamented the fact that I was never allowed to have a chemistry set. And thanks to Tree, I now have a chemistry set. So do you want me to do a video doing some of these experiments? Now, the only downside is because it's now almost 2022, but it's now 2021. Sadly, there is no Bunsen burner in the chemistry set, which is probably the reason I wasn't allowed one as a kid. But there are still a bunch of awesome experiments. So maybe I'll do a video and just imagine I was, 8 years old doing these experiments. But Tree, again, thank you so much. You are unbelievably kind. And it was a pleasure to have you on that live stream. And you know, this is going to sound as if my emotions can be bought, and they certainly cannot. But it's hard to stay depressed when there are so many generous people, watching this, and sending in these insane super chats. It is quite mind blowing, and I still, maybe I am. Well, I think most people are their most harsh critics. But when I film my videos and I'll upload them, I think, oh God, that's terrible, and I feel quite embarrassed putting them out because I don't think they're really that good. There's so much more I'd like to do. I think part of that is the fact that is ashamed the word? I'm not necessarily ashamed of my surroundings, but they're not the best. And I try to keep all shots confined to the point where you can't really see too much, because it's not really where I want to be at 47 years old. And like I said, if the world gets over this goddamned pandemic and we can make the move, I will be so much happier and freer to make way, way better videos, because I try to not show too much. And as you can see, everything's dark wood. This is like a real 70s throwback. In fact, it really is, actually. And again, when you have mental health issues, being stuck in a basement with no natural light is never a good combination either. But Keith says, Dean, it's called a support network. We feel alone, but the rest of us remind you that we are never alone. Yeah, that's true. And as I was saying at the beginning here, though, it's weird that my default position is to be the lone wolf. And I think part of that is down to the fact that despite having two older half brothers, I was raised as an only child. So all my playtime was done alone, and that's kind of what I know, if that makes sense. So I never had to share anything with anyone, and I became my best friend, I guess, really. This is a good question. What's your next collecting focus going to be, Dean? Now that you've completed your Star Wars loose and Transformers G1, more Mask, more Batman. Whew, that's a really good question. So, thanks to the kindness of Kickback85, who actually, I saw something, I think I missed it. David, I'm going to jump back to your comment in 1 second. Kickback, yes, he's still here. It's the Walmart Canada exclusive G1 Starscream reissue that I got from In Demand Toys in the UK at that year's Transformers Nation 3-day Transformer convention in Birmingham, England. So In Demand Toys, I'm guessing that's a retailer in the UK. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, the point is that exclusive in North America doesn't mean you can't get it anywhere else. And back to David's question, coincidentally, thanks to a really kind gift from Kickback of the Transformers 6-shot, and I think it's the Wave 3 mini-bot collection. Excuse me, I really got bitten by the Transformer bug again. I thought I was done with Wave 1 that I completed, and a spattering of Wave 2 and 3. But I have a couple that I bought yesterday because eBay was doing one of their promotions. And I really hate how eBay stopped their eBay Bucks program where any purchase got you eBay Bucks. Now it's only when they offer a special promotional period. And yesterday's period ended and it was 8% Bucks. So I got a couple of G1, well, fake G1s coming. And I always felt Wave 1 was very light on Decepticons. So I've got 2 G1 Wave 2 Decepticons coming. So definitely more to come on that front. So yeah, Transformers. Mask, I'm not sure about. I've got Wave 1, Wave 2, some of Wave 3, and I have no real interest in the Split Seconds. Although Star Wars vehicles could be something on the horizon. And Blake says, you had the best Christmas setup I've seen in a long time. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's still there. I haven't turned it on for a few days because I feel quite bummed that it's all over. Christmas really is my favorite time of the year. This is very nice. David says, I've said this before, but your channel is excellent. It has provided me with a comfort blanket of nostalgia in these difficult times. The Christmas live streams have been super. Oh, thank you so much. That is very kind. And John, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And Keith, my depression always gets bad between now and the end of winter. It can get bad, but talking always helps. So they tell me. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I think for me, the problem is the anticipation and the build up to Christmas where everything is bright, it's merry, and it's lit. And I'm looking at everything. There's balloons everywhere. There's lights, there's tinsel, there's glitter. And the build up to Christmas with all those classic songs and everything, it just builds and builds and builds. And then after Christmas Day, it's done. And then we're into January, which is the most depressing month of the year. And it's a real hard shock for my system to go from the joys and happiness of Christmas to suddenly being down in this dark, dingy month of January is not easy to deal with. I completely understand what you say there. Tim says, well, when you meet us face to face, you can have playtime with the rest of us. So In Demand Toys is based in Norwich. Good to know. Okay, here's the question. Any interest in Thundercats or Silverhawks? Well, I can answer that very easily. I don't know what Silverhawks are. Thundercats, I thoroughly enjoyed the cartoon as a kid, but I don't know why I never had any of the toys. Maybe the same reason I didn't have any Masters of the Universe, in that I was so dedicated to Star Wars and then Action Force that maybe I wasn't able to get any of those toys. What's this? I have loved the live streams with the old catalogs, TV listings, took me right back to childhood. I enjoy your reviews of old magazines as well. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go back to doing more. I know they won't get many views, but to be honest, I don't care now. I really want to focus more on just general memories of the 80s, because it seems that toys, and in particular Star Wars, are the videos that get the most views, but there are more elements to memories of the 80s than just Star Wars toys. And certainly the comics are a big part of that as well. So Biker also has 3 half-brothers, but grew up as an only child. Didn't meet my half-brothers until my mid-teens. Wow. So I always met mine like once a week. They were raised by my grandparents. It's a very bizarre story, but I think had we been raised together, I would have turned out quite different, I'm sure. So that's always one of these questions I've had in my head. Actually, let me just check this. Okay, Mrs. 88. I said to her, I may or may not be live. So I'm live. I think I'm live. Keith says, you should check out some third-party Transformers. They can be pricey, but are so much better than Hasbro. New Age is the brand I buy something. Oh yeah, well, when you say third-party, is that code for fake repro? Because I have got a number of fakes from China, and they are indeed absolutely fantastic. Very happy with them. And the ones I have coming are from a US seller, but they are the Chinese fake KO, whatever you want to call them. Samantha's here. Good to see you. Yeah, John says, there's always a letdown after Christmas for me. Yeah, it really is. I think they need to do something whereby they should have an extension of Christmas that takes place at the end of January. That way it would keep the anticipation going. Because like I said, in fact, for me, I actually get depressed around about 5 o'clock on Christmas Day, because I really know at that point it's all over, all that build up, and it's all done now. Kickback is giving secrets away here. You have more Transformers as well as Palatoy Action Force figures and a few surprises, and absolutely nothing wrong with being an introvert. Stay strong. Oh, thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, this is it. After Christmas, winter goes from cheerful and fun to grey and dreary. That's it. That was like today. I went out with Mrs. 88 on her way to work. And it's overcast, it's grey, there's like wet leaves everywhere. There's probably dog shit under those leaves. It's just like, terrible, terrible time. And of course, all the shops have removed their Christmas stuff, so everything's looking grey. And Keith says, yeah, the anticlimax of post-Christmas is a massive shock to most people. For us dog walkers, it can be very hard. I am the same. Yeah, really hard. And like I was thinking this morning as I'm walking under these grey clouds and shit all over the place, I'm thinking, We've gone from it's the most wonderful time of the year to probably the worst time of the year, in like literally like that. Roma says, I love Christmas but hate New Year and the transition to miserable January. Yeah, I am not a fan of New Year at all. Although one of my weird quirks is I tend to do better in even numbered years than odd numbered years. So you never know. It could be a good one next year. And in fact, the last two New Years, I have been in bed, and I think, was it 2019 into 20? I passed out way before midnight. And then last year, I was awake but in a bad mood. And Mrs. 88 was watching the ball drop on TV. I was just like miserable in bed. I think tomorrow she wants me to go to her restaurant and drink with the guys there. Yeah, I guess that'll be all right. Yeah. I don't know if anyone, I don't know if Tony's still here, but anyone that has Thai friends, you will know these people can drink. So got that to look forward to, I guess. Yeah, Daniel says January is especially depressing when you get dark evenings where you live. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Matt is here. Hi, Dean. Really enjoyed coming on your stream and you coming on you. Oh, well, thank you, Matt. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, well, tomorrow, if people watch the video, you will know that my number one moment from last or this year were the Christmas live streams. Absolute highlight for me and a dream come true, actually, to do these. Now, here's the thing. Is it the whiskey? Is it the generous super chats? Is it just the chat in general that has made me feel not so grumpy as I was when I started out? When I started, in fact, you know what? This morning when I left the house, two stories actually about the neighbor. We have the old guy, his wife, and the daughter, who I think the daughter could be early 40s and still lives at home. So who knows what's going on there? But he obviously is living with two women, and I don't know if he's bitch slapped or what, but he has this bad habit of hanging out at his front door, smoking and reading his phone, so that whenever we leave the house, he's there and this conversation ensues. And this morning, despite it being overcast, I was in a foul mood and I wanted to hide, so I wore my sunglasses. And he's standing there with he goes, "Oh, why are you wearing sunglasses? It's not sunny." And I had to bite my lip because I was going to go off on him. And I said, "Well, I don't." I said, "Look, I don't care." And I sort of walked off. And I was so incensed. And this is one of my problems, that I get so worked up. I almost was going to throw my coffee on the floor and yell, but I didn't. But that's how bad a mood I was in this morning. But speaking of him, I've said this before, and he had told me that he had a ton of original Motu up in his attic that his son had when he was a kid. And I'm not the sort of person that would say, "Hey, can I have it?" type thing, or "Can I buy it from you?" I just didn't say anything because I'm not that way inclined. Well, he told me the other day that when his son was over for Christmas, he went up into the attic, brought his stuff down, and he had the original Grey Skull. And I've had a brain freeze here. What the hell was the other one? Was it Snake Mountain? Anyway, he sold them both for $600. So there you go. So Biker says, as a child, I hated Christmas ending as I knew the return to school wasn't far away. Now it's even worse, as I know that going back to work isn't far away. Yeah, the end of Christmas was a very hard time for me as a kid. So this is going back to the Silverhawks are a spin-off from Rankin Bass, introduced the next year, Cyborgs in Space, and I have no knowledge of any of that, I'm afraid. Um, so I'm just, oh, Scott, hi, Scott. I'm just joining the live stream. I watched the first 5 minutes and then jumped live. Are you not going to participate in Iconicon? Please don't stop what you've been doing. You're awesome. Uh, 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 right now, I don't think I can. I just, the thing about being part of other people's live streams or hosting guests for me is that I put so much pressure on myself, and when my anxiety kicks in, I just want to run away, hide. You can't do that when you're committed to someone else's channel. And I had an absolute blast last year, make no mistake, but I was in absolute knots with panic each night before. And as I said at the beginning of this video, I'm veering towards being this lone wolf creator, simply because I don't, how do I say this? Maybe it's just the mood I'm in just now. It's entirely possible. But I don't feel all that comfortable being part of a group. It's always been the way I have been. And as much fun as I had on the Iconicon, and in particular the Christmas live streams, I can't handle the pressure that causes me. Now, I know there are people out there who, well, I've seen them, some of these arseholes that I have no time for are constantly on live streams. Excuse me. Good for them. I'm not, my mental makeup is not inclined to be one of these people. And I don't know. You know, I don't feel, how do I say this? I am someone who definitely, well, in fact, I'm a real fuck up. I'll tell you why. When I don't have anyone in my life, I crave company. Then when I have company, I crave solitude. I always want what I don't have. And that's kind of driving my decision to try to ignore that instinct and just not put myself in positions where I feel uncomfortable, if that makes sense. And I've totally jumped the chat here. Again, I'm going to apologize for not reading out every comment. It's just hard. So Biker says, growing up as an only child meant that toys were a huge part of my life. That's why they bring me so much joy now as an adult. A memory, oh, absolutely. Although ironically, I benefited because I got all my own toys, but I also got the hand-me-downs from these two older brothers who are 8 and 9 years my senior. So as a result of that, I did get painted head or painted hair Action Men handed down. I had what was it Dinky that made the Enterprise that fired those orange discs? I also had that. That was handed down to me. So yeah, I had a lot of a lot of great toys handed down. In fact, my first 2 bikes were handed down. My rally chopper belonged to my older brothers. That was a mean bike, I tell you. With that gear shifter, that was amazing, that thing. On Blake says, yes, look up third party on Big Bad Toy Store. You will find some cool different things. Interesting. I will do that, although I am strictly G1 for Transformers. I think I'm quite fortunate in my collecting that I'm able to separate myself from modern stuff. In particular, Star Wars. There's just too much of it. Frisky asks, did you order any Banthas? Yes, and it's not the one that's just been shipping, put it that way. I don't want one that requires you to have it's like a plunger to plug the hole and a screw to hold on the straps. That's not how we do things in the Kenner world, is it? Oh boy, so Chicken Man, I'm staying on my own for New Year. Everyone has COVID except me. I'm still not really understanding this whole Omicron business. It seems that it's no worse than the common cold. And if you catch it, you're better in a few days. Is it worth, living in fear because of that? I don't know. So David says, great to hear you say that live stream has lifted your spirits, Steen. This works both ways, my friend. I enjoy these live streams immensely. Well, thank you so much. And I'm going to say this. Hearing you say that you enjoy just these words, I enjoy these live streams immensely. It makes me think you're talking about someone else. I don't understand what it is that people like about what I do, because I don't really like it. But if you are enjoying it, I really do appreciate that. But I always feel that I'm not doing that well with the stuff I put out. It's all very rushed, and also I'm at the point where I have to do the videos Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I've committed myself to 3 a week, just to keep, because if I don't do that, YouTube just thinks I don't exist. And as a result of having to do 3 a week, I don't think they're really that great. I kind of rush them a bit, and I feel bad about that. Oh boy, hang on. Santara, thank you so much. So generous. I understand dark clouds. All I have ever known is alone. Sadness has followed me for many years, and I have no recourse to recommend. Just always remember that many people love you. People you know personally and people you have never met. Oh, that's unbelievably touching. Thank you for that. Yeah, and I'm really sorry that that's all you've ever known. Well, I can relate, obviously. That is both touching and very generous of you. Thank you so much. And George confirmed that the Enterprise I was talking about was indeed a dinky. And Keith is also reaffirming what I said, is that when you're alone, you want company. And when you have company, you want to be alone. It's like, you just can't please this bastard. What does he want? I don't know what I want. That's the thing. Sonny Frisch says, put the people who appreciate your efforts and give you comfort before those who slag you. Dean, if you look too much at the negative voices, it'll only amplify your negative thoughts. Yeah, very, very true, actually. Oh, Brendan is here. Oh, good to see you. And it's 7 in the morning. Wow. Oh, Jim Largo. Hi, Jim, and thank you so much. Thanks, Dean, for a great year of entertainment and fellowship. I'm thankful to Iconicon for introducing me to you. Cheers. Oh, thank you, Jim. I really do appreciate that. That is very kind of you. So this is interesting. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the third-party items, Transformers G1 especially, are made by Hasbro, but were factory rejects for some small reason. Interesting. Bobby Collins says, Poppycock, your videos are fine. We're here because we enjoy your content. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that. But like I said, they're always rushed. They're poorly filmed. And part of that is because, as I said earlier, I'm not happy at the surroundings here. I would do much, or hopefully, if I ever get to move, will have a much better environment for filming that will allow me to have wider shots, more action shots of the toys. The one video that springs to mind is when Tony had Evel Knievel jump Snake Mountain. Excuse me. And you could see all the glass cases in the background. When I did my Dukes of Hazzard, was it Christmas of 84 or 83? I forget what it was. But that video I did recently, I was able to use the Christmas trees and the fireplace as a bit of a background, so it didn't quite look so scabby. We really appreciate what you do. You are a really nice bloke, and your content is always very watchable. You are a highly valued part of this community, and we all love you. Oh, thank you so much. You see, this is where I'm struggling, because I have this notion that, yeah, that was Iron Brew, by the way. Excuse me. I have this feeling that, I guess it goes back to high school, and this notion that people are always taking the piss out of me or bullying me or taking advantage, that I find it hard to accept compliments, I guess. And it's not easy for me to accept a compliment, put it that way. But I appreciate your very kind words. And Brendan is, of course, it's the morning of the 31st, so New Year is one step closer. Make it a better one. Well, yeah, I certainly hope so. I mean, we cannot continue living the way we have been living these past 2 years. It just cannot go on like this. And, you know, as I said in the beginning, I genuinely thought Mrs. 88 and I would be going out to Thailand in January to check things out. But as things are, the Thai government is not allowing anyone else in at the moment, so that's not going to happen. And even if we were able to go, I don't want to go all that way and not have the full experience with. I think as things stand, I believe the bars are not open at night, and there's a curfew of, I think it's 11 p.m. And I'm not sure how I would cope with the mask in that humidity. Now, thankfully in New York here, the outdoor mask mandate was abolished. So this summer, I was able to walk about in public with no mask on outdoors. But the previous summer was hell. And I remember when was it? Yeah, it was when COVID really first broke, was what, March or April? I think it was April of 2020. And we had to wear the masks everywhere. And then we were walking one day. It was a really nice sunny day. Got home. Everything was brown except these four mask lines. Anyway. Biker, see, your content is genuinely amongst my favorite on YouTube, Dean. I think because we are the same age and come from Scotland that I can relate to most of your videos, especially the Christmas memories. Yeah, well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think for me, Christmas memories are my most vivid because, let's be honest, as kids, round about November, December, we were so focused on the toys. And so for sure, plus family. Family at Christmas was the best as well. Jason, I enjoyed watching your videos and they never seem as rushed. Each one looked brilliant and sound. Oh, thank you, Jason. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I want to do scripted videos, but the problem with scripted videos is that even the best of them, you can tell they're scripted the way the narration flows. And something I've sort of taken pride in is that I like to do a one take off the cuff type thing. And there are certain other videos I've seen where there are cuts like every 5 seconds, and I cannot stand that. So with me, it might, for the most part, I can do it in one take and it's not too bad. Sometimes I'll need to do a second or third take, but I just kind of sit and just let it flow. And that's why there's a lot of ums and ahs, because I'm thinking on the spot. But I think I prefer that to reading from a script. And that's why sometimes I feel that my videos aren't quite as polished as I would like, because of the fact that I am doing it off the cuff and it's not particularly professional. But that's kind of where I'm at. Oh, Timothy asks, are you finally moving to Dubai? No, I don't think so. There are a number of reasons I'm not particularly thrilled to be in America much longer, most of which is financial, because I have looked all across America and the whole property tax thing is not something that I'm willing to get involved with. Thailand, however, does not have property tax. So, plus the standard of living is out of this world for the amount you pay. To put it into perspective, for the budget I have in Brooklyn, this area of Brooklyn, New York, probably could not afford to own a one-bedroom studio apartment. However, for half of that price in Thailand, I can own a 3-bedroom house with a swimming pool. So it's purely a financial thing. Plus, I don't have any friends here, so it makes no difference where I live. I'm going to be the same loner. So the only slight sort of apprehension I may have is that if I were to live there, the language could be a slight problem. I think I know enough to get by, but it's just the whole conversation aspect could be a problem. You never know. And Keith says, I'm here because I saw you on a Comic-Con. I subbed straight away. I ain't going nowhere, you mad jock. Love you, mate. Love you too, Keith. Thank you. Oh, happy New Year, Dave. Who's Dave? I'm not sure. You just summed up exactly how I feel about my social interaction preferences. That's why I like live streams such as yours. I can interact as much or as little as I want. Social interactions do not come easy for me. And that's... Oh, by the way, I don't know if anyone saw. I have very little memory, but I appeared on the Retro Blastings Christmas live stream. I had no idea what I said, what I did. I was plowed, man. And that was pretty early in the day, actually. That was terrible. In fact, you know what was funny? Well, not funny at all, in fact. It was 1:30. We FaceTimed with the family back in Scotland. And I did a bit of binge drinking, I have to confess. This was our scheduled time for the FaceTime chat was 1:30 on Christmas Day. And I remember we woke up at about 9, did our Christmas gifts, got showered and dressed, began preparing the food. But then I realized that I'd have to get a drink in me before the family FaceTime. And at one point in the conversation, I was talking away, and my niece said, "Oh, speaking of slurred speech," I says, "Wait a minute, what prompted you to bring up slurred speech?" And everyone starts laughing. So obviously that was me. So God knows what I did on the Retro Blasting, which was, I think, immediately after that family FaceTime. Oh, so he meant to write D. No worries. It all starts with D. I'm trying to see. I am extremely behind, and once again, I always do apologize for this. Yeah, Chicken Man says New York summer would be shit with a mask. Luckily, in the UK, the weather is generally crap all year. Yeah, exactly. Now, here's the thing about being in Thailand with a mask. In fact, I'll tell you the exact tempo. It is 4 in the morning, but if we go to the... So, does it tell you humidity on these things? Right, so tomorrow is going to be high of 88 degrees and the humidity of 75%. So I guess that's pretty unbearable. So imagine having to endure that all, masked up. Not cool. And excuse me. That's another reason why I don't want to go all that distance and be stuck with various restrictions and things. Yes, we want to go there to look for somewhere to live, but I also want to go there to have a good time. Not to play the small fiddle here, but I got back here from Scotland. It was October of 2019, and I haven't left here. Like I said, the furthest I've been was 8 or 10 miles to the New York Comic-Con, and I'm fucking tired of being stuck here. And it's an absolute... Well, fortunately, where I live isn't too bad, but Manhattan and all that, I do not dare go there. It's an absolute shithole, and it's dangerous with it. I don't know how much the news gets out there, but there are shootings in Times Square, which is like supposed to be tourist central. And I do not want to be part of that. Scott says, Dean, we absolutely love you and your content. I don't subscribe to just anyone. The reason everyone is here is because of you and your content. We wouldn't be here if we didn't love you. Well, thank you, Scott. I really appreciate those kind words. And it's funny because Scott and I were corresponding because Scott evidently is as a big a fan of Christmas as I am. And he would send me these images from his neighborhood of some of the amazing decorations. It's just mind-blowing. And it makes me wonder if I would thrive living in some of those areas. The only, like I said earlier, the only problem is it's a financial thing. I have looked at houses in America, but some of the property tax is just ridiculous, and it just makes it not worthwhile. I saw a super chat. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to get to this one. This is a nice comment. Monkey Boy Cloth Kit. Dean, your videos are all the better for not being scripted. You come across as very genuine and highly watchable. Don't beat yourself up. You're one of the best creators. You're going to make me cry, man. I don't... when I watch the big channels and they have... everything they say is like on point and it flows and they have all these beautiful visuals. And then you get me going, I think I like this one, but I don't feel professional. But if people like that. Oh, Tree asked a good question. Which videos are you most proud? Well, without doubt, the 4 Christmas live streams were my highest point ever, simply because for decades I have wished to be part of a Christmas special and just never had that chance, obviously, because very few people get to be on TV and be part of a Christmas special. And that was always my dream. But then to do it with such amazing guests for 4 weeks was a massive, massive highlight. And that, without question, or those 4 live streams are my proudest moment. No question about it. And you, of course, sir, were part of that. George says he is mad. He loves Hibernian football team. There's nothing mad. No. And you know what? I think the fact that I support Hibernian says a lot about my character, in as much as I'm not a glory hunter, In Scotland, Rangers and Celtic are so far ahead of everyone that most people support one or the other because they always win things. But if you genuinely enjoy football for the right reasons, then you're going to support a team like Hibs. And what's Scott saying? Please don't think you have to put up a front for someone that you aren't. We don't subscribe to you because of a false persona. Take the pressure off and just be yourself. Oh yeah, I am. I'm trying to. I just sometimes wish that I could do a more polished product, if that makes sense. Maybe people like the fact that I'm very natural. I think it's a bit cringy sometimes because there's nothing worse than hearing someone say or ah. It's absolute terrible. Brendan, 80s live, and Thailand and converse with the mad bastards on this channel. Sounds perfect. Oh, and Michael has said, you didn't say anything bad. Oh, thank you. that was a particularly bad one because the state I was in only took probably 2 hours to get there. And that was, I remember gulping because, and also this goes back to Grindhead Jim for recommending drinking apple whiskey with hard cider. And I think I pounded 2 or 3 of those on the family FaceTime. So by the time retroblasting came round, I was plowed. So Kieran says, you were pretty merry on the retroblasting. Well, I'm sure I was. Oh, 80s and Star Wars guy. Gotta go. I'm in the middle of a film and kind of hard to watch two things at once. Okay, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. And as I keep saying, I'm so proud of you being a young guy who loves vintage collectibles. Fantastic. And Scott again says, I love the live streams because it's like hanging out with friends. You think you're alone, however. Look at the fact you have 79 friends. Well, yeah, exactly. It also comes with a huge amount of guilt because I started out saying, I'm done. I'm going to be this lone wolf. I'm not going to deal with anyone. And that's where I was an hour and 26 minutes ago. I don't need to explain this, but this is a terrible, terrible place. And it constantly plays terrible tricks on me. And it's something that almost ended things back in 2008. And if anyone doesn't understand what I'm saying, because for some people this will make no sense whatsoever, there's an interview on YouTube with Chester Bennington from Linkin Park where he describes what goes on inside his head, and that could have been me talking. So if you wish, Google or YouTube that video. I think it's Chester Bennington describes depression or something, but that right there is what it's all about. I think he said at one point, this is a bad neighborhood and I shouldn't be left alone with my thoughts. That is exactly what I contend with, unfortunately. What's this? The critical drinker does slurred speech, but it's all acting except he's also really Scottish. Yeah, there seems to be this stereotype that the Scots are all these like mad drunkards. Yeah, it possibly is true, actually. So Zantara says, you admitted on the retroblasting chat you'd been drinking, but you did not say anything terrible. Well, I didn't think I would even have to admit that I'd been drinking because that must have been self-evident because, like I said, I don't know what happened, but I went from being perfectly normal to being hammered in like a 5-minute gap. Something took off. I don't know what that was. Keith Knight says, in East London, most people wear masks anyway, especially in banks and post offices. Speaking of which, do you think, obviously, I don't know what it's like in the UK, but in America, the crime statistics are just off the chart, records broken left, right, and center. Is that because the criminals can now blend in with the masks? Possibly. And Ben says, nothing embarrassing on the retroblasting live stream, dude. Just nicely merry. Okay. I have very little memory of that. And in fact, I have very little memory of probably from 2 p.m. onwards on Christmas Day. Although we had 2 guests. And we played the game Trouble, with the Pop-O-Matic dice shaker thing. And I didn't win a single game. Excuse me. Thai women are absolutely beautiful and stunning. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And Brendan, also in law enforcement, says, when I started, banks got rolled often. I haven't been to a bank or armored car robbery for 10 years. Pharmacies and pubs get rolled now. Ah, interesting. Now, I'm not to brag, but on Christmas Eve, Mrs. 88 bought a couple of scratch cards. And she was scratching away. And she's like, oh, okay. 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 Lo and behold, she won $500 on the scratch card. And it says on the back that up to 600 can be claimed at a retailer. But I'm saying to her, I don't think retailers like delis, newsagents in the UK, they don't hold $500 in the till because through fear of robbery, right? I think we probably have to go to the claim center for that. But she's insistent that she can get it from the local deli. I say no. What say you? Oh, wow. Mark Gilks, thank you so much. That is very, very kind of you. The good days will come back again, pal. You've inspired me to build my 80s man cave. You help my anxiety with your videos. They send me back to the days I loved most. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, that's what I try to do with my life. Try to go back to the days that were just happiness. For me, up until the age of 12 was the best time ever. Obviously, at 12, went to high school. That's when all the shit kicked off, and that's when the problems started. But up until that point, it really was just non-stop happiness and joy. I would give anything to go back to that. And what does David say? I've suffered from depression for 15 years now, ever since I parted from my ex-wife, and she took my daughter away for no reason other than spite. It does get, that is horrible, David. Yeah. Oh, I know all about spiteful exes. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, it does get better. It absolutely does. I mean, in the space of an hour and a half, my mood has gone from like below here to here. I do feel guilty that it took drinking and all this to lift me, but maybe is what it takes. Bjorn says, not to brag or anything, but my hometown was number 4 on a list of dangerous cities not to go to in the US. Good Lord. Excuse me. And Blake says, yep, New York City is like the 70s now. People getting pushed onto subway tracks, looting, shooting, randomly getting punched in the face on the streets. Get out. You're preaching to the choir, sir. I cannot wait to get out of this. And should I say this or not? Fuck it. This doesn't get reported. There has been a slew of Black on Asian attacks in the past year and a half. And I fear every time my wife leaves my site, because you have to look for these news reports. But Asian girls are getting attacked left, right, and center. There was one a few weeks back. I think it might have been November, in fact. This Thai model came to New York to start her modeling career and was brutalized by this black thug in the subway station. Her face is like swollen to hell. And it scares me that could be my wife. But yeah, you're right, though. And there are people getting pushed onto the tracks. It's a scary, scary place, all because of these, I don't want to get political, but these liberal policies like, oh, it's not the criminal's fault. Yes, it is the criminal's fault. Lock them up. I don't go around pushing people into subway tracks or robbing people. Why should my quality of life be impaired because you have all this compassion for these thugs? It's ridiculous. It really is. Tim says, all things 80s, Dean, you have 10.2 thousand subs. I think that counts as a big... Well, it's bigger than it was. I still don't understand how that even happened. Thinking of it in these terms, in Scotland, I think, I could be wrong on this, but a big band like Metallica or Iron Maiden play in, what is it, the SECC or something? That probably holds 10,000. So if you can imagine that many people in that arena are subscribed to my channel, that puts it into some sort of weird perspective, certainly. Yeah. David asked, why don't you live in the American countryside? Thought that was reasonably cheap. Yeah, it is. But I have looked, and some of the property tax is just ridiculous. It's like I've seen nice houses that aren't that grand, and they want like $400 or $500 a month in tax. And I can't possibly, I can't justify that when I can live in a much, much, much nicer house in Thailand with no property tax. My God, we're so far behind here. But Keith says he's a West Ham Cockney. We don't do glory hunting either. Nah. But I'll tell you what, though. When Hibs won the Scottish Cup back in 2016, there is no fan in the world had more joy than we had on that day. It was 114 years it took to win that cup. But my God, I could have whitewashed the walls in here. I was so ecstatic. It was just, that was one of the best things ever. I'm going to try and jump ahead because I feel that I have way behind here. So here's a comment here from the Padawan Collector. It says, I think you have a style. It's not about polish, but content, and what you talk about comes first. If polish and pizzazz isn't your style, it's going to feel unnatural. Yeah, I like to. I don't go in for any fake stuff. When it comes to the Scottish League, Rangers and Celtic are the only proper teams with, well, yeah, with money. Yeah, absolutely. What's this? Blake says, take your 4 live streams as a jumping off point. Do them alone, no script, have your bullet points. The scripted channels are boring most of the times. The personalities are what people come for. Yours is big. Really? Thank you. Michael says, Scots aren't mad drunkards. Journalists and movie producers are. Ask me how I know. Scott again says, you're fairly new to the YouTube community. If you don't like the polish on the videos, it will only get better. The first gun I worked on is an embarrassment to me now. I started to get, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So Biker says he's Scottish but hardly ever drinks. Do eat a lot though. That's the Italian in me. And you know what? When did I start to? I didn't drink until much later in life. I didn't drink until I split up with that bitch of an ex-girlfriend. So we're talking. Ooh. 2000 and no, hang on, 1999. In fact, it's when I realized that you could all your sorrows could disappear by drinking some liquid. So 99 would have put me at what? So if 94 was 20, so 25. I managed 25 years without it, and then suddenly, boom! Wow, this is good. This helps you escape. So Zantara says he had $100 scratch card, took it to the gas station I bought it from. They turned me away, told me to go to the big chain grocery that also sold tickets. Yeah, I don't think small stores keep a lot of money in their tills. And that makes complete sense, of course. Breaking it out loud. Dean, thank you so much for your content. You are always so articulate and authentic. Well, that's the thing about articulate. In my brain, I'm articulate, but I have this, I get brain fog so much that I cannot get my words out. And sometimes, in fact, a lot of times I say the wrong damn word in my videos, and you'll see me have to correct myself with a bit of text. But thank you. Your Christmas live streams were superb. Be kind to yourself, and here's to a brave new year. Well, thank you so much. And Ben says, I'm glad you had the courage to hit the live button despite how you were feeling. Such lovely and generous people in this chat. You didn't have a hope of staying down for too... Well, yeah, that is very true, actually. And you know what? I wished I didn't have these feelings of animosity towards these other people I keep seeing crop up. I wish I could be more accommodating, because all I'm probably doing is hurting myself. But I do have this particular issue where I really don't forgive and I don't forget. And when someone has slighted me in the past, I hold on to that. I don't forget. And that probably says more about me, I guess. And we have a super chat. Bricking Out Loud, thank you so much. That is very generous. He says, Dean, thank you so much for your content. You were always... Hang on, that's the same one. You're always so articulate and authentic. Your Christmas live streams were superb. Be kind to yourself, and here's to a brave new year. Well, thank you so much. I try to do the best I can with the hand I'm being dealt. It really is bad. And here's a question I get asked a lot is, how do you remember so many details from 4 decades ago? I genuinely believe that when I died, and I did die, I was gone back in 2008. And you know what? I'm going to address this right now. I hate the term suicide attempt, because attempt suggests it wasn't a full-hearted motive. I didn't attempt to kill myself. I did kill myself. However, I was found and taken to hospital. But something happened during that incident that triggered the long-term memory and really fucked up short-term memory. Like I said earlier, I can be talking and I just cannot remember the right words, and yet I can tell you exactly where, when, and who I was with when I got my first ever ATAC commander. I'm happy it's worked out that way. I would rather remember those things than remember the last 10 years. So without question, that's a benefit of what had happened. And I was thinking about this today. Not a lot of people know this. So when I was out and gone, 1 second. So by all accounts, I'm on the floor, gone. I puked and my jaw had locked shut, so all the puke went into my lungs. Anyway, I'm there on the floor. and got taken to the hospital and was in a coma for a few days. But they had the ventilator down my throat that was strapped in with one of those like latex straps. Now, I didn't know this, but apparently I'm allergic to that certain type of latex. And when I came to and they took everything out, and of course, when the whole ventilator thing came out, I puked again. It went into my lungs. I got pneumonia, but the latex had melted into my skin. So I've got this awesome scar on the back of my neck. And I thought it was quite humorous because I could have played it off that I hung myself and had this scar. But no, I have this horrible scar because of the damn latex had melted and bonded itself to my skin. Anyway, there's a little story for you. There's a lovely feel-good story. What's Keith said? Grr, stop feeling guilty and stop apologizing. That's the black dog speaking, not you. You're fine, mate. You're going to be fine, Dean. I will look at. Oh, thank you, Keith. I really do appreciate that. Blake says, I honestly don't know how you don't have 50,000. Well, I know how, because I don't talk about modern stuff. I think if I were to be a fan of the, I don't know what you call it, Black Series, Vintage Collection, what else is hip and trendy? Oh, Marvel. That's just not my thing, so yeah. Oh, Mark, another good Hibernian fan. I quit drinking years ago. Don't miss it. Though a wee dram at New Year's is always tempting. Yeah. Do you know that back in, I think it would have been after the incident, actually. Yes, it was. I was sent to those AA meetings, and those are the worst. Now, this is my opinion and my opinion only. People that are in the AA meetings are the worst jerk-offs you could ever meet. It's like a pissing contest of who had the worst life. And I was forced to go to these, and I hated every minute of it. But as a result, I didn't drink for 18 months, and I was a miserable son of a bitch. Terrible, 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 terrible. And I tell you what, though, those people that go to these meetings are so full of themselves. Again, my opinion, but I did not enjoy it one bit. And Daniel says, you don't have to drink to be into hard rock or metal. Angus Young, Gene Simmons, amongst others that never drank in their life. Yeah, but I think they are blessed with the personality gene that I do not have. Well, Gene certainly is. He is probably the most confident man in the world. And he is sober as a judge. And Keith Knight hates that expression. Gojitron, thank you so much, sir. Good news, Dean. It's less than a year until Christmas. Cheers for all the great content in 2021 and much more to come in 2022. Thank you so much. And thank you again for coming on last week. I can't believe that was a week ago. That was just fantastic. So David says, I guess to Michael, the reason I love retroblasting is your honesty. Same with 88. Well, I have a hard time accepting praise for being honest because you should be honest, but I understand what you're saying. Excuse me. A world made of cardboard. I enjoy your point of view that you show in your videos. Very genuine and honest. Well, why wouldn't you be genuine and honest? It's like when you see who's that twat that does the Hasbro stuff? That is it, Patrick, and all his other gimps that are on those lives. Oh my god, the phoniness just permeates through the damn screen. It's embarrassing to watch. I cannot get on board with lying to people who watch. That's the one thing. And again, that's the other downside of doing what I do, is that all the stuff that I love and appreciate hasn't been made in 3 or 4 decades. So there's no chance of me getting sent samples to do reviews of. I suspect a lot of channels are so fake and phony in the hope of getting free stuff. And if that's your intention, then that's not a good intention. How far behind am I? I don't know. So this is about forgive and forget. Michael says, I forgive only if the person was just insulting me, if they were pushing lies or accusing me of crimes and other falsehoods, or if they betray me, we be done. Yep. Are you ever going to collect Action Force? Now, I didn't do this video yet, did I? Oh, hang on. Let me rephrase that. I received the most phenomenal gift from an old friend in Scotland who only found me again after decades because I was on Retroblasting. I can give you all an exclusive here. So, when was it? So Christmas Day was what, Saturday? So on Monday, I got a genuine mystery package, and the video will be up, I think, on Wednesday on YouTube. And I knew it was a book, but I didn't know what book. And upon opening the book, or not the book, the package, look, Action Force, the Battle Years. And this is the most awesome compendium of classic Palitoy Action Force. And it really has rekindled my desire to get back into that line, because that was the line I left Star Wars for. But included in the book were a couple of old photographs. I'm guessing circa 92. So how cool is that, dude? Look at this. So yeah, video up next week. But yeah, so Action Force, absolutely. The only problem is, though, being in America, the shipping from the UK to here is just outrageous. It's beyond a joke. So I may have to do some sort of deal where I ship them all to my brothers and then either collect them or have them send them to me, because I'm not paying like $20 shipping for one figure. And that's what it's at these days. So am I up to date? This is so confusing, where YouTube is way ahead of the what do you call this thing? StreamYard. Let me see here. What the hell is this? When are you going to get on Xbox Live? For what? I have an old Xbox. Let me think about this. We got an Xbox for Christmas when? At least 6 or 7 years ago. In fact, it had the motion sensor. What the hell is that thing called? Kinect. Xbox Kinect. I haven't played that thing in years. I'm not a big gamer, although for Christmas, so Christmas last year, I got the Game & Watch Super Mario, and this year I got the Game & Watch Zelda, which I'd never played in my life before. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it is kind of fun. So So no, no Xbox Live. I'm not a gamer. Never have been. Here's a random comment. Totally off topic. I would love one day to visit Scotland and England. Do I recommend that? You know what? The thing about Scotland is, if you visit Scotland and the weather is nice, I think it is the most beautiful place in the world when the weather is nice. If the weather isn't nice, it's the most depressing, awful place ever. So it's not easy to find it on a good day. Excuse me. And again, I'm going to apologize for missing out a lot of chats. Biker says, wish I could collect Action Force again. I think the prices have gone too high for me to get back in. Well, that worries me as well. But thankfully, I'm able to have set time periods. So for me, I wasn't aware of it in the first wave, which I believe were just like generic soldiers of the world. I was in it with the Z Force, Q Force, Black Major, of course, was a very special figure for me. And, Baron Iron Blood, the 5 POAs, once it's morphed into G.I. Joe, I was long gone. So I have a very short time with Action Force. If I could get those again, I'd be very happy. What's this? The Game & Watch Zelda and Mario have become very expensive. Now, do you mean the vintage ones? Because these are the reissues that are very affordable. Michael says the most depressing landscapes are Arkansas and Wyoming. My experience of America is not that vast, actually. So my first ever trip to America was on September 7, 2000, when me and the bitch, or the cunt, whatever you want to call her, went to Florida for 2 weeks. And then the following February, I went myself to Los Angeles to see Pantera, believe it or not. So I went from Orlando to then Los Angeles. And that was a real culture shock because Orlando's all like fake Mickey Mouse happiness. LA was all like junkies and hookers and stuff. And then I took myself a trip to Boston a couple of times and then met the first Mrs. 88 in New York. So from living in New York, I've lived in Pennsylvania, and that's where I've lived. So I've only ever lived in Brooklyn, a bit of time in Queens, we lived there, and the Poconos, Pennsylvania. So that's my extent of American living. But yeah, I would like to try more, but I'm just, like I said, financially, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to stay here in America. I think, have I caught up? So, hang on. Keith Knight said, I've got to read this. To quote Billy Connolly, people say I went to Scotland and it rained. Of course it fucking rained. What do you think Scotland is? Benidorm. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing about my childhood is that I remember being pretty upset during the school summer holidays that I couldn't take my BMX outside because it just rained. And even once it stopped raining, the ground was wet, the grass was wet. You couldn't really enjoy too much. Daniel asks, do you have any or collect vintage Action Man, Dean? No, but it is my intention because I said earlier, in fact, so my Action Men that I received as a kid, I remember quite distinctly, I had the Eagle Eyes Action Man with dark hair. I then received the Tom Stone Action Man. And then my last Action Man that I received was the Talking Commander with the blonde hair and eagle eyes. But having the older half brothers, I also received at least 4 Action Men, 2 of which had painted hair, one of which had non-eagle eyes or painted eyes, blonde hair and a blonde beard, and non-painted eyes and dark hair and dark beard. And I remember there being scuba costumes. There was the skydiver costume. Now, I don't know if the ones I had as a kid were advertised as Nazi costumes, but I do remember having some German costumes. And in particular, now I don't know the terminology for these weapons, but there was one that was like a handheld automatic rifle with a short barrel, but it came with the extender and what appeared to be wire cutters, but were in fact a butt extender, if that makes sense. That was a favorite of mine. But yeah, Action Man is something I would very much like to get back into. So Biker lives in Edinburgh. It's one of the worst places in the UK for toy fairs for some reason. I remember enjoying the record fairs in the early to mid 90s. Those were awesome. You used to get a lot of great bootlegs at those things. Those were held. There was a hall on George Street from going east to west. It was on the left. I don't know what it's called. And then they used to have them on the west end somewhere. Yeah, those also on the Royal Mile at the corner of what would become the bridges. There would be a hotel just down the Royal Mile. They would have record fairs as well. So George says between me and Tony and Michael, almost a complete set of the first couple of years. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's only what I remember. The Action Force must have been pretty powerful to take me away from Star Wars. And as I just alluded to in my recent video, 83 was my big Star Wars Christmas. So it would have been spring of 84 that I ditched Star Wars for Action Force. And it must have been quite a lure to get me out of Star Wars. But yeah. So Brendan says, my vintage Action Force generally costs 30 Australian each, then add similar for postage to Down Under. Vehicles about 150 plus postage. Been expensive to get Series 1 SAS and Red Shadow. Yeah, I still remember quite vividly getting that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, is it Muton or Muton? But that figure really intrigued me with that weird sort of red. Was it red? Clear red? Or was it green? That sort of visor thing that came up in red. I loved that figure. So Kieran says, Becker Scott, have you been? I live in southeast England and there are almost no toy fairs or toy shops. We only have an Action Man toy fair and they only sell Action Man. Excuse me. I'm getting a lot of Action Force comments then. I think that could well be the 2022 thing. Could it be? Or Transformers still? I'm not sure yet. Good Lord, it says here there are 75 people watching now. Are they watching because they enjoy the 80s, or are they watching because they want to see a drunk guy say something controversial? Who knows? But going back to what I said at the beginning, hang on, Biker Scouts, the assembly rooms, yes, indeed, and they still have record fairs there. Fantastic. Yeah, I remember getting. Now this was in the age of CD, and I would get bootleg CDs of Megadeth and Pantera, and I thought I was the bee's knees with these kind of unique recordings. I loved that. What was I saying? Oh, I've completely forgotten. Yeah, going back to the beginning of this whole stream. I want to thank each and every one of you for picking me up, because this was probably the hardest stream I ever started, because I was in a terrible spot mentally. And I'd been there for what, 2 or 3 days now, and I feel an incredible amount of guilt for starting out in this way, because people, I know there are going to be haters saying, oh, this guy came on crying that he was upset and people gave him super chats and suddenly he's better. Well, that's not the case at all. And again, I'm going to point you all back. If you do nothing else tonight, do me a favor and YouTube Chester Bennington interview about depression, because that will give you an insight into what it is that I have to contend with a lot of the time. And for the last, 2-3 months, I have been high as a kite, and it's been wonderful. It's been a combination of things that put me into this bad mood. Clearly, the end of Christmas impacts me. It always does. And as I said earlier, we go from this wonderful, joyous time with bright colors, lights, tinsel. And for me especially, it's particularly important because when we hang the ornaments on the Christmas tree, as I said before, I have ornaments going back to my childhood, and it just brings back a lot of good memories. And once Christmas is over, I am like pew down. It's like going down a goddamn chute into a pile of shit, and it's hard for me. I also did allude to the fact that I have a bad habit of holding on to grudges. And when I saw some of the people that have slighted me in the past year appearing everywhere, excuse me, and I'm still convinced that there is an agenda to not watch my channel. And I've had it on good authority that there have been people telling others, do not watch All Things 80s, he's an asshole. And that's unfortunate, I guess. But what has been quite evident tonight is that there are a lot of people who do, for whatever reason, enjoy whatever it is I do. I can't really understand why, but I do appreciate it, that's for sure. And I am actually quite glad I did this, because trust me, when the clock hit 2:59 Eastern Standard Time, I was all set to hit cancel and say, sorry, just can't do it. And that makes me feel terrible as well, because I am I am such a fragile character. I'm afraid, I admit it, I am extremely fragile. And the fact that everyone here has stuck with me is quite remarkable. But it also comes with a great feeling of guilt that if I didn't do this, people would maybe feel let down. Um, I am, I guess, very fortunate, in fact. So, um, we're over 2 hours and 10 minutes. I mean, well, here's the thing though. I'm drunk as a skunk. I can keep going. Um, if you want me to keep going, can you let me know? Because I will do. However, I do have to take a leak quite badly. So, let me know in the comments if you want me to keep going. If you guys want to keep sending in questions or whatnot, I will gladly answer. But my bladder cannot wait a minute longer. So if I go take a leak and I come back and I see comments saying, please continue, I will absolutely continue. So let me just go for a quick piss. And if I come back and see some positive comments, I will keep going. So give me, I guess, give me what, 90 seconds to two full minutes. Right. I do apologize for that. Oh shit, we're still at 73. I see keep on trucking. Hang on. Let me try and go back. Excuse me. Keep. Wow. Holy shit. JDL says, you're a great guy, Dean. Please keep doing what you're. You see, this is. Okay, I have a really hard time believing that is aimed at me. I do not understand what it is that I do that people want to see. And Chicken Man says, yeah, keep on carrying on. Go for a slash and come back, dude. Keep going. I just got on a little bit ago. Kickback says F. You mean like F you? Come on, Kickback. What does that mean? Jason says, keep going, thank you. And you know what? Speaking of Jason, I am so mad at the Postal Service for not delivering one of Jason's packages. That is bullshit. And you know what? What really bothers me is the price of shipping goes up and up and up, and the standard that they deliver gets worse. I only just received Christmas cards that were delivered from the UK in the first week of December. They came after Christmas, and it's unacceptable. And George says, go to the toilet, Dean. Oh, it's nice to hear the word toilet. I don't hear that often over here. Bathroom, restroom, John. Kieran says, turn off your mic. Oh, did you hear me slashing? I remember I did one of those, was it Junkman rants? I was wasted because the bathroom is literally what? Ding, 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 like 3 meters away. And people, people could hear me pissing. Oh, another great term. Go piddle and keep on talking. Piddle. Go for a piddle. That was one of my dad's phrases, actually. Go for a piddle. I like that. And Scott says, we're here for you as long as you want to go. Oh, thank you, Scott. Oh, by the way, Scott, I'm making my way through the Iced Earth catalogue. I have to make time to just sit down and absorb an album in one session. My God, it's good stuff. I may have said this before, but I still maintain I like Ripper Judas Priest more than Rob Halford Judas Priest, and that's going to be very controversial. David says, carry on, kick back. Excuse me, my groined. I don't know what that means. Is that an Irish word? Groined? Groin sounds like a slang for testicles, but maybe I'm just being weird. Keep on trucking. There we go. Samantha says, if you got the juice, go for it. Scuba, live stream on a live. Ah, well done, my friend. You are a legend, mate. We will be here as long as you are. Oh, man. This, you see, it's a comment like this that makes me feel awkward and humbled and guilty, because I was going to say fame. I'm not famous, but I guess popularity affects people differently, and it doesn't go to my head, put it that way. I don't walk around thinking, hey, yo, I'm YouTube guy. I'm certainly not. And I still don't really understand why people like what I do, but I appreciate it, that's for sure. So this is the same drinking game at Retro Blasting when Michael leaves. Hang on. So do you mean like a Retro Blasting live stream where Michael is the first off camera? Yeah, George Aitken, you are Action Force, and yes, he is. I have no idea. Hang on, AWMOC. Oof. Well, MOC, I'm going to say mint on card, but okay, you have to explain that one to me. So hang on. Chicken Man has only got 2 shadow tracks and 1 laser exterminator. Never found a hyena at a decent price, and the Robo Skull is still a distant dream. Yeah, I was briefly tempted by the Robo Skull, but it wasn't until my friend Derek, who gave me the amazing book and the stack of amazing comments, said it doesn't work because they're doing a 4-inch figure and the originals were 3 3/4. So the scaling doesn't quite match up. And I thought, you know what? Yeah, you're right. And furthermore, what they're doing with this new Robo Skull is amazing, but it's not the same as the original. And Biker says, keep going. Great hearing the chat. Awa and hey a pish. Awa, that's like a Willie statement. So George has 16 Z-Force Jeeps, 10 ATCS, 9 battle tanks, 8 cannons, 6 whirlwinds with a command center. That right there is the ultimate Action Force collection. Mark says, keep going. Kick back. Sorry, Dean, I'm not sure what you're apologizing for. Water. Yeah, water. You know what? No one says water closet. For me, what do I say? Oh, I say Thai, actually. Hong Nam. Oh, interesting point. So in Thailand, Hong Nam. So Nam is water. Hong is room. So water room. I say Hong Nam. Holy fuck. Oh, speaking of which, Oh, Sawadi. Hey, why are you watching me, Mrs. 88? That's embarrassing. But yes, Hong Nam. Oh, how appropriate. Yeah, very good. I post pictures on the UK Action Force Facebook. You should join. If you like, Action Force has repos and custom. Yes, actually, you know what? I was invited to an Action Force Facebook page, and sadly today there was a post disparaging uh, Bobby Vala's Valaverse, which I thought was a bit disappointing. I don't post there; I just look at the pictures. But yeah, someone there, and a lot of them were like going, "Oh, this is like Americanized bullshit," blah blah blah. I thought, that's not kind of cool. Piddle in a bottle, or a message in a bottle, as Sting might say. No, I do actually. No, piddle in a. Nah, I don't think I've ever said that, but Bjorn has it. I prefer the term crap. Go to the crapper. You know what? Thinking back, I think I probably used the Thai word the most. Yeah, I'm kind of weird. Jason, that's okay, Dean. It may still get to you, but to send you a new one with others just. Oh, you don't have. No, but Jason, the reason that one annoyed me the most was because I know that you put the most effort into these packages, because everything you send is like you have scanned my memory of what I enjoyed as a kid. And it really upsets me that what you put that effort into didn't make it to me is not fair. And Kickback says, sorry, Dean, the F was a typo. I meant take my friend. Okay, I thought you meant I was some sort of fucker or something. Excuse me. Now, this is a big one. John McGuire says, "Yous all lads and ladies, stay safe. Enjoyed the stream, Dean. All the best from Ireland." Oh, thank you, John. Okay, good question. Favorite Hibs player, Dean? Mickey Weir was one of mine and had a great song. What's that? He's here. He's there. He's every fucking where. Mickey Weir. Actually, Mickey Weir was my favorite back in '86, to the point where I named my first budgie Mickey. Now, favorite Hibs player ever? Ooh, that is a tough one, because I was just watching the video today of Frank Sauzet announcing he was coming back for the Hanlon Stevenson Foundation. Now, anyone who doesn't know about football, just Google Frank Sauzet, one of the best players in the world, and he actually played for, what the fuck, Hibernian. And I have one memory of him at Easter Road. I forget the opposition, but he was playing, I think at that point, as a sweeper. And the ball came from the opposition keeper, like I don't know how long that is, like what, 40, 50 yards punt. And there were two attackers in front of Sauzet, and Sauzet shaped up to volley the ball up the field, but dummied it and trapped it and just spun round these two players. It was the best bit of play I've ever seen in my life. And that was one of those moments where I was like off my seat in the East Stand. And back then, that was like this terrace that had these plastic bucket seats. It was like a real shithole. But that was an amazing bit of play. So Sauzet is up there. Latipi, I remember some of his skill, but my favorite player, believe it or not, to answer your question, my favorite player ever was probably Steve Cowan of the 80s. And there you go. There you go. Daniel says, you got to pish, you got to pish. That's what we call piss. And yeah, we call pish in Scotland as well. Oh, Usual Mike is here. Good to see you, Mike. And I finally caught up with your live stream with your namesake the other day. It was good to see you there. Ben says, gotta head out, but keep going, Dean. Well done today, mate, and for everything you've done this year. Keep your chin up and happy New Year to you too. George is known as the most modest man in the universe. Let's see. Mark says, keep on being you. That's why we love you. No benefits from plastic pals. Haters always gonna hate. Screw them. Yeah. I think, you know what? I think it also comes from this weird internal desire to be liked. And when people don't like me, I like fuck you type thing. And it's stupid, I know. And you know what? The whole YouTube drama thing is it's big business in YouTube. And I've only been embroiled in drama, two times. The first time was when Leeds Finest made the video about me opening my ATAC commander, and I did my responses that I've since removed, and I ended up feeling guilty about that, and I made up with this guy, and I actually felt quite bad for him because he had posted that people were targeting his channel and stuff, which had nothing to do with me. And I reached out and I explained that I felt badly, that I had overreacted, and I thought we'd made up. And I had no issues going forward. But then at the height of Tony exposing Junkman for being a complete fucking arsehole, this guy had him on his channel for the live stream. I can't accept that. And that's what caused me to separate from the Twitter chat I was in that I enjoyed being part of, but there were people there that still worship Junkman. And today, I still see people, like on Twitter, I had to remove some people today because they were re-quoting Junkman stuff. I'm like, if you are so dim as to think that anything Junkman has to say is of any value, that says more about you than it says about me, but I don't want those people in my life. And I'm still bitter over the shit about the whole Asian bride, mail order bride thing. There was a direct attack on Tony and myself, and by extent, Mark Shabby Geek. To have people say that and still support Junkman, like, you know what, you are scum. Pawn scum, as Tony would say. Anyway, Mark says here, it's hard hearing you doubt yourself, mate, when people praise you, but unfortunately that's how anxiety works. Just remember, we're here because we want to be here. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, and David says, Valiverse figures are just new. If you don't like them, don't buy them. Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of a bit perturbed when I saw that posting on the Action Force site. I guess Action Force has the same arseholes that Star Wars has, where unless it's genuine palatoy, it's not worth having. And so Mark says, I'm going to get my arse scalped. I meant to be listening and doing the dishes, but I can't help drying my hands and chiming in. Oh, yeah. Dishes, that's women's work, man. Oops. Gerard says, life is hard because it's worth it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm not in any position to agree because I'm someone who backed out at one time, but I understand what you're saying. As Scott says, I usually say the pisser. That sounds very Australian to me, actually. Mark says that. Holy shit, we're still back at me taking a leak. Still be spring. No, I like pushed it with gusto, drain the snake. And Jason, that's because we're both 80s kids. And yeah, absolutely. There's something to be said for being an 80s UK kid as opposed to an 80s American kid. I'm not saying we had it better. I'm just saying that's what I grew up with. Whoa. Drain the main vein. Why not just drain the snake or drain the lizard? Excuse me. George says, I base a Z. Oh, I keep saying Z. I'm sorry. I base a Z Force brigade on 3 companies, a tank company, 9 tanks, 1 infantry company, 9 ATCS, and 5 jeeps, and a recon company with 12 jeeps, 3 companies is a brigade. That is a massive collection. Fantastic. Oh, Chicken Man, I wouldn't want to join a club that would have me as a member. Well said. One of my favorite useless facts is that the term crapper came from World War II. The crapper. I mean, it makes complete sense. George says, try joining Vintage Action Force Palatoy. It's my main one. So let me just find the one that I was referring to that left that pretty awful comment earlier. Let me see if I can even find the damn thing. Oh my God, there's so many updates here. Fuck, this way too long ago. Groups. Could it be this one? Everything Action Force toy showcasing contribution and integrity sales. Let me see. Oh, yep, here we go. So who posted this? Andy Action Force from Blackburn, who I guess is an admin, writes, this is a 2021 fucked up, Americanized reimagining of Action Force by Valiverse. Basically, they have the rights to the name and decided to reinvent it with nothing to do with what Action Force was, and Sergeant Slaughter is the main man. These toys are off the back of a comic which just launched. The chief antagonist is probably Fu Manchu. What do you think, Dustin Hubbard? So I don't know who all these people are. But the comments read, I want to get Slaughter, but I'm not really familiar with the other characters. Comment says, main guy is called Condor. Apparently he is in the SAS. Okay, that's kind of cool. They might as well just have saved the money on the rights and produced an original line. There's no crossover appeal in what they've done, in my opinion. American G.I. Joe collectors only seem to be buying Slaughter to go with their classified 6-inch figures. I think the unknown characters will kill the line. And I ordered Slaughter ages ago. The rest are a no. And lastly, which one is Condor? He's the head honcho, apparently. So that's their postings. And that is, as I said, the Everything Action Force toy showcasing contribution and integrity sales UK. So those were, sort of bad-mouthing Bobby Vala's venture. Not cool. Hey, anyway, so what do we have? Oh, Biker says, so Biker's the Aberdonian. So didn't Mixie play for Aberdeen, and Dundee United, right? Favorite Hibs player, Mixie, Pat Linen. What a fucking sign. Yeah. And another Aberdonian, Jim Layton. Glad you enjoyed it, Mike. What's this? My mate chases woman. I tell him he's as shallow as a puddle. Mark says, like me, Dean, you're probably your own worst critic. But the good feels are real for you. Well, thank you. And he says, Mixu shocked me. I couldn't believe how good he was till he played for the Cab. Oh, yeah, he was phenomenal. And the hat-trick in the 6-2 game was a sight to behold. Now, quick bit of intel for you. So I watched the game live at Brumenau Golf Club, full of jambos. Hearts were leading 1-0, and just prior to half-time, Mixu scored, and it was chopped off for offside. And one twat stood up and says, "That's it, ref, you tell him." I was all set to get violent. I just sat back, and of course, Mixer equalised, and the rest is history. One of the greatest games of football ever played. Red Room Diecast says, "For me, Dean, I make content that I like and hope others share my interests. It's all because..." Well, that's exactly it. Once you start pandering to the masses, you're a sellout, and I have no time for sellouts. Going for a Scooby-Doo, but of rhyming slang there. For me, more like Tom Tit, Selby Wright. UK folks ken what's going on. Monkey Boy, I keep scratching my nose, I'm sorry. Dean, you know you're popular when people are happy to wait while you take a slash. You excellent human. Thank you. Hopefully not human waste, but just a human. Wow. Grandpa would always say, take the Browns to the Super Bowl. Now, one I never got on board with was dropping the kids off at the pool. I never got on board with that. In fact, didn't Tony take a dump on the recent free POA broadcast? And that was quite bold of him. I mean, I've been bold in live streams. I've obviously disappeared for a pish, but I also disappeared to buy a 6-pack of beer. That was probably one of my lowest moments. But yeah, so before Tony go off for a dump, and I've gone off to buy beer, that's not bad. Oh god damn! What the hell's wrong with my nose? Sorry. Crapper was on a bunch of the toilets because of the guy who made them. It's hilarious that Crapper... Oh, yeah, you know what? That is exactly right. I remember that. And Mark says, like God, who is, of course, Frank Sauzet. Mike is thanking Johnny for the kind... Absolutely. I only caught the end of that stream, but it was very good. The Valleyverse figures look pretty cool. If people want to criticize for what they are, not what they are. Yeah, I know. It just, from what I can gather, there are as many Action Force arseholes as there are Star Wars arseholes. And Mark does indeed. So Frank Sauzet was this French legendary player, played at the World Cup, etc. And he joined our team when we were in the first division. And he scored this goal with a header, but in doing so, headed the ball and headed the defender's head and lost his 2 front teeth. Unbelievable. What's this? The Legends of Valiverse Facebook group is stacked with a bunch of morons. I don't know how they even manage to function in broader society. Yeah, the whole... Like I said earlier, these ICCCCCC people, and in the UK is what, Echo Base? These people are fucking losers. They are society's losers, and you almost have to feel sorry for them. Like, how could anyone be so lost in life that they get so upset over a little piece of plastic? Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but for me, I don't give a fuck whether the little plastic gun in my collection came from 83 or 2013 or almost 2023. I don't care. It looks good. I like it. George, now, if anyone is going to give praise on Valiverse, it would be George. And he says, Action Force Valiverse is a good toy line, and everyone knows the difference between the vintage Action Force and the new. Well, yes, and for a start, 3.75, 6. If you don't know the difference, then clearly you're not satisfying your lady. Bob Breakin, who designed the original British Action Force, gave his blessings to Valiverse. So there you go. If Bob Breakin says it's good, then it's got to be good. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Scuba. 5. Yeah. Okay. I missed that. Sorry. Anyway. Here we go. Would love to see some updated Action Force figures from the 80s, though, too. Both can coexist. A 6-inch red. Yeah, I agree with that. And Gerard's got to go because the Chinese food has landed. Okay, thank you, Gerard, for stopping by. Modern Action Force figures have better accessories than the G.I. Joe classifies. In fact, people use them on G.I. Joes. Yeah. I would like to support the line, but it's not something that I collect. So, and I'm not going to drop money on something that doesn't really call my name. But I do like them, though. I like what I see, especially a figure of Tony, which is completely awesome. Now, Martin says, definitely keep going, Dean. Really catch you live, but always catch up. All the best to you. Star holes, my new name for them. And Samantha says, exactly, Dean. Doesn't matter to me when figures blasters are made, so long as they look precisely. As long as they look good, that's all that matters. So let me know in the comments when, or not when, but what it is you wish to collect in 2022. So for me, I'm thinking on my feet here. Probably more Transformers, actually. Mask, I think I'm happy with what I have, with Waves 1, Wave 2, a spattering of Wave 3. Mask, I think, is the most underrated toy of the 80s. Motu Origins. Excuse me. That is the best modern toy line ever. As things stand, I have all the general release items with the exception of the flocked Panther, excuse me, which I may look for. So for Christmas, I should show you my Christmas. 1 second. I love this. How cool is it? Shit, she's come loose. How cool is it to have a Grayskull, minty fresh? This is, without doubt, one of the best value money for toys that has come out in the last couple of years. Nothing can quite compare to the fact that they've maintained that vintage look, but with modern limbs, if you will, that actually function and can be posed. So I got the Grayskull, the Castle Grayskull. Is it Wind Raider? It sounds like a fart, but the Wind Raider and the Land Shark. So now I'm completely caught up. The only thing that's missing is, from general release, is the flocked Panther. In terms of exclusives, like really exclusive, I think I have the Triclops alternate. And I managed to get one of the, what was the one? The Sunman coming next month. But I was looking on eBay at the, what the hell is that thing? The Faker with the duplicate and the Hordak 4-pack. The Mysteries of Grayskull is just nonsense. But I was almost tempted. I'm like, I ain't paying that much money for these PowerCon exclusives that really shouldn't be that much. So yeah, so in terms of the line, I think I'm more than satisfied. But I have this massive cardboard box filled with all the figures carded. So if I can get a cheap webcam, I might do a live stream unboxing all of those and giving my comments and putting them into little bags to store them more easily, because as things stand, I have way less room than I had this time last week. And it really sucks, because if we could just get ourselves the fuck out of here and get ourselves a nice house with a collection room, I'm going to have a wonderful display. But as it is, I've got 90% of my stuff is in these damn boxes, and it really hurts to think that I'm missing out on that chance to display everything. Biker says here, Facebook groups do tend to attract a lot of lunatic elitists who just want to cause trouble and police everyone's collecting habits. Utter twats. Indeed. Well said. And, you know, I keep going back to these. So there are two big groups. One I got kicked out of in the UK was the, what's it called? Echo Base. And and you know what? This is the hard part, because their leader and I got into it like 2 years ago. And out of the blue, I posted something about him, and he wrote to me, and his father had passed, and I felt terrible. And I guess we made up in the background. And I think, in fact, Chris Smith made up with him in public. And it's quite right. Plastic toys are nothing compared to the loss of family. And I think he's seen sense in that way. But the ICCCCCC are the biggest twats I've ever come across. So there we go. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Martin Spices, one of my favorite players ever, managed your team 2000 to 30. Oh, Terry Butcher. Terry Butcher. Oh my God. He is probably viewed upon as being the worst Hibs manager ever. And that, I thought at the time, I even posted on social media the image of Butcher with the bloody bandage thing. This is the winner. This is my new manager. And he was terrible. He got us relegated to the damn first division or championship. Fuck me, but we're stuck there for 3 years because of him. Anyway, Jim Largo, I'm all in with Valaverse Action Force. Absolutely. George says, Star Wars Imperial Forces for the Vintage Collection. Chicken Man. I saw the original Kickstarter for Action Force and was disappointed that it wasn't a Red Shadows. However, the figures are really nice. I wish I'd gone. Yeah, they are nice. I'm going to be honest. I'm not on board simply because I have no attachment to them. Had they been a direct interpretation of what I had as a kid in 6-inch form, yes, I would have been on board. But as it is, military action figures, it's not my thing. But I will promote them if need be and say they're cool, because they do look good and the accessories look pretty good. And unlike other manufacturers, they are open to sharing the factory videos. So there you go. And Monkey Boy says, going to keep collecting Motu Origins and maybe going to get some Mask vehicles, but I'm really hoping they will. Yeah, Mask is probably the only toy line that has not been released for some reason, and I don't know why. There are enough of us to justify putting them out there, but the question is, do you want them as they were, or upscaled to 3 3/4 or even 6-inch? For me, I would like direct replacements a la the Retro Collection. I don't know why they didn't do that. but you never know. And Bjorn has a flocked panther. Awesome. Um, it's something that's not really on my shopping list. And I'm still slightly annoyed that I now have two battle cats because of the was it Battlefield Heroes set. I still think that Mattel fucked up slightly with the way they've done this, given the modern heads, vintage heads, and then a new updated battle action battle cat. Excuse me. David says he owned lots of 80s Star Wars. Back the Rancor, lost out on that, so back the Sky Striker. Thought I might as well get immediate. Yeah, why not? The whole HasLab thing. I'm neither for or against Hasbro because it really isn't my concern. But I think they screwed up by doing so many of these Kickstarters before Christmas. I mean, use your damn head, you know. Biker, I want to go all in on vintage space Lego 7884. Already have about 10 sets. Prices are, yep. And you know what? Should I show you this now? I have a massive, you know what? I'm going to do that as a special for this live stream, but I have to pee again. And I hope no one takes offense if I disappear for, 90 seconds. I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to grab a big bin and I'll show you some of my vintage space Lego. How about that? I'm back. So this here drum is all my genuine childhood vintage space Lego. And a couple of years back, I got the pieces to make a few sets. So it's probably missing some parts, but this was one of my favorites. The like Space Cruiser or something. It was the smallest of the three. In fact, I'm going to have to skip ahead. I'm sorry if I'm going to miss any great comments. I want to try and get caught up. Chicken Man says that Terry Butcher was the worst Coventry City manager. Well, no, trust me, it was worse at Hibs. And Mark, no, he was terrible. I'm so far behind. But okay, so this was one of my first ever space Lego sets. Now, I put together this one. Now, because they've been in boxes, they're all got bashed up. This was a fantastic set. This one remains to be one of my favorites. Now, I got a couple of Technic. Maybe I'll build that one of these days. And this was a weird set I bought once. This must have been circa 83. It was just a random set of Technic parts, and they had these flap covers. So there you go. That's pretty cool. And another Technic set. This was probably the last ever Lego set I got as a kid. Again, the flappy flap. Loved the boxes back in those days. But here we go. There's the instructions. They smell a bit moldy, actually, but they still function. And this was the controversial Red Indian set. Awesome. So, like I said, I've got a whole damn bin full of these. I mean, look at this. Was the simplest of simple Legos, right? I said Legos. I hate that word, Lego. So yeah. So one of these days, I'm going to have to separate everything. I'll do a video on that and start recreating the old space Lego sets. Are we still got viewers here? I can't tell. Where are we? Shit, the laptop here died. Fuck it, we'll do it without any YouTube monitoring. Yeah, the mildew. Yeah, although, let me see. Jesus. So these were, so back in 2019, I had to go back to Scotland to clear out the family house. And these were all stored in this outhouse. And there was a bit of mold going on. Let me see. Holy shit. Oh, hang on. Here's a bit of a special for you. So, hang on. Let me just get the comments here. Did the helmets come broken as standard? Can't remember having a non... yeah. Do you mean that under the chin? Yeah, they would split quite easily. Yeah, I agree with that. No, not Duplo. This was before minifigures. Those were the Lego figures, not Duplo though. Biker actually really like the updated He-Man head sculpt for Origins. I love the original figure one too, but yeah, I think it looks weird. And Samantha says, I remember Lego helmets having those cracks. Yes, indeed. And Monkey Boy, yeah, for sure. So here's a little treat for you. These are my old instructions, but in addition to that, I saved some. Holy shit. Wow. Okay, this is the biggest YouTube exclusive ever. I have 3 old carrier bags from possibly the 80s. Look. W.H. Smith. Anyone remember these from the UK? W.H. Smith. And then, this is probably 90s, but every CD or 7-inch single we bought, HMV. But this one is very special. I can almost guarantee that at one time this contained a Star Wars figure. John Menzies, paper bag. Fuck. This is like historic. Really, a little bit moldy, but my God, that is right there an absolute classic. And that would have been the size, I think, they put our Star Wars figures in. Unbelievable. And then, wow, hang on, I've got some newspaper here. Or it's half a newspaper. What the hell is this? This is kind of weird. Like, I've not been in this box since I brought it back. I don't know what this is. But anyway, let me just catch up here. Holy shit, I'm way behind again. Huh? Cannot. Hang on. What time is it now? 6:01. So we're looking at here. Biker, I got that same one this year too, Dean, the Space Transporter. And funnily enough, I have the Space Land vehicle from. Oh, nice. Biker says, I think we had parallel childhoods. That Technic helicopter was my last. Oh, yeah, my last ever Lego set. Yep, HMV Dam. Blake says, slept on a Space Lego 493 command center a week or two ago, and then it was gone. What do you know? Was that you? Lol, I had the same set in 78. Yeah. Kieran says, no, Dean, I'm obviously way too young to remember those bag designs. Yep, I do remember those W.H. Smith bags. Greets from Manchester. John Menzies. Are you suggesting I should look for vintage space Lego at the flea market in the mall? Yes, you should indeed. Don't forget the co-op bag. Yeah, I wished I had a co-op bag. Ben says, you're still live. Sam, if you can find any vintage Lego, buy it. Absolutely. Yeah, so here. Oh, fuck me. Oh, sorry. So this is remarkable. This is, I don't know if Tree Theodore is still watching, but I need to, shit, I'm getting through this. This is quite something. So, last week, I'm going to say probably Thursday, I got a package in the mail from Tree Theodore, and he had very kindly printed out this Legoland booklet. Every page is here. And I commented saying, I've not seen that since the 80s. Fuck me. I have my copy. It was 99p from John Menzies. So if you're not watching, Tree, I'm going to send you a message. God damn, that is something. And it doesn't smell too bad either. Wow. And that was from when? 1979. I think I must have got that circa 80, 81, 82, I think. Unbelievable. And then also in here, so hi, this is a trip back in time, and even some vintage 80s sellotape. This is, I don't know what this is, but my hands stink. Oh, it's a Shell, part of a Shell gas station. Hang on, someone said what? The co-op bag is in your hands. Oh, fuck me, so it is. Cooperative. Good food. Good with food. Help us protect the environment by This is... whoa. This is a website. That's not 80s. But it's still cool, though. This is the space launcher thing. A lot of mold there. A mini set. Oh, shit. Fuck me, the mold is dropping off like dust. I need to maybe disinfect this when I'm done. But look at this one. It's like a digger with a little man. What the hell is this? I don't even remember this one too well. Oh, hang on. This is a Lego city with 2 base plates. There we go. And more space Lego. You know what? I'm going to have to disinfect my hands shortly, but I hope you don't mind if I disappear for a few seconds to do that. I'm sure you'll understand why. What the fuck is this? Oh, there we go. Like a mobile space lab. Beautiful. Another construction type set. And this one, I got to tell you, the memories of these are, I think we're missing a page. Hang on. Yeah, we're missing the first page of this one, but it's a very simple set there. Ah, there we go. Pretty cool. And this one, look at this, a taxi cab with a taxi driver who can't even sit inside. Brilliant. And this is, oh my God, this is this is really old stuff here. Where's the front page? Oh, I might die from looking at these because of the germs, but look at this. Mega vintage. This one actually made recently, maybe like 10 years ago. Where the fuck is it? Here we go. I remade this one when I was back in Scotland one time. So we got this instruction, but there I made the vehicle. Now this one is what? Wow, it's a dump truck with no driver. And the fire chief who could not sit inside his little fire truck. So this was probably the beginning of the minifigures. Space. Wow. I don't remember this set too well. There's that. And here is a nice fire truck that I think I made up a few years ago. Yeah, got part of it here. There we go. And this is definitely space. Ah, this was getting to be quite fancy. This had like hoses and things. This would have been one of my last ever Lego sets as a kid. But that's pretty cool. This one I do remember quite vividly. Had like a very sort of spider-like appearance to it. I enjoyed that one. Oh shit, I even said this on the live stream last week about the gas stations. Oh shit, this was mine. This was the gas station I had as a kid. I loved this set, and I do remember breaking this roof piece because it was so long and flimsy. This is a mini set. Oh shit, I actually unboxed one of these as one of the first All Things 80s videos, so I've now got 2 of these. This was like a very small mini set. We've got an auto service set. The snack bar, I do remember this one with the little mugs that were pretty cool. Another space mini rig, or whatever you call these things. And this is super old. This was a Shell gas station with the big figures. This is probably like 1970s. Fantastic. And police helicopter, I do remember this one. Brilliant. And another mini space vehicle. And this one, oh my God, my favorite, the space station that I absolutely loved this one. And last of all, we have, let me see. Here we go. This is really badly molded, like a space cruiser. I'm going to have to wash my hands because this is like 40 years worth of germs and dust. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, so I grabbed that stuff 2 years ago, or like 2 and a bit years ago, just to sort of see what I still had. Like I knew it was like a bit moldy, but I wanted it anyway. But all the bricks are still there, so everything you saw plus way more, I can build at some point. Excuse me. So if I can just go back a bit, I've missed out a lot of chat. So co-op bag. David Edge has that idea book as well, and the co-op bag was indeed in my hands. Wow, the stream is still going. Dina's found a spirit. Well, the spirit's here. Fuck me, 3 hours 12 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I love that Lego Ideas book. And no Blake lately, though it will be on my list soon. I think the last 2 vintage space sets I ordered off eBay were 442 and 6927. Dean, also known as the Exorcist, on account of his ability to clear a house of its... Oh yeah, that's a good name actually, the Exorcist. And don't think we had W.H. Smith in Scotland until they took over John Menzies. That's my understanding as well. It was always John Menzies. And when I was back in 2019, every W.H. Smith was in the same location as a John Menzies. Yes, I just did. Mobile Space Command. Yeah. I just built that space lab with my daughter yesterday. The instructions are way tougher compared to today. Yeah, I said that in a video I did where I opened a brand new Lego set from the 80s, in that the instructions were quite ambiguous, in that instructions nowadays spoon feed you every single step of the way, whereas back in the 80s you had to use your brain to work out what was going on. Lol, got the same Lego 1980 brochure from eBay recently with most of the stickers too. The fact you have originals is so cool. Yeah, it's cool, but I need to try and get them demolded in some way. Just look up the instructions, get the Legos and build. Yeah, I think what I'll do is so I have some sets that I built, I'm guessing, when I went back to visit my parents, probably 2011 or something. I built them, but for the most part, it's just a big bag of bricks that I need to separate by color, and then once I do that, we can then start building. I had that motorway truck. Yeah, it was awesome. Martin says, those carrier bags take me right back. Yeah. Something as simple as a bag can evoke so many memories. And for me, this is that right there is my absolute favorite. Could that have contained a 7-inch single? Probably not. But for sure, I remember getting Star Wars figures in this bag. And like a £1.25 or something for a figure. Minifigures weren't a thing until the mid. Yeah, that's correct. I think it was like maybe even late 70s. They came. It was those larger size figures that the legs were just made of bricks. So cool. Knights doing that. Yeah, the Knights were cool. So the Mobile Space Lab is one of the more expensive vintage SpaceX. Wow. Those little sets could be called impulse sets. Yeah. I mean, these were what? Well, definitely pocket money sets. That's the thing. When I was a kid, there were so many things that you could save pocket money for 2 weeks and get cool stuff. Star Wars figure, small Lego set, 10 packs of Panini stickers. There were like so many things you could buy, whereas nowadays, a kid would need what? $10, £10 at least to buy something. It's 2000. Stefanellis says, Space Lego all the way for me. You've shown all the sets I used to go and nick from Norwood circa 79 to 80. Brought a tear to my eyes seeing them again, so it did. Awesome. Spray some disinfectant. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do that afterwards. And the motorway truck was ace. The spanner, and yeah, that's right. The spanner was always a common Lego tool. Knights of Vault. Saw my first Lego minifigures, the ones without arms and face. Was like, what the? Yeah. Oh, that's right. They were like molded like this. There were no arms and the blank face. Those were the first minifigures, and the legs didn't have any articulation either. And Jason says, nice lot of, yeah, it is a nice lot. It just needs to get cleaned up before I start working with it. I've been putting it off for a long, long time. I can remember when the big head figures turned into little figures with no faces for a while, then started with the big, that's exactly right. Jason says, good night, Dean from the UK. This one got to go to sleep. Of course, my God, it's like 6. So it's like after, yeah, almost 11:20. Yeah, of course. Jason, thank you for stopping by. Same here. The guys with no faces and had arms molded to their sides and one-piece legs. Yeah, it's all coming back. Bjorn says, instructions back then were, here's what it looks like. It is. Whereas nowadays, the kids are spoon-fed every little step of the way. Yeah. Baby wipes will clean those sheets. Yeah, I'm going to give that a try. Text Ranger, you added a flat 2x2 to head and body. Just yeah. If I were to build old kits with new parts, would I be a repro criminal? Well, in the eyes of some, I'm sure there are as many Lego assholes as there are Star Wars assholes. Knights of Old, did you collect? No, I did not. Wasn't a fan, to be honest. So Blake says, all this talk of space Lego. I just went on eBay now and bought the Lego 6928 Uranium Search Vehicle. Pretty unique. Oh, that's very nice. Awesome. So where are we at now? Fuck me, 3 hours, 20 minutes, and there are still 66 people. What is wrong with you people? Bjorn says that Lego snobs are worse than... Oh, that's terrible. I can't imagine there being any worse snobs than a Lego snob. But that's pretty bad. So this whole bucket of Lego will be my next endeavor at some point in the new year. It'll probably be a case of taking apart what's built, separating by color, washing, and getting everything into its separate piles. Yeah, so that's something to look forward to, I guess. And let me see here, just try and get caught up here. Did you or your friends have any Japanese toys like Shogun Warriors, Daikash? Not me. We didn't get exposed to any of that stuff. And Samantha says, elitists in general, yes, they are. Absolutely. I put the Lego snobs up there with the red. Wow. So I guess in every toy line there are these elitist weirdos. Monkey, yes, but only on Amazon, and it's bloody expensive. I think I paid $40 for 12 bottles. I'm not happy, but that's what you have to do. I noticed the keyboard in the background. Do you write, play music? I'd love to hear some material if you did, Dino. Well, actually, if you watched the Christmas live streams, I did everything for those intros to each section. I did all that music, and I had an absolute blast doing it. I don't do enough. I guess I get lazy, but yeah. So if you did watch the live streams, or if you want to watch them again, every time you hear music, in fact, everything on this channel, every time you hear any music, it's something I've done. Hey, excuse me. Oof. Hey. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Samantha says, I get mine from Amazon. Prepare. Yeah, exactly. So, Samantha, are you a Scot living in America? Interested to know. And then Bjorn says, thankfully haven't ran into many of those. Yeah. Thor is driving and tuning in, so hopefully the audio is good enough to keep your attention. And Monkey Boy says, Samantha, oh cool, I'm in the UK, so it's available everywhere here. Samantha says, Totla American. Maybe I'm being stupid. I don't know what Totla means. Sir Dino, you're a legend. Consider it a new sub from... Well, thank you. So Total American. So you're a total American and you know about Iron Brew. How did that happen? I would love to know. And also, just so you know, I didn't rip the label off. The way Amazon packaged it, they had tape around the six-pack. And when I opened it, the goddamn label came off. It's not fake Iron Brew, so don't worry about that. Total... what's this? You're lucky. They're brutal in the... I guess that's the Lego snobs. How do you think kids and people in general are affected by the lack of analog toys and media that we had? Oh, for sure they're affected, because all kids do these days is stare at a screen. There's no actual physical playing. So I suspect that we may not see too many architects or engineers in the future because kids aren't designing their own toys. Maybe, who knows? That uranium search vehicle is so cool, Blake. That'll do. Yes, awesome. Samantha Adams discovered Iron Brew. How did you discover Iron Brew in America? That's weird. And Red Room Diecast. I tend to stay away from forums. Yeah, me too. It's just I so happen to like. I don't even use Facebook anymore. I think it's ridiculous, but I still check it from time to time. And the fact that the ICCCCCCCCC haven't worked out who I am is quite something. So obviously they're quite stupid, but I'm still part of that. And I see their occasional posts. And I saw the one today where, various arseholes were posting about repro. And of course, there are famous arseholes from Georgia posting there. What's this? I wonder if there are mask snobs. Never heard of them, but I suspect there might. I'm sure there will be some. I think the lack of advertising by toy companies is detrimental to the industry. Yeah, I mean, why would they advertise? Because kids just want to go online and, I guess, TikTok and stuff. I remember getting a Big Track one Christmas and a Simon the next year after. Thought it was so. Yeah, you were very lucky. I spent much time hunting for girly mags, etc. as a of course. Now, wasn't it the case that the best magazines were always found in the woods or behind a hedge somewhere? I have memories of finding many a dirty magazine in the woods. So hang on. Samantha says, let me rephrase that. I heard of Iron Brew either on one of your streams or retroblasting. So as a result of hearing of it, did you order it from Amazon? I'd like to know because, like I said, Amazon is not cheap, but my God, it's good. Oh, the Repro Cops. Yes. David says, my daughter is 15 and has no attention span at all. I used to watch films with her when she was little, but she doesn't concentrate now for more than a few minutes worrying. Yeah, of course. It seems that everything nowadays is like instant gratification and there's no patience anymore. Hey, Dean, didn't you recently get chastised for opening a mask vehicle? That would qualify as meaning a mask. Yeah, you're right. In fact, that's what triggered Darren Chambers, because I sent Tony a sealed mask manta that Tony opened. And then suddenly Darren Chambers does his video about don't open vintage toys. Arsehole. Knights of Volt. I found a huge jackpot of mags in the trash. Yeah, awesome. That I did. It intrigued me and I had to have a go. So are you a fan of Iron Brew? I would like to know because I sure am. Starbird Command Base was my favorite toy. I had that in Christmas of 1980. Wow. We need Saturday cartoons back, not just on MeTV. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Starbird. Now you're talking. Loved it, dude. Okay. Wow. 3.5 hours. So how to wrap this up? Let me think about this. I started out with in a very bad place. ended up feeling pretty good, but maybe that's just a mixture of whiskey and good chat and stuff. I still have to think about what I'm going to do going forward. And I still feel the most comfortable doing things by myself, if that makes sense. I'm very much introverted, and I don't feel comfortable in groups or social settings. So I need to give that some thought. And I said at the beginning, I'm going to be very much a lone wolf and not engage with other channels and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to maintain that, and it's very hard to say you're going to do something and stick with it when you're not really sure and when your brain is all messed up at that moment in time. I mean, right now my brain is an absolute mess. I've gone from being extremely depressed to extremely drunk, excuse me, and having engaged with so many awesome people. And even now there's like 61 people watching this. This makes no sense to me. Why would you listen to me rabble on for 3 hours 31 minutes? You need to get a life. I mean, what is wrong with you people? Why would you listen to me? And I am extremely drunk, but don't let that put you off. I will get to your comments. I'm just trying to wrap things up here, but I will address everything that comes in. So yeah, I still feel as if I am very much an outsider, and I kind of like that fact. And I think part of that is, despite being embraced by some of those big channels, retro blasting all things 80s. Fuck me, I'm all things 80s. Retro blasting analog toys. Despite being embraced by those big guys, I still have this very much the small guy mentality. And I'm still very upset at a number of other small channels for some of the stuff they've said. And some, other trash man style channels that I don't really want to go into too much. But today especially, I was slightly annoyed with the fact that I thought I'd established this time slot as my time slot for the retro 80s toy thing. But I was very much aware of a lot of promotion of some other channel doing a quiz show or something. And people that I thought were on my side were very much promoting that. And, I can't wait for that. This is the best thing ever. That really hurt me, actually. And that's why I'm kind of saying I'm going to step back and do my own thing, not worry too much about what other channels are doing. And I may not even adhere to this unwritten rule of don't do live streams when other people do live streams, because you know what? The people that watch me here, those are the best people. And some of the comments I've read today have really warmed my soul, especially at a time where I needed to hear that, because make no mistake, this morning is what? So we're now at 6:30. Yeah, 12 hours ago, I was in a shitty mood and really not happy at all. Very much of the opinion that I might just step back from this whole thing. But I'm glad I did this, and I'm really glad that the people watching came out and commented, because I don't do this to boost any ego or anything, because I have no ego. I just do it because I want to share my views of the 80s and stuff. And if other channels or whatever want to do their thing, that's fine. You know what? I don't need them. So that was kind of what I'm trying to allude to. I know I'm rambling now, and I know that shit. Fuck me, it's half a bottle gone. Whatever. You know, it's one of these things. It's like the fact that I'm a big Christmas guy. Christmas suddenly came to an end. We're in shitty, about to be in shitty January with overcast weather and leaves and dog shit everywhere. It's not really a great time. So I was feeling particularly low, and also as well, the whole Boba Fett thing put me off. Like I'm seeing comments, oh, I just watched Boba Fett for the 10th time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you watch that 10 times? It wasn't that great the first time. It was okay. It wasn't great. And I'm just like, I'm not a Star Wars guy. I've always said, to me, Star Wars is more the figures than the movies. And I don't feel connected to these people who, you know, spunk their load over anything that Disney releases. That's not me at all. I have an opinion that the sequels were absolutely terrible, wasted opportunity. The prequels were all right, not that great, but for me, it's all about the original trilogy. And I don't want to associate with these modern cocksucker fanboys in any way, shape, or form. I'm going off on a tangent here. I should really get to some comments. What's this? I'm sorry, but a sealed item in a box without a window needs to be opened to inspect for damage. Yeah, of course. What? Okay, here. I made this point on the mask things. That box could contain a stale dog shit for all you know. Get the thing opened up, see what's inside. Usual Mike, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Mike. Closer for you than it is for me. It is worrying. I think modern movie editing suffers because we are presumed to have zero attention span. Love you, usual Mike. Happy New Year to you and the family. This has been a wonderful stream. Enjoyed being part of it. Happy New Year, Dean, and everyone in the chat. Well, thank you, and Happy New Year to you too. At the COP summit in Glasgow, Iron Brew was the only soft drink available to the international delegates. Oh, you know what? I saw that clown. What's that stupid woman over here? AOC with her can of Iron Brew. I'm like, fuck off. Really? You know, that's the thing about America. You can be a dumb bartender one day and become a senator the next, or what is she? Is she a senator? No, she's not a senator. She's a congresswoman. Either way, she's a dumb bartender. Great live stream. Oh, thank you. Looking forward to the next one. All the best. Happy New Year to you. Don't beat yourself up. Well, that's kind of my thing. That's what I do. We love you. Well, we love you too. Social media, everything lasts for a couple of minutes. Yeah. And Kieran says, glad I could be part of this live stream with you, Dean, and with everyone in the chat. Stay safe and take care. You too. Perhaps we like the ramblings of a Scotsman. We love you. Oh, thank you, Mike. That's very kind of you. I don't know why you feel this way, Dino. You're a natural. It made my night being here, dude. If you ever feel like a musical collab, reach out, man. You're my kind of guy. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Wish you nothing but the best. Thank you. Likewise. And Samantha says, cheers to Kieran. Oh, we know what you mean. Okay. I forget what I said. Thanks, everyone. Loved it. Ben says, absolutely great stream, Deem. Heartfelt and honest. Do whatever you need to going forward. Have time off if you need it. But don't forget us. Lot have always got your back no matter what. Well, thank you so much. And Biker said, very glad to hear you are feeling better. Yeah, but I feel bad that I feel better, if that makes sense. It's very strange. And Chris, Hey, Dean, top man. I'm at work wrapping figures with my mate, Ronan. We both love your channel. All the very best to you and everyone here. Stay safe and healthy. Chris from Ronan stands. Oh, thank you, Chris. Really appreciate that. And everyone out there, if you want a proper bantha, then go to Stan Solo. All the cool kids are here. We love you. Thank you. Dean, just come on and have fun. Make your content. Well, thank you so much. I don't know what's wrong with me sometimes. A decent malt and like-minded. Well, it's not even a malt. It's like cheap, probably chemical-infused bourbon, but I get your point. Of course you're drunk. It would not be the 80s sober, like back in the 80s in high school. Heavy metal and whiskey, vodka, and of course. Stan Solo, yes indeed. Lol. Totally agree with your Star Wars assessment, Dean. Well, thank you. Book of Boba Fett was meh. Yes, it was. It's like, just leave things as they are. Make some new content if you have to. And at what point did a stormtrooper fall into the Sarlacc pit? I never saw that. Excuse me. I think it's important to remember, Dean, that just about everyone else feels the same at this time of year. Hang in there, dude. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this is probably the worst time of the year for mental health. Toys are meant to be played with no matter how old the person is opening it. Yes, indeed. And Dave says, been listening tonight. Keep doing your thing, Dean, and take care. We all support you, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Dave. Thank you. I did watch Book of Boba Fett last night so I could watch Dean's stream. Did homework for the wrong exam. Yes, you did. Happy New Year, Dean. Happy New Year to everyone. Yes, Happy New Year, Kieran. Hope it is a happy. Yeah, I hope it is. Well, I mean, the last year, I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't that great either. As I said earlier, I want to get the hell out of here. It's been too damn long. I'm late again. Love your channel. Keep it up and best of luck for the new. Well, thank you so much. Blake says, Chris Smith, ordered my Bantha a few weeks ago as soon as I saw the offer. Yeah, it is amazing stuff. It really is. And yes, Happy New Year, Dean. Love you, dude. Happy New Year to all the elderly kids in the chat. Yes, we are all elderly kids, me especially. It seems I'm always the oldest in these live streams. Well, I think Tez Rollins is the same age as me, but for the most part, I'm always the oldest, and that's hard. And Monkey Boy Cloth Cat says, "Yeah, I wondered where the stormtrooper came from and where all the skiff, where all this, yeah, exactly. Jesus, 27? Well, you're just a baby." Yeah, it does suck to be getting old. I've got a lot of stuff to tidy up and disinfect. So, wow, this is the longest live stream ever, and it's gone from being down here below screen to up here. You know, now I'm feeling pretty awful about saying some of the stuff I said at the beginning. The reason being that I am someone whose brain can go from 0 to 10 in a microsecond. And I woke up this morning in a terrible mood and then got progressively worse as the day went on, almost cancelled this, but felt guilty about doing that. And then having spoken to everyone, fuck me, drank a ton of whiskey. And it's now what? Shit, 6:44. And what a mess I am sometimes, right? And hopefully I didn't say anything too stupid. I know that I have a tendency to run my mouth when I'm drinking alcohol, but I think, you know what, pour this last one. So that was, yeah, there we go. We're all done here. So, still got 53 people. Like, what is... There are 53 people who think that watching this nonsense is better than spending time with their family. That's quite remarkable. And we've got some age confessions here, so I'm going to address those actually. So Bjorn said he was 27, which to me, excuse me, is 20 years my junior. So if I were to be a guy who was like spunking all over the place, I could have been your father. That is insane. Red Room Diecast is 51. So yeah. Yes, Monkey Boy. Samantha will be 50 in May. So you're currently 49. Wow. I remember being in my teens and seeing people who were 50 and thinking, my God, you are so old. And now that I'm almost there myself, I never lost that mindset. I'm still that same 18-year-old. So Darth Wizzy Wizard is 41, quite young. 50, okay. And Ben is 45. Boba fell in Sarlacc thin and crawled out. Yeah, he fell in thin and crawled out fat. Yeah. The whole thing it's all a bit ridiculous. Thanks so much, Dean. You're the man. Happy New Year to you in the chat. Look forward to seeing more from AT. Oh, thank you so much. And Happy New Year, everyone here. And thanks, Dean, for a great ride home. Happy New Year. Loved all your Christmas streams. Oh, thank you so much. I really loved those as well. That was the highlight for me. Monkey Boy is 44. And Knights of Old, 47. Good. Hang on. Am I 47? Shit, what am I? I've lost count. Hang on. Born in 74. Yeah, I'm 47, I think. And Bjorn is watching with his grandpa. Oh boy. Now I really feel old. I got to go, Dean. Happy New Year to you. Thor is also 47. That's a good year. Honestly, it's great. Rebel Wookie is 44. Age Amnesty, yes. Ramble on, Dean. Best stream I've seen in a lot. Really? That's interesting. Biker, same as me. Well, there's the name there, Biker Scout 74. I started watching at 4 a.m., dozed off, and woke up later, and you were still going. So I'm assuming you're in, 4 a.m.? It must have been, Australia or maybe the, what the fuck is that? Southeast Asia. 48 going on 12. That's more like it. Yeah. Blake is 49 next month. Wow. Yeah, time is catching up with us all. Oh, stop. My dad is 53 and Mama Jorgensen turns to... Your dad is 53, so your dad is 5 years old? Oh my God, that makes me feel so old. Correct. 45 in a few days today. Soda is 47, another good one. JDL 42. Happy early birthday, yes. Right, Dave. For me to quote Crazy Licks, 21 till I die. Werewolf is 50. Age top trumps, yeah. Well, happy birthday. And thank you. Good one. 74, baby. Just turned 45. And Jim is 50. Wow. Time spent with Dean is always time well spent. Oh, thank you so much. 50 years old and feel it. Loved your Christmas. Yeah. And the Christmas live streams, that was the highlight of the channel, in fact. Born in 74, don't actually know if I'm 47 or 48. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually count my age by number, but if I was born in 74 and this is 2021, yeah, it has to be 47. Oh, so he's in Perth. Okay. Yeah, an Aussie. You know you're getting on when you have to think twice about how old you actually are. Yeah, it's true. Fuck those other channels doing anything they can to be relevant. They're whores. Yeah, it sounds like they are. I'm sorry for making some people feel old. Yeah, you really have. I definitely feel old. Samantha, think fine wine or decent whiskey. Yes. You're 47 because my mom is 3 years older than you. Good Lord. That is insane. But it is true, though. In fact, I'm thinking about this. So at 47, if I was like a real wild sperm guy, I could have had a kid. Even at 20 isn't that unusual. So if I was 20 and I had a kid, by the time I was 40, that kid would be 20 and could have had a kid. So I could have been a grandfather by now. So hey, your Christmas streams were awesome, Dean. Had to watch them later, but they were great. Listened at work. Oh, thank you so much. And I think I really do have to close this off. Fuck me, almost at 4 hours. Or should I just wait till the full 4 hours? We've got 9 minutes. Yeah, 9 minutes will take me to 7, and I'll clean this up and have some dinner. Excuse me. So, tomorrow is the last day of 2021, and as you'll see in my video tomorrow, it's been a pretty good year. And ironically, I talk about how much I enjoyed being part of live streams and hosting live streams, and yet today I started out saying I'm not going to do that anymore. I still don't know what I'm going to do going forward. I'm going to continue to make my videos, continue to be this lone wolf kind of guy. That's what I feel most comfortable doing. I don't know what else to say, really. I enjoy doing the videos I make. I don't particularly think they're that good, although some people have said otherwise. Maybe next year I need to evaluate how I release the videos, because this whole committing to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it puts a lot of undue pressure on me, and as a result the videos, in my opinion, kind of suffer. If I were to do them just randomly, would that be better? Or do you like the fact that you know that on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you know you're going to get a new video? I don't know what people like. And Biker has asked what month. May 74. So yeah, I'm just putting it out there. Do you like the fact that you know you get a video Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Or if I just did it randomly, would that be better? Also, as well, I need to try to branch out more and not stick to this formula that Star Wars vintage is the best content, because clearly those get the best views. But for me, there are so much more things to discuss than just Star Wars. And in particular, I want to do videos about the music, the TV, the public safety announcements, do what makes you happy. That's the thing at the moment. Nothing makes me happy. It's just the mood I'm in. But I got to be honest, like today has really lifted my spirits. There's no question of that. Whether that be me just getting shit-faced live on camera, I don't know. What was the interview on British TV? It was the famous actor who would always come on to the chat shows, absolutely shit-faced. What was his name? Was it Oliver Reed? Was it? I feel like I'm becoming one of those characters. I get so uptight about Oliver Reed. There we go. I get so uptight about being myself that I always end up, drinking way too much to try and be cool and relaxed. And it does work, actually. The truth is, probably the best antidepressant ever invented is alcohol. However, it's also the worst because once you become dependent, that's no good. And if you take it once and get shit-faced and feel good, then the following day you feel hungover. The depression is like 10 times worse. Keith has a good comment here. It's not what makes you happy, but what keeps you from being unhappy. Whew, that's a good question. Like, what keeps me from being unhappy? And again, this goes back to the whole question I raised earlier about when I'm alone, I'm not happy because I want company. But when I have company, I'm not happy because I want to be alone. I always want what I don't have. And then once I get what I've wanted, I'm never satisfied. And that really is the story of my life, isn't it? Excuse me. Yeah, everyone's talking about Oliver Reed. What was the one? He came on with this like jug. Was it like a jug of ale or a jug of vodka orange juice? Yeah, it's embarrassing to watch, but I understand the flawed mind. In fact, any UK people remember when Terry Wogan interviewed George Best live on British TV. That was another good one, where he was clearly sozzled. Yes, everyone's talking about Oliver Reed. He died filming Gladiator. Yeah, but what was in the jug? Because he was drinking a jug of something, and it was funny to watch, but it's also quite sad in as much that any one of us can fall into that trap, me especially. I very much feel like I only really become open like this when I'm drinking. And Keith says, I can be in a room full of people and feel totally alone. Yet when I'm genuinely alone, I am alone. Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Oh, Thor says, hang on. Sorry, monkey. My son watches your videos. He's 6. Oh, wow. I hope he didn't pick up any bad language watching my videos. I do apologize for that. It's not my intent to curse and swear. It comes out sometimes. Ben says, I'd be interested in videos about your perspective as a YouTube creator. What it's like living with the algorithm stuff, schedule, etc. Love behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. On the, I hate to promote this because it's so self-serving, but on the Patreon, I do some behind the scenes stuff. And in particular, now today I've been very lazy. I am doing this purely on laptop. So it's laptop camera, laptop microphone. There's no lights because I almost didn't do this. And when I do the full thing, there are so many plugs and adapters and cables running everywhere. I'm assuming the picture quality is not great on this. It's all done on Wi-Fi. But yeah, isn't that's the thing. The schedule it's not easy. Like I have to film videos in advance. So as things stand, I have videos ready for Monday. No, in fact, for tomorrow, Monday and Wednesday. So I'm very much aware that I have to make more stuff for the following week, and it's not always easy to come up with new stuff. And I don't want to copy anyone else, so I have to. It's not easy, put it that way. You should watch Selling Scotland. The adverts we watched in Scotland. Is that like a show showing old adverts? If that's the case, I'd love to watch that. And Cal E148 says, I know exactly what you mean, and they often feel the same way. Yeah. George Best spent his money on wine, women, and cars, and the rest he squandered. It's a classic quote. And Red Room says, the picture is fine. Okay. Looks and sounds fine. So there you go. Sometimes you don't need to spend money on cameras and microphones. I'm seeing myself in the playback, and I want to give myself a pat on the back for being not the worst pisshead to ever appear on camera. I think I've done okay. I think my speech has been reasonably okay. But make no mistake, I am absolutely hammered. And as a result of that, I do feel pretty good. I feel a hell of a lot better than I did at the beginning of this stream. And I don't want to think it's down to the booze. I want to think it's down to everyone with their positivity. Positivity. My God, that's the thing about living here. Like, here's an interesting point for you. So I began doing videos a long time before All Things 80s. And when I watch those really old ones back, I'm shocked and disgusted at how I sound. But you know what happened? That was because I was living and working with American people 24 hours a day almost. And as a result of that, I really did pick up a really strange accent. Since divorcing myself from those arseholes, I have pretty much since April of 2019, the only person I ever talk with is my wife. And as a result of that, and also going back to Scotland for 3 months in 2019, I made a concerted effort to sound more Scottish, if that makes sense. So when you watch the really, really old videos, I sound fucking weird. And I hope now that I don't sound quite as weird. I am aware there are certain words I say, like, for example, when discussing the Action Force, I immediately said Z-Force when I meant to say Z-Force, those kind of things. But I hope I sound more Scottish than I did, if that makes sense. And I hope to improve on that, because those old videos, pre All Things 80s, it's like, what the hell is that accent? It just sounds absolutely ridiculous. And Chris here says, I spent all my money on drink, drugs, and women. The rest I blew. Yeah, and also, don't forget, fucking hell, when you look at this camera, it's all... George Best played for Hibs in, I think it was 1980. And from what I understand, the chairman paid his salary directly. Anyway, Rebel Wookie says, interesting, it sounds like Dean and several others, including myself, have similar feelings. Maybe that's why we ended up here. It's entirely possible. will we ever see Mrs. 88 join you? And you know what? I've asked her many times. Now, she maintains her English is not good, but my God, it's a hell of a lot better than my Thai. And maybe, okay, here's my deal to you. If we ever get to go there. So, right now, it's not going to happen anytime soon, but if when we finally get to go to Thailand, she has promised to do all the filming for me as I go to all these markets and toy shops. And don't forget, they have the Batman Museum. And also the place I went to before, which has the biggest collection of Star Wars busts and things. She may well appear then. And excuse me, I would like her to do that. But she is, I don't know. Here's the thing, though. I think she tricks us. Because when her and I are talking, I understand every word she says. And then when we're on FaceTime with my family, suddenly her English is terrible. So I think she's a play artist. So perhaps one day we'll see. And it's always interesting that Tony's wife picked up the Australian accent, and yet my wife her English is very much a foreigner speaking English. And Keith says, guys, if you're on Facebook, look me up. I run a mental health support group. We are a family and a safe place to be us. Don't be alone. You are never alone. So Keith, if you haven't already done so, can you post the name of the group? I would like to know about that. Yeah, a very noble pursuit. And that's the thing as well. Like, you see, I feel like a real big fraud because I purport to be this mental health advocate, helping people and stuff. And I think I have done in the past, but my God, my help or my support group is this. And that is not what I would advise anyone to follow. Knights of Old is good going, Keith Knight. Everyone deserves mental health help, and making it more common is the only way. Yes, it is. I mean, bearing in mind, if you have a dodgy heart or a dodgy liver, people think, oh, this guy has a bad heart, whatever. If your head is fucked up, people think, oh, weirdo. And that has to stop. And I think it is stopping for the most part. Keith Knight, to add to that, I'm always here for anybody if they need to rant. Awesome, Bjorn. Thank you for that. And yeah, it is indeed Z Force, not Z Force. I'm sorry about that. I mean, also as well, I hate to admit this, but I do talk about tomatoes. So embarrassing, I know. I've been in Australia 15 years, but I have my South London accent. Awesome. Now, I think I still sound Scottish, right? Or someone said on a chat a while back, oh, you sound mid-Atlantic. And to me, mid-Atlantic is Deanna Troi from Star Trek. I hope it don't sound like her. I've suffered for 2 decades, mate. It saw the end of a career I loved. If I can give back to fellow dog walkers and save one life, then I'm happy. We are not. Shit, I didn't know it ended your career, Keith. That is, yeah. Well, I guess it kind of ended mine as well. Yeah, I had to leave work in April 2009. Well, actually, I didn't. It wasn't my choice. I was kicked out because I was a psycho. But yeah, I understand that. Yeah, and also that was a damn good career you had. That's not good. Good work, good suggestion. My problem would be that I stopped using Facebook for the sake of my mental health. Yes, me too. I've not used my personal Facebook since October of 2019, actually. Yeah, there's a lot of showing off and look at me on Facebook that I don't really need to see too much of. Dean, the LP version of Hallowed by Thy Name will still be the best one. No, the LP version sucks. It's too slow. And Clive Burr with his 16th note hi-hat is awful. Sorry, I'm sorry to say that, but no. Nika McBrain rules that one. Werewolf, I want to go to Thailand. But yeah, oh shit, yeah. I remember not just the spiders, but the lizards. I remember we went, in fact, the movie Bridge Over the River Kwai, we went to the place that was filmed at, and we're staying at this little nice resort place with little cabins. And I was drinking Leo beer outside, just slurping away, and this fucking big lizard walked past. It must have been like 2 feet long. Very nearly shit myself. Yeah, that does scare me. Keith says, Gracie sounds Cockney. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But how did she pick that up so well, though? I mean, Mrs. 88 has been with me since, 2009. And she knows some Scottish words. Like, she knows about jobbies and what else? What else did she say frequently? But she knows about. She goes, like I'll if I hold my stomach. Oh, you need to go, jobby. Yes, I do. What else does she know? Oh yeah, this is funny. She recently came home from work with a pile of food, and I said, "Oh, you tea leaf." She goes, "I'm not a tea leaf," because she knows that tea leaf is thief. So there you go. A bit of info for you there. That was Keith Knight's. Oh, okay. David Edge. So good, Keith. Said earlier, diagnosed 15 years ago. Actually stopped antidepressants a year ago. I've never been on Facebook. So, David, I quit all drugs back in, it was October of 2018, and I was on fucking heavy shit. I was on, at one point, 3 medications. And I know that I shouldn't have done it myself, but my psychiatrist was the pill pusher. And she was probably in bed with Big Pharma taking these, kickbacks. So I have had no medication since October 2018. And I do my damn best. I still get these moments where I get so low. Not so low that I want to kill myself, but so low that death doesn't seem quite so bad. That was the case for the past few days. But I'd rather be in this state than be drugged up, because those drugs really deprived me of a decade of good living. So being drug-free is not the worst in the world. Keith says, "Grr, stop putting yourself down, Mary. You're not a fraud by admitting you have mental health issues. This is extreme courage. Be loud and be proud." Yeah, I know, but it's still a deficiency. It's not normal to have these recurring thoughts, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, what's your Facebook group called? Yes, I got badly injured on duty and then had the psychological damage, PTSD, social. Yeah, I didn't suffer an injury. I was just born this way. That the social anxiety, and it was diagnosed decades later that I do have some PTSD from the experience of high school, although that to me seemed like a weak cop-out. I don't really adhere to that. But even this morning, I did have a bit of a breakdown whereby the thought of Christmas being over took me back to being a child again, and the thought of Christmas being over, and I kind of had a bit of a weird situation. So PTSD, that's the other thing as well. People who say that PTSD is a made-up thing, they can go fuck themselves. That is a very real thing. Trust me on that. Yeah, there's nothing redeeming about Facebook. I would be sorry to see it. I wouldn't be sorry to see it disappear. Of course, it would simply simply be replaced with something else. Facebook replaced MySpace after all. Yeah. Um, yeah. And the funny thing is, again, so right now, as I've said, Thailand are not accepting anyone coming in. So even my wife couldn't go back home. And yet, in the past 2 days on Facebook, I've seen distant friends of ours posting, "Oh, hey, we're heading back to Thailand. We're on the plane. We're drinking this. We're drinking champagne, blah, 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 blah." I'm like, fuck you. Keep it. You know what? You're lucky. You got to go back. Keep it to yourself. Don't be boasting about it, because that kind of thing really pisses me off. And that's the other thing about, like, I also feel a little bit guilty if I do a video saying, "Hey, I just took this into my collection," because I know that I'm quite lucky to be able to do certain things. I mean, hey, I'm not a rich man, but I'm able to bring in certain items to my collection, and I like to share the experience of opening them. But I also feel an incredible amount of guilt in doing so, that I don't want to be seen as showing off, as I'm sure some people like to show off. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, very sorry to hear that, Keith. Keith and I. Yeah, you can't. The group is hidden. Only access is by friend invite. There are people in the group who are sensitive. Okay. So Keith, if you're able to send out invites to the pertinent people, that would be good. Myself included, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. As I said to someone recently who confided in me, I am in no way, shape, or form qualified to comment on mental health, but I am qualified in that I've been there and I've done that. I don't think qualification comes any further than taking your own life and coming back and enjoying life afterwards. So I've always said that I may not be medically qualified, but I think I am the most qualified to talk on the subject, if that makes sense. Yeah, Ben says, really sorry to hear that. Hope you're doing well, as can be expected. Yeah, absolutely. We all wish you the best, Keith. If you want, you can invite me. Yeah. I went to Kanchaburi in 2000. Bridge up. Yeah. Whoa, that's where I saw the big fucking lizard. And that was, I tell you what, that was, we left Bangkok and we took the old-fashioned train, and that was an absolute blast to see how it was done in the olden days. And it was amazing how at each stop you had the local sellers come on and sell their wares and stuff. But what I liked about that zone at Kanchaburi was just the chill factor. And as I said, here's the thing about Mrs. 88. She was #1 party girl when I first met her. And we would get wild and crazy. And then she developed what's known, and this is going to sound racist, and it's not, but she developed Asian flush. So when she drinks alcohol, her skin turns red and it burns and it's hot to the touch. So she quit drinking like 5 or 6 years ago, which is good and it's bad in as much as it's good that she can take care of me when I'm wasted. But I enjoyed when she was getting wild and crazy. So anyway, we're in Kanchaburi, and she was in the room watching Thai TV. So I'm on the veranda drinking Leo, and I ran out. So I went to the reception, and I think it was probably the first time I ever spoke Thai without her watching me. And I bought myself some more beer, and I went back and I sat on my chair and I'm drinking this beer, enjoying this view, thinking it's absolute paradise, when this massive fucking lizard just stomps by, and I very nearly shit myself. But that is awesome that you know exactly where I'm talking about. And Keith, hang on, I self-medicated and drifted into alcoholism, suicide and self-harm. I'm such a fucking failure that I couldn't even get suicide right. mental health humor. Don't shoot me. um, yes, and okay. What you just said is what I alluded to earlier. Um, I hate the term suicide attempt. It wasn't an attempt. It was the real deal. It just didn't work. And for you, I don't know how you survived. For me, believe it or not, Duran Duran saved my life. Let me explain. So back in 2007, I rediscovered. In fact, no, I've always loved Duran Duran. You know, even though I'm all Megadeth and Metallica, I've always loved Duran Duran, and I was part of their message board, and became well known to a lot of other Duran Duran fans. And one Duran Duran fan in particular and I became quite close. She was in Illinois. I was in, at the time, Pennsylvania. So May 24, 2008, I decided that's it. I'm done. I'm ready to leave. I'm going to die. That's it. So I took a handful of my antidepressants and a handful of sleeping pills and like a bottle of whiskey. And before things kicked in, I wrote an email to her saying, just so you know, I'll be dead in half an hour. Please tell everyone that I really love them. I miss them, but I have to go. And that is going to be the end of it. I then put on to a repeat play was Megadeth's In My Darkest Hour, which has the line, things will be better when I'm dead and gone. Don't try to understand, knowing you, I'm probably wrong. And I put that on repeat and sat down. I didn't do any of this stuff, but I just sat down. Believe it or not, this lady called from Illinois to my local police station and told them that I'd killed myself. And they rushed to the house. They kicked down the front door where they found me. I'd fallen off the chair and had puked up into a lockjaw. But they got me to the hospital. So to say it was a suicide attempt is not doing it justice. That was full-on suicide. Keith, I completely relate to what you're saying here. The self-harm I haven't partaken in, although when I was locked up in the loony ward following that whole incident, I met a girl who was a self-harmer, and we became quite close. And it really upset me that such a young girl had, her arms were scarred to hell, even her inner thighs were all scarred to hell. And she just told me that she does it because the pain she feels when she cuts herself is a momentary release from the mental pain, and that really stuck with me. Keith Knight again, Monkey Clock. I sent you a friend request on Facebook, Mucka. You're more than welcome to join the dog group. Yeah, and Keith, same for me. I don't know if you've done it yet, but please send me. Whilst I'm not someone who advocates the use of medication, I don't know if that is for or against your group. I'm very much against the use of medication, but I'm very much open to talking with other like-minded individuals. PTSD is a continuation of World War I shell shock. It's real to anyone who witnessed any form of trauma. Yeah, absolutely. It is indeed. And Bjorn says, I like my humor like my coffee. Black. Yes, indeed. Oh, Keith, you are a Facebook friend. I can add you to. Yeah, please, please do. Like I said, I don't claim to be an expert, but having gone through probably the worst parts of it firsthand, I have something to share. But then again, I'm a fraud because I almost canceled this live stream because I was so fucking depressed. So I don't know. Maybe or not, I'm someone you should listen to. I don't know. it's not showing off. You're just sharing what you love with the world. Yeah, yeah. The whole unboxing thing, that's always difficult for me, um, especially when it's like a high value item. I don't feel comfortable saying, "Hey, look what I got," because I see a lot of channels like, "Oh, hey, look at me! I got this! I got this! I got this!" And especially some of these Facebook groups are like, "Oh, look at my haul," and it's like $5,000 worth of vintage toys. You know your own body and minding, no matter what the expert. Yeah, but yeah, I do. And Keith says, "Haha, I'm a retired copper and a mental health monkey. I don't do any humor other than very black." Excuse me. That's me as well. Like I sometimes default to black humor that people around me don't get, and they think I'm a real asshole. Maybe I am. Who knows? Oh, Minternach die Ritter. I've not seen you in a long time. Dean, keep up the great content. Best wishes to you in the new year. Few months older than you, and give you much props for doing what you do. Keep using the cunt word in 2022. Thank you. You know what? Living in America, I can use it way more than I could in the UK. In fact, I use it all. In fact, confession time, I use that word every day. Um, even today, so Mrs. 88 and I are walking along one of these quiet side streets, and I hear people behind us like storming up. So I go single file to let them pass. And instead of passing, they just cross the road. I says to Mrs. 88, "Would you look at those cunts? I just let them go past and they crossed the road." Anyway, Asian flush. Yes, Asians have a missing enzyme. Yes, and Mrs. 88 has it. It's a real shame because I remember when it was like 2009, 2010, probably 11 and 12, she would get as drunk as I would, and it was an absolute blast. Whereas now that she's stopped drinking, it's always a case of, baby, drink some water, drink some water. I'm like, oh, stop annoying me. But yeah, she is very much 100% sober, but it probably keeps me in check as well because her sister, my sister-in-law, is equally as crazy as I am. So when we get together, the sister-in-law and me are just like, so in Thailand, they drink a form of brandy called Regency. And so Dao Yok is the sister and I. So we're all together. Dao Yok and me are getting absolutely plowed. So my wife is taking care of us both, which is probably a good thing, I guess. What's this? Anyone fancy a country amnesty? I think I can guess of most of you guys. Just find it interesting, and it could find a bit of context. England, an amnesty. What's that? So, okay, is there still this movement to have Scotland devolve from the UK? I don't keep up with that stuff, unfortunately. I remember that really old train. The train from Bangkok. I mean, okay, no AC, windows open, dust flying everywhere, and every stop they made, they had these Thai locals come on with like boxes of dried fish and all sorts of weird stuff. But it was like a really wonderful experience. And then here is how I don't mind this. So Thailand, so for example, if we're at a tourist site and they have a restroom or a bathroom or a toilet, so we walk to the toilets and they have ladies and they have men's. My wife walks in, boom, no problem. I walk up, oh, Farang, you have to pay. I have to pay to take a piss. My wife doesn't because she's Thai. But you know what? It's their country. That's their rules. So on the train, we had gone one stop too far by mistake. And the inspector came on and said to my wife, "Oh, you're okay, but the Farang, you have to pay like $1,000 fine." I had to pay like $30 because I overstayed the stop. My wife didn't have to, but you know what? It's their country, their rules. Oh, Zantara, I was once a secret cutter. That was the same rationale I had for it. So you thought the pain of hurting yourself took away the mental pain. That's interesting. Monkey Boy says, my mental health medication caused me to develop type 1. My medication gave me chronic cholesterol. I forget the numbers involved, but I was having chest pains and went to see what's the word for the heart doctor? God damn it. Again, mental free. Anyway, my cholesterol was like going to kill me because of these damn medications and the weight gain and stuff. I mean, okay, I'm still overweight because I eat junk and drink alcohol, but I was like 3 years ago, I was like 40 pounds more than I am now. So you can imagine, I was like a big fat fuck because of those goddamn pills. Been there, done the self-medicating with alcohol over mental health issues. All came to a head a few months ago. Had a breakdown, off the drink about 3 months now, slowly climbing back out. Good for you, Paul. I'm saying to myself as a promise, after tomorrow, I'm going to quit alcohol again and go a good few months clean, and also do a bit of fitness, diet and stuff to get myself back in order. But yeah, the self-medicating is never a good idea. Ben says, didn't mean it nosily, just interested in what time of day it's for people, where they grew. Yeah, of course, by all means, Ben, ask. What time of day it is for people? So right now it's 7:30 p.m. on the east coast of America. Keith again. Dean, that's absolutely spot on. I harmed myself to prove to myself that I could still feel pain outside of mental pain. Doctors ask me why I do it. My answer, because I enjoy it. I think I am possibly someone who enjoys a bit of, like I've never cut myself purposely, but I do. I have some weird habits. Like I do pick eyebrows for no reason. I mean, they're not too bad, but I do have occasion where I pluck out, bald spots for just because it feels good. It's the weirdest thing. You know what? This is the dumbest thing ever. So hang on. I'm done with this. I have another half. I'm going to just grab that for now. Please bear with me. But you know what? This is for the best, because after tomorrow, I want to quit alcohol. So this is my last supply. I need some for tomorrow. I'm not going to drink all of this. But as I said earlier, by far the best antidepressant is alcohol, but it's also the worst. David says, exactly the same as you. I'm coming up a year now and feeling better. Good for you. Not politically. We don't get political here, or I try not to. I mean, there are some issues that are political that I have to, sometimes talk about. Cardiologist, thank you. Yeah, I got all these all the suckers on me and treadmill and stuff, and those fucking pills put my cholesterol beyond put me beyond danger zone. Ben, I'm nosy. I ask people on Twitter because they're all over the. Yeah, it's okay to ask what age or where we're from. In Cockney land, the word cunt is multifunctional. a term of greeting. How's it going, cunt? Jest, you cunt. Farewell, see you later, you cunt. Insult, you're a cunt. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the thing about in Scotland as well. It's like it covers everything, and I use it quite freely in America, whereas in America it's exclusively for a nasty female. So I get away with it. And also, speaking of things Mrs. 88 says that are Scottish, so she refers to female sanitary products as fanny pads. And so if we're in Walgreens or CVS, she goes, I need to buy some fanny pads. No problem. When we were back in Scotland, I said, for God's sake, do not call them fanny pads. There we go. Wow, 4:30 in Portland. Not bad. So, 3 hours behind. Always watch and enjoy the content. We have a great community here. Let's keep up the positive thoughts and walk into 2022. And you know what? The funny thing is, I have had the best time ever with all of you guys, and I've not seen any of the names that I see come up in other live streams that kind of annoyed me that didn't watch my streams. So what does that tell you? I have the best audience, and I don't need these other clowns, right? And as I said earlier, there were people that told other people, do not watch all things 80s. And that is up to them. So, yeah, I think I said this before, that I have the best audience, the most genuine audience, because there's no bullshit here. Monkey Boy, Midnight 33, wow. Keith says, I would burn myself, Dean. Cigarette burns, candles, matches. My left arm looks like the surface of, oh shit. Yeah, that does upset me a little bit to hear that. But I as I said, I fully understand the rationale behind it, having spoken in depth with a girl who was like slashed to all hell, both arms, both inner thighs. Don't ask how I knew about the inner thighs, but I did. And that's it is. Paul says, we're all part of the 88 family. Well, thank you so much. Wow, this is quite remarkable. I never thought there were so many people who are part of this family. You know what? Everyone watching, if I put out a video, just put in the comments, even just say hey or whatever, so I know you're watching, because I always feel like people don't watch the videos. But clearly there are people who still support this channel. That must be confusing. Oh, okay, hang on, I missed the first comment. Cloth, although American, I sometimes observe that my internal clock is set to UK or Aussie time. Yeah. When I lived in Pennsylvania, I would be active until about 4 in the morning, go to bed, wake up at 11, get ready by 1, and then continue that whole pattern. It was very strange. Soda Cola, 88 for life. Wow. Samantha says, it is, but my internal clock is wonky. Yeah, we're all a bit wonky. Sorry, wasn't trying to change the subject from mental health. I would call myself a self-medicating dog walker too, just nosy. Also amazed by the internet too. Yeah. Can someone clarify what the dog walker term means? I saw it earlier and I think I missed it. Just like the New World Order. Yeah. Tim. Yeah, I'm okay now. I'll be honest. I've not been good the past couple of days, and there's every chance I'll wake up tomorrow not feeling good. It's just one of these things that the dark clouds do follow me, and sometimes they get overhead and take over my thoughts. And that has been the case these past couple of days. Although I'm sure no one's watching who this concerns, but I was slightly perturbed by the fact that the people I thought were my friends were busy posting about some other channel doing a quiz show at my time, where I thought I'd established that this was the time for me to do these live streams. And they were all, oh yeah, I can't wait to see this live stream. And that really pissed me off, actually. Oh, I'm sorry, I just farted. My apologies there. So that kind of pissed me off a little bit. And like, I know that I'm not the most outgoing of people. I'm not the most friendly of people. I try my best, but it's not really in my nature too much. And so, yeah, I got a bit pissed off today. Well, pissed off for a few days, but really today was quite bad. But as I said earlier, Tim, I tend to do better in even-numbered years. So 2022 should be better than this past year. And let's see what happens. So Ben says 88 family. Thanks, Doc. Now that might have been an emoji that didn't translate into text. I don't know, but thanks, Doc. I send that. And Chris says, me and Ronan still here. It's 12:39 here in the UK. Great live chat. Glad this chat's cheered you up. Everyone has a good and bad day. Yeah, absolutely. And, obviously, I'm sure you're fully aware of the substandard banthas that have been released. And I'm so glad to be part of the Stan Solo family as opposed to the other group, because that is not good stuff. And if anyone else here didn't realize already, the slave layers are in hand with Chris and they look absolutely amazing. In fact, they are better than expected, which is not common these days. So if you ordered from Chris, you will be in for a treat. So Keith, walking the dog is the name of my Facebook group. The black dog is an expression used to describe the depression and mental health issues. Winston Churchill called his illness the black dog. We are dog. Oh, thank you so much. And massive respect to Winston Churchill as well. So okay. As far as history goes, I am a novice. So I didn't know that Winston had mental health issues. But the fact that he called it the black dog, any relation to the Led Zeppelin song? Because I have to confess, I'm not a Zepp fan at all. Rush, Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, I'm not really a fan of, I have to confess. And I do apologize if that causes offense, but that is where I am. David says, I'll be more vocal on future streams and try to watch live more. Well, thank you. And Tim says, yes, I saw the slave layers and they look excellent in those. Yeah, oh, they really do. They're not pale-faced and they look exactly as they should do. I'm not going to go out on a rant against other makers, but my God, the bantha with the butt plug for the saddle and the screw for the harness is not a good look. And I think we all made the right choice in going with the other company. There we go. Biker, got to head to bed, Dean. Of course you do. Wishing you a very happy new year. Stay strong. Hope to see more videos. Okay. Thank you, Biker. Happy New Year to you as well. I stole it from Keith Knight. My old cover band was called Black Dog 2. Quite appropriate, and typing on a 2008 iMac, so emojis might be problematic. Oh, excuse me. Of course. And Tim says, I think Deep Purple is a bit before your time, Dean. Aren't Deep Purple more 60s, early? Well, no, I mean, Deep Purple were there in the formative years of heavy metal. So you had what, like Deep Purple, Black Sabbath. I guess Judas Priest were there in the beginning, Motorhead. But I just never really connected with those older styles. Even to this day, in fact. In fact, I was playing some guitar earlier, and the sound I had wasn't, how do I say, thrashy enough. I need that high gain sound. And when you listen to old Deep Purple, old Led Zeppelin, it's like the old sort of Marshall cranked, like a single coil in the telly. It doesn't sound good, but I appreciate what those guys did to inspire bands like Metallica and Iron Maiden. Tim Hayes laughing at the butt plug. Yes. Um, I've heard of this band, thought, where do I get that in Slave Leia? So Stan Solo Creations, I think, depending where you are, if you're in the UK, Etsy is your best bet. If you're in the US, there is a US seller who I've used many times. Let me try and find for you if I go to my purchased. I think he is the official retailer in America, and it's the best bet because you get it with American shipping, so like $4. If I can just find the seller's name. Let me see. Seller. Okay. One Bad 07. That's ONEBAD 07 is the seller. And I forget his name, so I apologize for that. But yeah, that is your best bet if you live in America. If not, Etsy and look up Stan Solo, or I guess Slave Leia or Custom Star Wars. But yes, absolutely the best there is. Keith says Black Dog is associated with mental health, but it isn't actually about a dog. It's a beast, a thing, or it certainly is a beast. There's no question that what can turn me. So on December 25, I'm the happiest guy in the world, not a care in the world. And then December 26, I am the worst guy in the world. Absolutely. Mitternacht, der Ritter. Are you German? I mean, it sounds very German. That sounds quite cliched, but I was informed from my German grandfather, who served in World War II, cunt stands for can't understand nothing technical. Not sure if that's true. Could be. That's a very good way of putting it. Cunt. Yeah. Were you in a band? Yeah, Ben, were you in a band? And only one Kenobi. Although, having had the new Stan Solo Ghost Kenobi, there are now two Kenobis. Only two Kenobis. Can I even try what would be a good Obi-Wan impression? Luke, use the Force. That's my best. I'm sorry. It must be your longest stream ever. Actually, my longest stream was after drinking 12 pints, but that's another story. Again, P.S. I've been away and now I'm back. Yes, you were. Yes, you were, and now you are. I was and still am a big Queen fan. Funnily enough, my mum and dad were an odd bunch, shall we say, in as much as they had very high, is this the right thing to say? They had high opinions of themselves. They were very much into their classical music, cheese and wine, etc. But in the early 80s, my dad had the Queen's greatest hits on cassette that he would play in the car. And this must have been after 82 because my half brothers had Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast that I would listen to. And my dad would play the Queen's Greatest Hits. And there's a song on that tape that starts like, now I'm here. And I confused that with Number of the Beast, like, we are the. So I always got confused with those. But I grew up listening to Queen a lot in the car as a kid. And as a result of that, that's how I kind of grew my love of the electric guitar. So thanks to my dad's love of Queen. And my they are half, fuck me. The half brothers had the Flash Gordon soundtrack from Queen. And I remember the one song that had like the tom-toms. That was a big favorite of mine as well. Knights of Old. First 3 Sabbath albums are amazing. Yeah, they were like way ahead of their time. And in fact, even the latest Black Label Society album is pure Black Sabbath. In fact, the last 2 were pure Black Sabbath. And Timothy Ward has, there we go. If you want Stan Solo figures, there you go. Thank you, Timothy. Only one. You need a bigger house. Oh yeah. That's where I get so fucking pissed off with my situation living here. Studio apartments in New York are terrible for collectors. I'm at the stage where I think I can now say 98% of my collection is stored in boxes. Absolutely ridiculous. Keith Knight says, my old band was gigging the night that Freddie's death was announced. We did a Queen medley. What a night that was. That must have been, what, 91? 91? I was in the 6th year of high school. Yes, and then the following year was the big tribute that Metallica played, and that was the highlight of my life. And Chris confirms, yes, John Kelly in the US is the official Stan Solo distributor for American fans, myself included. And I feel bad that I'm not going to Chris directly, but for time and shipping costs, John Kelly is the man. Excuse me. I think my Leia is from Chris directly, but even if you order from Chris, they come from the UK in super fast time. It really is quite remarkable. And I can't say enough good things. And also, bearing in mind, I am not affiliated with Stan Solo Creations, but I do promote them absolutely. Actually, here's another thing as well, just to say this right here, right now. If you go to the other place, you will see comments on the website as recommended by Retro Blasting, Analog Toys, Bosk's Bounty, All Things 80s, and someone else. I'm like, you motherfucker, take that off right now. He didn't do that. So people going to that website think that I endorse that other place. I do not. I am another customer who has paid hundreds of dollars for 13 figures and have nothing. Well, I have a Thrawn that I didn't ask for to show for it. Not cool. Masters Joker 75. Great live stream, Dean. I've been watching from the start. Is this the longest you've ever done? I've just realized it's New Year's Eve. My God. My timer says 4 hours 53. I thought I was the biggest introvert who could never talk to anyone. Apparently not. Although I am in the altered state, so maybe that counts for something. Altered state Dean is far more friendly than normal Dean. Thanks. I'll check out Stan Solo on Etsy or the link I just showed you if you are in the US. Manic depression, Dean. Typical mania. Extreme ups. Oh, tell me about it. I tell you what, though, I miss those extreme ups. Okay, here's a quick story for you all. When I was back in Scotland, unmedicated and unaware of what I had, This must have been circa 2000, 2001. I genuinely thought I was a bona fide rock star. And in Edinburgh, Princes Street, this new shop opened up that sold leather stuff. And I walked in there thinking I'm the man. And I think they were Indians, and they were selling all this tacky leather shit. And I walked out of that shop with a pair of a pair of leather jeans and a leather trench coat. And I got home and began drinking, put this stuff on. I thought I was Richie Sambora of Bon Jovi. And I also had a pair of motorcycle boots that I bought from Next, if you remember Next from the UK. So I've got all this shit on. I'm thinking, what motherfucker, I am the man. And then my mom walked in and says, what the hell is this? I'm like, oh, it's my new gear. You look ridiculous. I'm like, what? And she brought me right back into size. But yeah, I genuinely thought I was somebody who would be worthy of wearing leather jeans and a biker jacket. Oh, no, not a biker jacket, a trench coat. Hi, there we go. Only one Kenobi is that laughing, okay. 12 pints, that's a lot of pissing later on. Is that referring to me or someone else? 12 pints of beer or 12 pints of whiskey? I don't know. Keith Knight, oh wow. Awesome, you guys did the Queen medley. Must have been amazing. Of course, absolutely. In fact, Keith, do you still... Okay, Keith, if I'll get to you when I get to the comments, but when you play bass, do you play bass like Steve Harris, and do you have the low action and the flat wound strings and ding 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 ding? Because that's my favorite bass sound ever. Hang on, I missed one here. Chris is the one guy who has his shit together. Got to get me a slave Leia. Oh yeah. I'm sure we all saw the images of the other one. They just look terrible. And you know what? I think it's really sad that it came to this fight over repro companies. But when you tell your customers that you will have these figures by early January 2020, and you pay all that money, I don't know what I paid. It must have been what? At least 200, maybe $300. And then it gets put back and it gets put back. And then you get told, oh, sorry, you backed a Kickstarter. These figures are not guaranteed. That's when I get pissed off. And that's when I think, fuck you, and go to the company that actually does deliver figures. And that is not any sort of advertisement. That's just my opinion. Slight tangent, but still 80s. Does anyone remember the cartoon Defenders of the Earth? Saw it in a forgotten 80s show vid and could even sing the theme tune. They even had a toy line. I don't recall that at all. Nah, not a dry eye on the stage, not many in the audience. Freddie is a legend. And you know what? Here's the funny thing. When I quit my pills back in October 2019, so the pills I was taking nullified all emotions. So it kept me level. I was never happy, but I was never down. They kept me neutral. I quit those, and a few weeks after quitting, I watched the Bohemian Rhapsody movie. And those closing scenes, I was like crying like a fucking baby. It was out of control. It was like sobbing. I couldn't understand why. And then after that, I watched a video of Ace Frehley on, I think it was, I might be wrong, but someone called the Tom Green Show. And this was during the Dynasty period where kids were being interviewed, and Ace and Peter Criss were like fucked up beyond belief. And Paul and Gene were like furious. But Ace was on fire and his jokes were hitting the mark. I have never laughed as hard in my life as I did watching that clip, because all of a sudden all my emotions came back and it was just wonderful. Ben says, loved it. We had good 10-year run of gigging, just covers Zeppelin, AC/DC, The Who, Tin Lizzy, etc. Good times. The unmentionable virus hasn't. Oh yeah, tell me about it. Let me see. Red Room says, I can only imagine I broke down crying at Freddie's death. Yeah, in the subsequent years, I've faced a few of my favorites passing on. The first one, of course, being Dimebag Darrell, which that one was the hardest because that was murder. Since then, a lot of my favorites have passed. Nick Menza of Megadeth, Lane Staley, of course. Lemmy was the biggest one. Fuck me. Lemmy died the same day as my mom. So what a fucking day that was. I remember it clear as day because the sister-in-law was over visiting. We were on Liberty Island, about to board. In fact, no, we were on Liberty Island, having got off the ferry, and my dad calls. He says, Dean, I'm really sorry. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. And that was a phone call. And I finally processed that. And because the sister-in-law was over, we had to do the whole tourist thing. And got through all of that. And then I think we went back to my wife's restaurant to eat and drink. And I was like drinking heavily. Open my phone. Boom. Lemmy's dead. Fuck me. What a fucking day that was. God damn it. Anyway. Samantha, I can very much relate to the bigger house thing. I'm sure most people can. And I'm not trying to play the victim here. But I am living in what? Maybe 10 meters by 5 meters plus a bathroom. And that's bed, living area, kitchen. It fucking sucks if you're a collector. Werewolf, I love the Clash and the Jam, but too young to see them live. Yeah. Lead guitar, wanker, eh? I'm sorry. I hope I didn't say that. Like, I'm at the point where I'm not quite remembering what I've said before. Oh shit, hang on. Hang on. Hey, I'm still live. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. Talk later, eh? Okay. No. Talk later, eh? Okay, bye-bye. Bye. And Bjorn is absolutely correct. Eric Carr died the same day as Freddie Mercury, and it's not a pissing contest, but if Eric Carr died on any other day, he would have got the respect he deserved. As it was, he was overshadowed by Fred Mercury, which in the UK makes sense, I guess. Scott says, "Docked out for supper." Great to see you still on. Yeah, this is like a goddamn marathon. Couldn't believe it, Mark. Glad someone else remembered it. Did Mark talk about Eric Carr? I'm sorry, I'm losing track here. Keith, bass player. I trumped your wankerness, I think. But Keith, I don't see your answer yet. Do you play like Steve Addis and you slap those strings against the fretboard? Tim, yes, the Slave Leah so far coming directly from Chris. Very good. Dean is doing a Mahler stream. Yeah, this is absolutely a record for me. What's this one? Dean is doing a Muller stream. That's right. I forgot about Eric. Yeah, Eric Carr. This will be controversial. My favorite Kiss drummer is Eric Singer. Yeah. And he hit on my wife to be, in fact. So when we got engaged, I think it was 2012, we did the whole VIP Kiss thing. And we were in the tent, and Kiss came out to do the acoustic set for us. And Eric Singer walked in, saw my wife to be, his eyes lit up, grabbed her hand, kissed her hand, and the whole set, he was throwing her guitar picks that, of course, I picked up. But yeah, and then for the whole engagement scene, I had Gene Simmons be the witness. Fuck me, that was awesome. My God, I have lived a life. Thank God for that. Yeah. What do you play, Keith Knight? Awesome, you played. Yeah. Keith plays the bass, but I still want to know if he plays like Steve Harris. Only one. Such a good collection, brother. Have you been visited by a large Hasbro box yet containing a vehicle that rhymes with breast? Oh. Yeah. You mean the one that got blown up before it was released? Keith, I've always said that when we need help, we should talk about it. Nearly 5 hours later, you're smiling and relaxed. Job done. Yeah, but it might be the whiskey talking. I don't know. But either way, I do feel a hell of a lot better than I did 5 hours ago. My old boss used to call people he didn't like the C word without saying it. He would say goodbye by saying, see you next Tuesday. Yeah, that's a good one. I have used that. And actually, I used that in my last job a few times, but over their heads. Probably just as well. Okay, second that motion, dude. Hope good vibes carry through. Absolutely. And Anthony, hey everyone, Happy New Year. Happy New Year indeed, Anthony. 12 pints of whatever you mentioned drinking. Well, it wasn't 12 pints today. Might have been, what? Back in the day. Keith, bass player, mate. Started when I was 13, been playing for 40 years now. With everything from C and W, all country and western, jazz, reggae, and heavy rock metal. So, okay, Keith, can you play note for note Rio by Duran Duran? I'd like to know. Only one Kenobi. He's laughing at your Obi-Wan impression earlier. Haha. Do Yoda next. Yoda. What the fuck are Yoda's lines? Much bullshit do you speak? Much bullshit do you speak? I don't do impressions, and that is why. Wow, Motherwell. Are you a Motherwell fan, and what is your opinion of Twat leaving to join United? Twat being Tony Watt. If they put first names on the shirts, it would be TWATT, Twat. Jim Largo, multitasking, enjoying your company, Dean, while I'm tidying up the man cave. Good for you. Defenders of the Earth, Defenders. James Salzburg, Defenders was all the King Syndicate heroes. Phantom, Flash, Gordon, Mandrake was a book show. Wow. That's a lot to take in there. Blake Tarpley. NECA did a recent Defenders of the Earth line of figures. Didn't know that. Excuse me again. Yep. I love Defenders of the Earth. They were the kids of Marvel heroes or something, right? Mandrake, Phantom, Flash, Gordon. I don't recall that line whatsoever. Fucking love Tom Green. Tom Green. Is he that little sort of ginger-haired guy? I am sort of losing my track here. Keith Knight says, Dean, I have been in many bands over 40 years and was a session musician, so I can play pretty much any style, finger and or plectrum. I don't like slap, but can play it. Yes, but do you do a Steve Harris gallop with rotosound flat wounds on a Fender P bass with Seymour Duncan Steve Harris pickups. Wow, geek out there. Here we go. Monkey Boy. Keith Knight, that's so cool. Yes, it's very cool. Okay. Only one's going to be, oh no, Dean, man, sad times. Is that sad about my Yoda impression? Because it was very sad. Most disappointing about Freddie dying was that the news was totally glossed over since Magic Johnson announced that he had AIDS at the same day, which was in all the news and talking about, that was probably the American side of things. Is he still alive? I have no idea. I don't follow American sports. Bass is my first instrument. Still have my 4001 Ricky. Rickenbacker from 76. Old as me. Ibanez 6-string and a double bass too. So the Rickenbacker was, of course, Lemmy's weapon of choice. My preferences are the old stuff, 60s, 70s. Wow. Mark, I recently had that Sid Vicious bust into Freddie Mercury's changing room, and Freddie fronted up to him, calling him Simon Ferocious. And what was he going to do about it? Sid backed off. Well, so Sid Vicious, is it true that he'd never played a note on the Pistols album and was just the sort of image guy? I mean, great punk image, no question. And funnily enough, I do remember when I was going into Manhattan, standing outside the Chelsea Hotel and thinking, wow, that's where Sid Vicious killed Nancy. Tim Hayes, that sounds like my mom's mobile phone. I'm not sure that. Oh, Jim. Oh, thank you so much, Jim. Shifting gears to something a bit more positive. What's your favorite addition to your Batman 66 collection this year? Hands down winner, the Hot Toys, Batman and Robin. Those things are beyond magnificent. Those are the best things. Yeah, those are the best things I own, in fact, without question. They are sublime. Keith says to Ben, you have a 4001 Ricky, and he's drooling like Homer Simpson. I think I need to pee again. We got 45, so if I take a quick leak, if I come back and there are still 45, I'll be amazed. Give me, 90 seconds to 2 minutes. Be right back. Sorry. I do apologize. 41s, so we lost 2. That's okay. So when you guys drink pints of ale, do you have this thing called breaking the seal where you can go maybe 6 pints without taking a leak? And then you go for that first leak, and that is it. You're there every 5 minutes. Thankfully, I'm drinking whiskey, and it's not quite as bad as drinking ale. So anyway, Monkey Boy says, where is Slave Leela available? Tim posted the link earlier for I guess it's the American seller or the Etsy store. But if you go on Etsy, But also Google any of Stan Solo's figures on eBay, and you will find the American seller. Excuse me. Yes, Dusty from ZT Top also passed. So you and Eric Singer are besties. Well, no, because I said to him, hey, I'm watching you. And he kept throwing these damn pics towards my future wife. And I just gobbled them up. Not gobbled, but, gobbled them up. And that was kind of cool. That was probably one of the most amazing days ever, to be honest. And I still look at the pictures of that day and all the guitar picks and passes and tickets and things. What a fucking great day that was. Because I knew that I didn't want to do an average, boring engagement. I thought, what can I do that really fits my personality? And that was Kiss. And to have Gene Simmons be the witness to the whole thing and fist bump me afterwards, it was great. I loved it. It's beautiful to me, probably showing its age as much as that. So that's this Rickenbacker. Keith says, Steve Harris plays triplets, same as John Entwistle. Yes, I can play triplets or galloping bass. Okay, but 2 fingers or 3 fingers? I'm sorry, Keith. I'm sorry to keep asking questions because Ari plays with 2 fingers, and that is. I tried to learn the Harris style, but fatigue sets in after like 30 seconds, and I just seize up. Can't do it. But my God, what a player! Only One Kenobi cannot wait for the 3.75 HasLab Razor Crest. Good for you. And you know what? As much as I don't buy Hasbro stuff, and I don't really give a shit, to be honest. I felt badly for the people who wanted that Rancor and couldn't get it. So you guys that are getting your Razor Crest, good for you. Hope you enjoy them. Joined late after a family Zoom call this evening. A marathon session indeed. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Tim, what are you saying, Tim? Monkey Boy Clothclat. It started out as a pre-order which sold out. So I think the pre-orders are going out first. There should be another batch made for sale. This is in reference to the Slave Leia. Speaking of which, I was looking at Twitter today or yesterday, and someone called it Hut Slayer Leia. I'm like, don't be a fucking pussy. Don't be woke. It is Slave Leia. Always was, always will be. There is no such thing as Hut Slayer Leia. Sorry if that offends anyone, but that's just my opinion. Haha. Yoda Screech was amazing. Okay. Keith. Yes, I can play Rio. John Taylor is a hero of my youth. I can play most DD stuff. Steven and the Ragged Tiger. Thank you. Actually, that is my favorite Duran Duran album because it was my first. But as much as I like and do indeed love Rio, there's something about Steven and the Ragged Tiger that I got circa May, I think, of 84. That when I listen to it, it takes me right back. I then got Rio in August of 84. Now, there was one time in Thailand at one of these, it was a resort in Hua Hin, and everyone was drunk and went to bed. I staggered out of the cabin and went to the beach, and it was all these like palm trees and sand, and the shore was washing up. And on my phone, I pulled up Save a Prayer, and the whole experience was just mind-blowing to hear the song and be amongst palm trees and sand and shore. Wonderful experience. But I would love to see you do a video of that. Rio is probably my favorite bassline song. Yeah, but based on your recommendation, the waitresses and wrapping paper is up there as well. I asked earlier, Obi-Wan Kenobi has Chestnut. I don't think it's coming till February or something. Not that I follow that stuff. Yeah, I follow the well. Unfortunately, can't keep the players as money gets them. Yeah, like 20 Watt has had the best season he's ever had in his whole life, and then he buggers off at the first opportunity. That's not cool. But again, any player whose initials are T Watt is not always the best bet. Was it Stan Solo? Yeah, Stan Solo. Tim Hayes. Tom Green was a shock jock comedian who used to be married to Drew Barrymore. Oh, so who am I thinking of? Some small guy with ginger hair. Fuck me, we are so behind. We'll get to everything. Yes, Monkey Boy. Thanks. Anthony, best Yoda impression. Really? Are you serious? Is this great Yoda impression? Wow. That is quite something. Didn't Tom Green have a comedy show on MTV, or am I dreaming? Tim says, I think Magic Johnson is still alive, but he was forced into early retirement because of having AIDS. I think he tried to have a talk show, but it didn't work out. Okay. Yes, Flood, it was a shock jock comedy show on ITV. So, only one Kenobi, Nick. He loves Sid Vicious, such as an icon like Stuart Sutcliffe. Looks the part, but had no idea how to play the gear. Yeah. Didn't they say he played one note? Like to have him on the album, he struck one note, and that was it. And that was the never mind the bollocks. Your mobile phone ringing earlier sounded just like my mom's. It's just I have no ringtone. It's just a buzz. Keith Knight. Sid Vicious couldn't play a note on the bass. John Lydon once said we nicknamed him Vicious because he was such a wanker. I got to say, John Lydon has one of the best, sharpest minds I've ever seen. My favorite ever John Lydon clip was where he's clearly drinking a pint of lager, and he says, "Oh, this lemonade's delicious." Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Drain the snake. Yes, indeed. Kevin Kelly. Evening all in the house. Cheers, Tim Hayes. I had a vague recollection of it. Okay. Let's do this 8-hour stream. So fuck me, we're at 5 hours and 22 minutes. Good Lord. How did this happen? You enjoyed the TV show Still Game? Not really, because I think it came on after I left. But my dad did record one episode to show me when I came back in Christmas of 2018, and it was okay. Excuse me. I do remember, what's his name? Ricky. Who was the irreverent I Am Jolly? Ricky, not Ricky Fuller, surely. Someone can comment. I Am Jolly was the big comedy sketch from Scotland. Tim, John Lydon, who I'll always know him better as Johnny Rotten. Of course, Johnny Rotten. He always will be Johnny Rotten. But he actually is a really, I respect him a lot. I've seen him interviewed many times, and he makes complete sense. And don't forget, he busted Jimmy Savile back in the late 70s. So there you go. I hate that Lydon betrayed his roots. Yeah, I know, but in practice, it's good to remain punk rock, but that doesn't really pay the bills, although the butter commercial was cringeworthy. Sid Vicious couldn't play, but had a lot of attitude. Oh, yeah. What was his rendition? Was it My Way? Oh, my God, that's terrible. But yeah. Yep. Yep. I don't know what I said or whoever said, but they're all agreeing. Once the seal is broken, yeah, that's when you take the first leak. And this is, yeah, anyone in America, follow Tim's link to buy Stand Solo in America with American shipping. And if you are lucky, as I have been, you will get cheap shipping and some nice extras. And not guaranteed, I'm just saying you might. And it's a very good deal. So thank you, Tim, for posting that. I'm game for an 8-hour live stream here. Paul Pacific. I don't know where you are. I'm guessing you're on the Pacific coast. I cannot believe I've sat here and waffled on for 5.5 hours almost, given that when I started out, I was almost set to quit all this whole scene. Oh my God. And I hope this isn't people watching like watching a car crash, because I've clearly drank way too much, but I think I'm still being somewhat coherent. In fact, some might say I'm more coherent than I am when I'm sober. And that is possibly due to the fact that I'm completely relaxed. I'm not uptight. I'm not anxious. And again, I say, if you're depressed, drink alcohol. In fact, no, don't take that advice. Sorry. I take that back, but you get my point. Okay, Ben says, okay, my bladder is now synchronized with Dean's. What does this mean? It means we are bladderized twins, if that's such a thing. Connected at the bladder. One cock, share this, or no, sorry, 2 cocks and 1 bladder. There you go. That's a new one for you. 10 pints of Guinness will, yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of ale, I can go 6 pints of ale without taking a leak. I go for that first one, and that is it. Every 2 or 3 minutes, you have to go take another piss. That's why I sometimes envy girls with their little cocktail drinks and shots and stuff. They can do that all night and never have to pee. Excuse me. Kevin says, hard to beat the wee Guinness. A wee Guinness. Guinness, it's all right. I've enjoyed it the most in Ireland. Especially at the Dublin airport. In fact, although the last time I was there, so when we left Scotland, we flew back via Dublin, and we had to fly business class. And that's a true story. We had to, because we had so much luggage to bring back. Because bearing in mind, I'd spent the previous 2.5 months cleaning out the family home and getting rid of shit and bringing back a ton of artifacts. We had so much luggage, the only way to bring it back was on business class, which thankfully the arsehole lawyer ended up paying for. But anyway, other story. So we had the business class privilege of the lounge, and I got in there, rubbing my hands, I think, okay, 10 pints of Guinness, here we come. And they only had fucking cans of Guinness. So I had like umpteen cans of Guinness, and I had Jack Daniels. I had all this like fancy cheese and bread and stuff. Mrs. 88's gorging herself in all these various dinners and whatnot. I'm like, fuck me. This is business class and there's no draft Guinness. What the hell is this all about? Yeah, that was a fun experience. And then on the flight home from Dublin to New York, of course, but we had the flatbeds. And I got on there more than half cut. And we sat down, and I said to the lady, okay, can I get a Heineken and a Jack Daniels? And she said, this is no lie, she says, do you want doubles? I said, sure. So the next thing I know, I've got two cans of Heineken, 2 Jack Daniels, and quaff that. So I ring the bell. I says, can I get another Jack Daniels, please? She goes, tell you what, I'll give you 3. I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, fucking me drinking all these whiskeys. And then I'm like, I'm done. I've got to sleep. So I put this bed back, and I pass out like all ugly face. And then we wake up in the morning, and she goes, oh, good morning, sleeping beauty. I'm like, what the hell is this? But my God, what an experience. And the best part was the fucking lawyer that ripped me off ended up paying for it. So there you go. What a story for you. Crown Royal, Dean, brewed right here in Manitoba, Canada. Great choice. Yeah. I got to thank Pantera and Dimebag Darrell for the Crown Royal introduction. It really is the best. So the black tooth shot of Crown Royal, dash of Coke to give it a black color, and it's the black tooth, and boom, down you go. Awesome. Monkey Boy Cloth Cat. Steve Harris has fingers. Oh yeah. I'll tell you what, his wife must be loving it. He has the fastest fingers in metal. And Ben says, I play Harris with 3 fingers, and you, my friend, are a fraud. It has to be 2 fingers. Keith Knight, 3 fingers. Steve Harris uses, no, he uses 2 fingers. He's a 2-finger man. Hard to beat a nice pint of it anyway. Yeah, is that Guinness? Yeah, I can take it or leave it. I mean, as far as beer goes, I am a complete scumbag. I drink Coors Light because you can drink a whole pack of that stuff and still keep going, and that's the best part. You know, you can purchase them from Stan Solo Customs. Yeah. Only one can know, but you're 100% correct, Dean. It's Slave Leia and it's Slave One. Of course it is. Let's not bow down to these woke individuals who want to sanitize everything we enjoyed once. My God, I still love Dukes of Hazzard, Confederate flag and all. The Dukes of Hazzard never enslaved anybody. Get over it. My first album was DD Arenas. Arena, yeah. My first vinyl would have been Arena. I had, in order, I had 7 and the Ragged Tiger on cassette, Rio on cassette, Duran Duran on cassette, and I got Arena on vinyl. Fantastic. Well, weird album. I mean, 4 live tracks, Studio Wild Boys, and then 5 live tracks. Very strange. Seth Green, like maybe I'm confused about who Seth Green is. Okay, who's the Seth that was a small gimp with ginger hair? You're thinking of either Carrot Top, no, or Danny Bonaducci, no, not them at all. I'm thinking of some weird guy with almost like a duck face and ginger hair. Fuck that Slave Leia and Slave One. Fuck. Are you for or against? I don't know. Dean, are you in a better mood? Oh, of course I am. But the problem is it because I drank half a bottle of whiskey or because of the support? I think it's a combination. The real question is in, let me think, 3 days' time, because tomorrow I'm going to get half cut and then go to the Thai restaurant and drink with these Thai people for New Year. I'm going to be feeling good again. Jan 1st, I'm going to be miserable and hungover. So Jan 2nd, still. So if by Jan 3rd, if I'm still in good spirits, everything is good. Who knows? Johnny, holy hell, still going, been for a walk, showered and watered the lawn. Dean's got stamina. Well, I've got something, but I don't know if it's stamina. Here's my point. I feel really comfortable doing this as opposed to being part of someone else's stream or having when I have guests on, I feel really uptight and worried about fucking up and stuff or embarrassing myself on someone else's stream. This is me. If I screw up, I screw up, and no one gets hurt by it. Keith Knight. Then, you did the right thing by going live, and I told you before, this is the therapy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is the therapy. And you know what? I'm so thankful that I have someone like Keith who can resonate with this whole problem. I'm not proud of the fact that I have this issue. But I also don't shy away from the fact. And if I can share my experience to help someone, that's a good thing. And equally, hearing Keith and others share their perspective is also equally beneficial to me. And it's weird that I can say words like beneficial when I'm fucking drunk as a skunk. And yet when I'm sober, I'm so uptight I stutter. I can't get my words out. I can't even remember words. If you watch my YouTube videos, you will hear me hum and haw and pause and and it's so embarrassing. And yet here, I can just let it flow. And I'm probably the friendliest guy in the world right now, but this is not my normal state, unfortunately. AWM85, Ricky Fulton, I am jolly. Did you enjoy Rabs? Yeah, I enjoyed Rabsy. Was it? I will tell you this, boy. He had the string vest. What was the other one? Rabsy Nisbet, Ricky Fulton. What was the girl, the female? Someone will remind me. Not being political or nothing. Stop changing the shit we grew. Oh, indeed, don't stop changing the shit we grew up with. Yes, I completely back that policy. You are coherent enough for me, brother. Okay, thank you. And Keith, Scottish men sound the same when drunk or sober. Well, it depends. It depends what part of Scotland you're from. I think the Ouija's, the Glaswegians, they sound drunk when sober, whereas the East Coast folks, we sound more civilized, right? Or at least I think we do. Hang on. What the hell? Hang on. You're like Johnny from the one episode of WKRP. I have no idea who that's aimed at, and I don't know what WKRP is. Wish I could stay. Love the channel, Dean. I'll catch the replay. Got a brisket on the new smoker and hanging with the... Oh, brisket sounds good. Well, thank you for stopping by. Better when you... Yeah, it is better, right? Oh, yeah. Hang on. Jeff Floyd. I saw Jeff Floyd, or Flood, and Keith Knight, and I thought of Keith... Was it Keith Floyd, that drunken chef? And Mitternacht loves Johnny Rotten. Yeah. So, 2 cocks and 1 bladder. It's 1:30 in the UK, and I'm laughing out loud at these buttes, Dean. Yeah, imagine sharing a bladder with another cock. How would that work? Yeah, the bladder has no real good value except containing the piss. I swear I thought turkeys could fly. Can they not? That's the only place to enjoy Guinness. Yeah, in Dublin, yeah. But like I said, they only had cans of Dublin at the airport in business class. Like, what the hell is that? Although I do remember thoroughly enjoying, they had a cheese board with all these crackers and bread. And I thought it was the best thing I'd ever seen in my life. And also, I remember I vaguely remember on the flight getting each course served with proper porcelain plates and real cutlery. That was quite something. Got to do that again. In fact, you know what? When we do go to Thailand, I have to fly business class, because each time we've gone premium economy, which is better than the cheap seats, but it's still not a flat bed. And I cannot sleep with any sort of angle on my back. And the flight to get to Thailand from here in New York, you're talking 16 hours to China or Japan or Korea. And to do that sitting, like, even that flat is not good enough. So that'll be the next thing. But I don't want to pay all that money and have a COVID experience. I want full on buffet, full on booze in the lounge, and I want unlimited beer and whiskey on the plane. I don't want any of this. Oh, you must wear your mask between sip type thing. That's not good enough to me. So hang on. 2 cocks, 1 bladder. Shall be my future salute to you. Yeah, 2 cocks, 1 bladder. How did that even become a thing? Tree whiskey is good whiskey. Tree. Do you mean tree whiskey, like the Irish three whiskey? Good evening, Dean. Rest in peace, Dime. Love Pantera. Those guys to pack. Oh, God damn it. Are you telling me, man? Like, I have all my Dimebag stuff signed and all what in the guitar picks. What? Like, here's the thing, though. He was this, like, mega... He was a mega rock star, and he's giving me all these damn shots of Crown Royal and Coke to make it. But I'm like, wow. Like, rock stars tend to be stuck-up assholes. This was the complete opposite. The best there ever was. Tim, got a split. Oh, thank you, Tim. Have a good evening. Get in touch with Keith. He's absolutely, yeah. They make Jack Daniels about 15 minutes from here. Wow, Anthony. Do you have a secret supply? Whiskey always puts me in a good mood and reduces my anxiety. Well, yeah, that right there is the problem. It's good and bad. Happy New Year, my friend. Love, yeah, of course, absolutely. Slave Leia, always rewriting, editing history cannot change history. Surely better to remain conscious of. Of course it is. This whole taking down of statues is pathetic. Yep, thanks, Tim. Dean, you have done more for mental health awareness in the last 5 hours than the experts have done all year. Well, here's the thing: the experts have never been in here or in your head. They don't know shit. They've studied some books, they've read some theses and whatnot. You have to live it to know it. And sadly, I've lived it and survived it and died it and all that nonsense. But yeah, what we discuss here is definitely more beneficial than any of the crap those experts spout. And seconded, yes. Haha, I have a great buddy, ex-para, and Ouija. He's a super drunk, angry bastard, but I love the dude. He's a Scottish hammer, a jockney. Dean, this is awesome. First album, Quiet Riot, Metal Health. Let It Flow, 6 hours. Love it. Absolutely. Now, is that a Pantera reference? 3! Because let me tell you this one. This is fucking bizarre. So, it was either last week or the week before. I had a dream, and in that dream, I was talking with Phil Anselmo. No big deal. Got up, got ready, walked out with Mrs. 88. First thing I see in the deli window is this week's Powerball is 333 million. 3! Like, whoa, this is weird. Then, in the distance, is a guy walking towards us playing music on a Bluetooth speaker. Couldn't quite make it out. But he's limping and he's coming along. As we pass each other, the song he's playing is Domination by Pantera. I'm like, fuck me. I got to buy some Powerball tickets because Phil Anselmo, 333 and Domination. Bought the tickets, played the Powerball, won fuck all. There you go. Lovely story. Bobby Collins is back. Hey, pals. Good to see you, Bobby. Yeah, I'm feeling good, but I'm hoping it's not a fake good. Quite possible, but you never know. Oh, yeah, I've met all... In fact, ironically, I met them all except Phil, who is still living. The best... So I met Dimebag. I don't know if you can see that photograph. That's me and Dimebag there. Met Dimebag. Met Vinnie Paul at... So Scott Ian's wife, Pearl, was a singer in her own right. She was doing a concert in New York, and Scott was in her band. So I'm watching the show, and then I get bumped into, like, fuck me. Oh, fuck, it's Vinnie Paul. So Vinnie was watching the show, and then next thing I know, it's Frankie Bello, who I knew offhand from being in New York. So if you ever see my Facebook that I don't even use, there's a photograph of me with Vinnie Paul and Frankie Bello drinking. That was wonderful. And I met Rex when he was doing like a bass show at the I was going to say Sam Adams. It was like the Sam Ash music store here in New York, and he did like a Q&A, and I said to him, "Do you have any memories of your shows at the Glasgow Barrowlands?" He was like, "Holy fuck, those were the wildest shows I ever played in the whole of the world. The Glasgow Barrowlands are the best shows ever." So that was quite something. But I never met Phil. And hang on, did I? At the Metal Masters? Nah, because there was a table. I remember there was the drummer of Dream Theater at the time. What was that? Mike Portnoy. There was Charlie Benante, Kerry King, and more Anthrax dudes. No, I never met Phil Anselmo, believe it or not, but might happen one of these days. Ben, can we get any more likes for Dean? I only hit once. Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Oh, absolutely, Dino. We know. Yeah, we do. Okay, these experts are not experts. They're bookworms who studied some shit. They read about the frontal lobal conduits do not connect with the conduits on the. Fuck you. It's all about emotions and feelings. And I can portray firsthand what I've been through in life and death, and that is no exaggeration. So if anyone wants advice, come to us. Don't go to these jerk-offs who are pill pushers who work for Big Pharma. Just wanted to wish you happy Xmas and wonderful 2022. Keep being you. Oh, thank you, Sharky. Smoke whiskey. That's a classic dime bag thing. I had beers with Steve Aris years ago in a pub in East End. Two bass players chatting and getting drunk, but all we talked about was West Ham. Wow, that right there is the best story ever. That's what you want to talk about. You don't want to talk about the business. This sounds cocky and it's not meant to be boasting, but I became very good friends with Rob Caggiano, who was with Anthrax at the time. He's now with Volbeat. And I had so many burning questions about Anthrax that I didn't dare bring up because that's his job. So we just talked about the 80s and stuff. And that was just wonderful. I have a ton of photographs on Facebook with him. And the last time I ever pissed myself was getting wasted with him it was some sort of dive club in New York where he was part of the Damn Things, which was like a super band. So it was Rob Caggiano, Scott Ian of Anthrax, the Fall Out Boy guitarist and drummer, who I forget their names of, and some other singer. But yeah, that was fantastic. Ben says, rest in peace, Dimebag. Absolute tragedy. That was one special musician in or out of Metal X, nearly 20 years. Yeah, he really was. And I've said this before. That was the first and only time my mind has been blown by a band. It was the Megadeth tour on the Countdown to Extinction tour in '92. Pantera were the opening band. I didn't give a shit. I didn't know who they were. I walked up into their first song, which happened to be New Level, and my mind was blown by what I heard and saw. It was the most powerful thing I've ever heard, and to this day, that was the best moment I ever experienced. Only one. Got to go shortly, Dean. Before I go, have you seen the Book of Boba Fett yet? And then, yeah, I saw it. I've seen it twice. Once myself, once with the wife. It's all right. It's not amazing, but I got to say the fight scenes were pretty awful. It was like very bad 70s kung fu. I'll give it a chance, though. You know, Nicky McBrain once clapped me on the shoulder. He broke me in half. Yeah, I met him as well. He was a good dude. And you know what? If I look back on my life, I can say I've pretty much met all the musicians that I've admired. I'm only really missing Hetfield and Ulrich, if I'm being honest, because I've met Newstead, met Kirk Hammett. Who else? Yeah, I never met Steve Addis or Adrian Smith. I'd like to meet them. Did meet McBrain and Dickinson. Who else? Who else that I really love? I guess to an extent, Volbeat, Michael Poulsen. He's awesome, and I'm a big fan of Ghost, but I wouldn't pay to meet them. Yeah, I think that's about it, really. Of the 80s, who else? Well, George Michael I can't meet. I've met all of Duran Duran a few times, actually. Who else? Not a lot, actually. So Hetfield and Ulrich. Hang on, let me get to this. Holy shit, you're going so... No, I'm still going. Did you ever meet? Yes, I did. And to my amazement, he smelled amazing. I thought he would smell of whiskey and cigarettes. No, he had the most amazing aftershave, and I was quite surprised. And what an amazing gentleman he was. And only one says, bye for now. Great watching. Happy 20. Same to you, my friend. And you should definitely be in bed by now because it's like almost 9 here in America. Johnny, can you lead a horse to water, but you can't take the ham out of the man? Yeah. Used to drink with Steve Addis and Adrian Smith. So I didn't know that Adrian was a big West Ham fan. Of course, he is. When you hear him talk, he is very London. Although I don't know my East and Wests, but thoughts on the Adrian Smith and Richie Kotzen combo? It's all right. Not really my cup of tea, but it's not bad. Ben asks, in terms of mental health, would it be fair to describe tonight as outsourcing? No shame in the business world. I mean, for all of us. I don't know about outsourcing. I'm still not convinced that the reason for my good spirits now is just talking. It might be the whiskey talking. It could be. And I feel so guilty about starting out so badly. And that wasn't some fake bullshit cry for help, because I don't do that kind of stuff. I was extremely depressed this morning. In fact, to the point where Mrs. 88 didn't want to leave me. Because she knows the warning signs, and I know that I've scared her a few times. Most recently was when, that was March of 2019, where she thought I was going to kill myself again. And the truth is, I probably was. So she knows the warning signs. So, yeah. Ben says, night to only one. I'm a Palace fan. We play West Ham tomorrow. At least you guys still have games. The Scottish games are now cancelled. Only one says, to cheers to Ben. Whiskey, the great... Oh, yeah, it really is. It's... Okay, it works for now. But once it wears off, the shit gets like worse again. Justin, thank you, Justin. Have to go. Happy New Year. If it was in New York, I'll swing by and give you an IV for your hangout. Oh, thank you, Justin. That's so kind of you. Keith, Iron Maiden has their own football team. Of course. IMFC, they use the West Ham kits rebadged with Iron Maiden badges, hence up the irons on the albums. Yeah. Now, the trouble is, I did have the away kit from Brave New World, which was white with what do you call it, maroon or burgundy and blue sleeves, but I could never really enjoy it because it was too similar to The Color of Hearts, who are my mortal enemies. But yeah, I did have that one. And I also had a Megadeth football shirt from, that was The World Needs a Hero tour. That was yellow with black trim and Vic Rattlehead on the sleeves. And then I got the baseball shirt at a show in Boston, which was red with Megadeth like written. That was very cool. Yeah, I do enjoy the crossover metal and sport shirts. Rest in peace, Vinny, or Diamond Vinny. Oh, absolutely. What a tragedy. I mean, those guys should have still been putting out new music to this day. And the sad story is there's been no Pantera music since what, 2000? Fuck me, that's like 21, 22 years ago. How did that happen? But to this day, I will say on record that Vulgar Display of Power is, to me, the most important album ever made. And Tim says, the pandemic hasn't been kind to mental. Well, yeah. The pandemic and the crime wave hasn't been kind to my mental health, which is why I've been stuck here for over 2 years now. And what I'm thinking is, if we're not going to be able to travel overseas within the next 3 months, I probably have to get myself a car again to be able to leave here and visit other parts of America. The Poconos in America, I lived there for like 3 years. Excuse me. And it's such a break from the concrete jungle of New York, just to be amongst the trees, the rivers, the creeks. I really do miss that. And yeah, I have really like, I'm not trying to make a sob story, but my mental health is not in the best shape at the best of times, and this pandemic has really done its best to make things worse. So yeah, hopefully we can all get beyond this. Darren, Dean lad, it's okay to talk, and to be fair, I think having this chat here is more than okay. This time of year brings out joy and sorrow in us all. Happy New Year from Windy York. Oh, thank you, Darren. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this, like, January is the absolute worst month of the year. It really is. And Red Room Diecast, no truer words, Tim. Absolutely, Tim. Keith Knight, Claret. Bloody Maroon, of course. Okay, Claret. Now, so do you know, Keith, that Motherwell FC purport to wear claret and amber, whereas the Heart Scum wear maroon? There we go. Scott, Dean, for next year's Christmas live streams, you should wear ugly Christmas sweaters featuring metal bands. I just saw a Megadeth Christmas sweater. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I still feel awful about starting out this live stream by saying that I'm going to be this lone wolf and not engage with other channels. And part of me still has that feeling, but other part of me thinks I need to open up and expand. But I just, my mind fluctuates between being quiet and reserved or being open and enjoying other channels. Oh, it's not easy being me. Keith, kudos to the first police officer on scene that shot the bastard before he could murder anyone else. Oh yeah, I forget his name. I have the book somewhere. Oh, you're absolutely right. I still struggle with that incident because I was living here, right here, in fact, and I had on Howard Stern's radio show, and Artie Lang it was, and said, "Oh, that's the dude that poured me the strongest shot I ever had." And I thought, "Oh, That's Dimebag. What are you talking about? And then as the news progressed, they reported that Dime and Vinny had been murdered, and that really set me off. Terrible, terrible story. Met Pepper Keenan at a. I'm assuming BLM means Black Label Society and not the Marxist movement, and Corrosion of Conformity concert a few years ago. You got most people. Oh yeah, Pepper Keenan is cool as well, actually. Tim says maybe go to Florida or Texas. Oh, yeah. You know what? If I were to move to America, Florida and Texas are definitely on my radar. But again, the whole property tax thing, like I'm trying to think financially, and I'm sure it's no secret, but in fact, I need to grab a soda. I'll be right back. I apologize for that delay there. Yeah. So I am somewhat fortunate. Well, I'm not fortunate in that my parents are gone, but I had to sell the family home and everything and all that comes with it. And I'm just waiting to be able to move on with my life and buy a house. But the property taxes in America are extremely off-putting, which is why I'm looking at Thailand. But I would love to live in a country setting with a bit of land, maybe a river, something like that. But that's not going to really happen, I don't think. It's not financially viable, which is why I'm looking at Thailand. Like, as I said earlier, for the budget I have, there's not a whole lot I can afford here in America. But in Thailand, I can live like a king. Maybe I can't talk the language, but I have my wife to translate. So, but you're right, Tim. Florida and Texas are two states that I would definitely consider. And having seen some of your things on, is it Twitter or Facebook? I forget what it is, but you and I do think alike. Keith, everyone has mental health, but not everyone has good mental health. And this is what society needs to understand. Yeah, absolutely. And I think I said this way back in maybe October, that my mom did not understand that fact. And it was really hurtful that she didn't understand what I was trying to convey to her. And it really did set me back. But thankfully, here we are, so this was 2000. So here we are 22 years later. Things have moved on, and hopefully anyone who is suffering can get the help they need. Ben says, Dean, please don't feel bad tomorrow. Please just think of the love you've corralled tonight. Please make the first thing you think of, we kept you up anyway. No, you know what? I feel bad in the fact that I started out on a real low note. And it wasn't in any way fake or contrived. I was genuinely not feeling well. And I'm going to be honest, I'm drunk now. I am absolutely drunk. And I feel pretty good. I hope it's not fake. I hope I can maintain this good feeling. And I really do appreciate all of you coming here. I mean, I can't believe, fuck me, 6 hours of this. How is that possible? Anyway, I need a wee. You coming? No, I'm good, thanks. I think I'm all peed out. Uh, Good God, this stream is still going. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe this is an indication of how big of a loser I am that I can sit here for 6 hours, and I hope I'm entertaining. I mean, who knows? Epic stream. Musical interlude. Do 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 do. Now, did I go for a pee at this point? Because I'm so far behind. And hang on, that says no 9. So no. Oh, I went to get my iron brew. I'm moving to Miami, Florida, in a few months from Port. So Portland, is that? Oh shit! You had the was that the chopped zone? Chop? Is it chop or chopped? The whole anarchistic, anarchistic. No, what the hell am I trying to say here? Someone help me out. It was like a zone of anarchy, no law, and yet 2 people got killed, and they were black people, but the news never told us that because it doesn't fit the agenda. And Paul says, yeah, 6 hours. Holy shit. Cow tot cup. Oop. Hey, shit, that's a thing. Here's my problem. Okay, when I get drunk, I have 3 languages: Scottish, American, and Thai. I just came out with the Thai there. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. 2 more hours. Oh no. Good Lord. That would take us to what, 8 hours? And I've got all this shit to tidy up. All that moldy crap as well. Keith is, I'm a qualified Football Association referee, and this stream is being timed. We're currently on Alex Ferguson's stoppage time rules, or that would be the Glasgow Rangers stoppage time. Like, ref, how long to go? Well, only as long as till Rangers score. You know. Hey, there we go. Fuck, you're not joking. I left nearly 3 hours ago. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. Thank God I bought the unlimited StreamYard, although I got the cheap version and you can still see the StreamYard wording, but there's no stupid duck showing. Just don't mention VAR, yes. Scott, South Carolina needs to be on your radar too. I'm sure you could get a full house and half acre for less than an apartment in New York. Property taxes aren't as bad either. Mainly suburbs with rural areas. Well, for example, just out of interest, we looked in the window of the local realtor's office. So it's all like houses. Oh, 1.9 million, 2.3 million, studio apartment, 350,000 US. I'm like, fuck no. 350,000 for a studio apartment. So by comparison, in Thailand, if I can get it on my phone, I'll show it on the screen. Why can't this thing recognize my face? It doesn't recognize drunk face. I'm like a different person. Anyway, fuck me. Passcode. Let me just quickly, if I can, call up what Thailand can offer me. I'm going to keep talking though as this thing loads. Live about an hour away from the Poconos. You need to feel. Oh, really? So I used to live in Mountain Home, which is part of Cresco, which is very close to Mount Pocono and East Stroudsburg. If I can just punch in my desired location of Hua Hin. Fuck. Done. So if I search the houses, district. There we go. Just bear with me. I do apologize for this sort of multitask. So, are you in Pennsylvania state or New Jersey? That could be New Jersey, actually. Scott says, plus in South Carolina, Southern hospitality is a very real thing. No one is, yeah. That's the one thing I regret about the whole Junkman scandal. I should never have called him a dumb Southern hillbilly, because I have more in common with Southerners than I do with New Yorkers and things. That was my one regret. Whiskey is whiskey in any language. So let me just see if I can get this called up. Fuck, what the hell is this? Close that. If I put in my filters, 3-bedroom, maximum price, view properties, and I'll do it out of curiosity from wow, even just coming up, I recommend it. So this is a 3-bedroom villa with a swimming pool, and the price is 164,000 US, right? So that house right there, 3 bedrooms, there is nothing available for that price here where I live, and it would take double that money to get a shitty studio apartment. Plus, you have to pay property tax in America. So that's why I'm looking at Thailand. Oh boy, so this is sad. I'd like to leave the UK, but I'm now relying on free insulin from the NHS. You see, that's how they get you. I mean, excuse me. Is there any way you could not be relying on insulin and make your escape? Or is that something that's going to be with you forever? Because that is not cool that you are stuck to live there. No, I think we all need a therapy. Yeah, I'm sure everyone. Chop out. Okay, Seattle. So what was the problem in Portland? I know there was some shit going down. Sorry, I meant BLS, of course. I thought so. Yep, the same people who don't want borders or police put up walls in the shop and police that killing a kid. Yep, exactly. Drink, drank, drunk. Hang on, was that the offshoot? Hell yeah. Drink, drank, drunk. Didn't they do the alcohol and ass as well? Stop putting yourself down, dude. Maybe it's a sign that you are an entertainer and we are entertained by your content rather than being a loser. I don't know. I don't feel I'm not. I do put myself down a lot. But if you saw, excuse me, what I showed there, let me try and find some more here. Wow. Okay, check. Oh, that's a little bit high. Look. Okay, look. 118,000 US dollars, which is probably what? 85,000 UK. This is a 3-bedroom house for 118,000 US. There's no way you can get anything close to that in America. So that's why I'm trying to look to there. In Vino Veritas. You're a winner, buddy. Well, thank you. Monkey Bite, no, I need insulin for life now because MH medication destroyed my pancreas. So yeah, oh, that is terrible. Oh, I feel, yeah. Mental health medication destroyed your, what the hell? is there any option to sue? Or I don't know. It's like I said earlier, I was going to die from cholesterol reasons because of the medication I was on. And it's funny because the minute I forget the numbers, but I think I was something like a 280 count of whatever cholesterol is. And then I quit that drug and did some exercise, went back again. I was down to like 160 or something. It was the medicine that fucked me up. Meter Nach says, I live in the basement. My toys and the family inhabit the rest of the house. Wow. Yeah. Sadly, my toys inhabit the storage boxes for the most part. And I'm really unhappy about that, but it is what it is. And hopefully I can move on from that. And then this Paul says, collecting toys is soothing for mental health. Nostalgia is a wonderful feeling. Yes, it is. But I was thinking about this the other day. Like, am I doing myself a disservice by constantly looking back in time rather than focusing on the present? Because there's no question that I have much happier times back when. And I kind of torture myself by looking back in time and thinking about what was, who was, because those people are long gone. And even as I look at the Christmas tree and I see the decorations that I remember as a kid, and I kind of end up upsetting myself. That can't be good, can it? I really shouldn't keep doing that to myself. But I do, you know. Good Lord, there are still 39 people here. Red Room Diecast. Definitely agree with you there, Paul Pacific. Yeah, so collecting is soothing for mental health, nostalgia. Monkey Boy. I started collecting toys after my mum died, and it's really helped me through. So it has been a part of being a part of this community. Amazing. I'm sorry for not reading that correctly, but yes, I completely understand what you're talking about there. It is good, and it's not bad, but there are parts of it that kind of make me think, what am I doing? Am I torturing myself unnecessarily by looking back in time, looking back at those good times? And the funny thing is, this whole 6-hour stream, which is just incredible, I have had the best people come in here to leave comments. And the people that I was getting upset who weren't commenting obviously haven't commented. And I really shouldn't give a shit about those people, right? Because the people that have commented are the best people. And you know what? There are so many channels on YouTube that I shouldn't focus on who's not watching, but should focus on who is watching. And the people that are watching, as evidenced by these comments here, are without doubt the best people ever. Yeah, I mean, there was one arsehole, I think, who was taken care of. But aside from that, everything I've seen here has been absolutely positive. So, excuse me, I cannot believe there are still 42 people watching this. And And you know what? All those other channels who go on about their modern toys and stuff, and I don't know what they are. Is it Marvels and Black Series? None of them can go on for 6 hours and still maintain 42 people, despite being fucking drunk on whiskey and burping like crazy. So I really do appreciate each and every one of you who have stuck by here. And let me get to the next comment, and hopefully I can maybe wrap this up soon, because this is absolutely insane. I thought I would. Okay, here's the deal. At 2:55, I was almost typing, sorry people, can't do this, cancelled. Then we went live. I kind of vented my emotions and feelings. I thought, okay, we can maybe run for 30 minutes and get this off my chest and be done. Well, here we are, 6 hours and 20. This makes no damn sense. I mean, I'm looking at the clock. Shit. In fact, I need to take a sleeping pill shortly. In fact, hang on. Let me just run and take that damn pill, because this is not good. So this is my only lasting side effect of the drug withdrawal, is that I cannot sleep if I don't take one of these. This is just what they call Unisom. They sell it in Walgreens, Rite Aid, CVS. It's a non-habit forming sleep aid, and without it, I just cannot sleep. So there we go. Excuse me. You always go back to the time that brought you joy. Yes, you do. Johnny, nothing wrong with focusing on good memories. Personally, I don't much care for the past. As for me, it leads to endless rumination and gets me down. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. My wife said, that's a lot of whiskey. I say, Tina's badass. No, that's not something I want to be proud of. That's not necessarily a good thing. And again, I'm probably going to regret this tomorrow, but it definitely helped me up today, because I was not feeling at all good earlier. No harm in reminiscing and being nostalgic for times gone by to get through the present. Yeah, I mean, there's no harm. In vino veritas, speaking Latin is the first sign I've been drinking. Just to mean in wine there is truth. You are flowing freely, dude. Grow adults and know the consequences. Yeah. Let's see. The last 7-inch single by Dad bought was Letter to America by the Proclaimers. Then he bought a CD player. When you go, will you send back? Oh, Rich, hi, how are you? Oh, excuse me. Collecting has given me a link to people and memories from the past. It's all good. Yes, it is all good. You know, we're only here for the burping, right? Only kidding. Love you, man. Yeah, I do burp a lot, actually. This stream hasn't been moderated for around 3 hours and hasn't needed it, thanks to the mods as well. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've not seen any nasty stuff, so thank goodness for that. Yeah, we beat the trolls. They can't hang this long with their hate. Yeah, I do not understand the purpose behind these trolls. It makes no sense, but only shitty people need moderating. Yeah, absolutely. Blake took right on. And we got this one. Don't let the past haunt you. Drag your past into the present and teach those you can. That's why we watch you, Dean. Oh shit, 80s. Yeah. So I really should wrap this up. Wow. So we went, how did this happen? From 3 p.m. to 9:24. Is this like a record for rambling? I don't know. I have no idea how I got here. And so I've missed, oh my God, I've missed dinner for sure. Taken my sleep aid. I wonder if it's too late to order some Thai food. I think I need, oh shit. Let me just try quickly if I can get something from my wife. This is so rude of me. I want some curry puff. We'll see if that works. If not, I have what? I think there's some bacon in the fridge. Shit, there's nothing to eat. But anyway, I've just rambled on. This is insane. And there's still 37 people watching this. What is wrong with you people? You don't have anything better to do with your lives? Monkey Boy says, I'm happy to be a mod if you ever need one, but this channel doesn't generally attract dickheads. Oh, thank you, Monkey. I will do that because there have been some, I forget when it was, maybe a month or so back, there was a real barrage of attack that was pretty awful. And Rich just scored the vintage Ghostbusters Firehouse, complete and perfect this evening at a collectible and toy shop in Crown Point, Indiana. Awesome. I'm trying to remember, is Indiana, is that where Scuba Pete is from? Might be. Paul says, thanks so much for the last 6.5 hours. Well, thank you for watching. I have no idea how we got to this point. Quite incredible, really. Sick. Holy Grail, that firehouse. Yeah, that is. Hang on. Dean's got the munchies. And let me see. What the hell? I've just received a screenshot of this stream from Mrs. 88. And so, oh, what the holy shit. So Mrs. 88 has screenshot a picture and it says in the thing, Dean's got the munchies. Fuck me. How is she watching this? Oh, I'm watching your live stream. Oh, that's real. So can I get some curry puff, please? I'm rather hungry. Good Lord. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Jeff says, great stream. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Dean. All to 25 hours on New Year's Eve here on Emerald Isle. Wow. Happy New Year and see you for more all things 80s and 2000. Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Me and the cats are well in. Oh, and there's Mrs. What the hell? What's this? Oh, can I get some curry puff, please? That's all I need to know about. No, we don't have anything better to do. If it ends with you in a better place than 6 hours ago, then way-hoo. Hey, woohoo, job done. Yeah, it is job done. I'm just hoping it's not a false sense of well-being. I don't think it is. It might be, but live munchies, yes. Seriously, Happy New Year to every one of you beautiful bastards in the chat. Not going to try to at everyone. Oh, thank you, Ben. Very kind of you. And Paul, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. The only live stream I've watched where I had a nap halfway through. Have a great 2022, mate. Thank you so much. Your wife rules. Well, she hasn't brought the curry puffs yet, so you can't quite say that. Monkey Boy, the time has really flown by. It just goes to show that people really enjoy spending time with you. Yeah, it makes me feel weird that people would spend their time with me. I mean, even right now, we've got 39 viewers, and that's more than most of the live chats I watch actually get. And Monkey Boy, oh shit, hang on. Curry puff is like curry chicken inside a. It's not puff pastry as you and I would know it, but it's like a curry chicken inside a pastry of sorts, and I think it's deep fried. So obviously anything deep fried is good, but yeah, it's a wonderful thing, and I just can't believe. Here's the thing, though: if you ever want to lose weight and not eat too much, just do a damn live stream and sit here and talk for 6.5 hours. How the hell did we get to 6.5 hours? That is just quite remarkable. You did a mauler. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year indeed. Dean, it's not false, mucker. Message me for a chat anytime. Love you, mate. Love you too, Keith. Thank you so much. And Paul says, and 39 of us are still here enjoying the experience. Well, thank you so much. I mean, I guess I'm doing something right in the fact that there are more people still here than most live streams get at the peak. I really don't know why. I don't know what it is that I offer. But I'm glad you're all still here. Although I am getting quite hungry now, actually. Hopefully, Mrs. 88 obliges. So, hey, Delpet, if you're watching this, can you hurry up with the food, please? I'm thinking, curry puff, drunk man noodle as well, if you don't mind, if that's not too much to ask. And Blake, hang on, Blake, been here since the first minute. Wow, have you really been here all this time? Oh, if you have, thank you so much. Paul says, we see ourselves in you. We're all more alike than different. Excuse me. Perhaps we are, actually. Maybe I'm not the anomaly. I always thought I was the weird one. Maybe I'm not. Who knows? But Monkey Boy, it's because you have a very engaging personality, dude. Nothing to be surprised about. Yeah, but I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm kind of weird and reclusive unless I drink alcohol, which is not a good way to be personable. I don't know. Jim says, we enjoy your sincerity and humor. Thank you. Blake says, yep, been working, even showered hours ago and brought the phone in the bathroom to listen. Wow, that's dedication. To Paul, that, my friend, is so true, and peace always. And Paul says, and we all share the same connection to toys, music, and the 80s. Well, that's the thing. I want to do more videos about things other than toys, but it just seemed that the toy videos tend to get the most views, and anything other than Star Wars toys gets literally no views. But if there's a demand for it, I will definitely do it. I have a ton of ideas for videos regarding the TV, the magazines, the comics, the radio even. Radio was a big deal back in the 80s. I mean, that's the thing as well. The 80s weren't just about playing with toys, and Star Wars toys in particular, because everyone, like, the channels with all the big views focus purely on Star Wars, and in particular modern Star Wars, which is not anything that is in my range of vision. So I'm at a loss for that. But I've always just done stuff that I've enjoyed. So maybe we can just keep making the videos that I enjoy, and whether people watch them or not, be damned. Johnny says, I'm a little sad that I finished my Christmas whiskey yesterday. It didn't last long. That's not a bad time frame, to be honest. David says you do films of the 80s. Well, the thing is, I wasn't really watching films in the 80s. I was outdoors on my BMX. So I'm really not an expert. And that's the other thing as well. Like, all the other channels seem to be experts in certain fields. And I'm like an expert in nothing. I was just a goofy kid who enjoyed the 80s, but was never particularly focused on one aspect of the 80s. And yeah, he says there were so many 80s films, and I probably haven't seen any of, well, not any of them, but I've probably not seen a lot of them, because I was, like I said, I was an outdoor kid. And even the big popular movies, I'm not particularly well versed in. For me, I can only really share my experience of growing up as an 80s kid, playing BMX, trading Panini football stickers, buying Star Wars figures, buying Action Force, buying Transformers, buying Mask, and enjoying TV shows such as Cheggers Plays Pop, Blue Peter, John Craven's News Round, Grange Hill, bit of Neighbours, bit of Home and Away, Coronation Street, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not all in on the movies, I'm afraid. Got to eat. Yeah, I do have to eat soon, actually. Ben says, keep deaning. Your content is awesome, and the community you create too. Forget the pressure. We're all here, as tonight proves. Love you and your channel, dude. Happy New Year. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And now even I feel like Thai food. I got a starve on. A starve on, is that like the food equivalent of a hard on? Because I woke up with one of those, and yeah, I think most of us do, actually. So where are we at? At 6 hours. Oh shit, 6 hours 38. I'm sure this isn't some kind of record, but maybe someone can comment. What's the longest live stream you've ever seen? Because this must be close to it, surely. How the hell can one dude blabber on for 6 hours? Anyway, Monkey Boy says, I must admit, I do like and collect Black Series and Motu Origins, but my heart will always be with Mask, G1 Transformers, and Winter Star Wars. The 80s were just the best. Yeah, I have the Motu Origins, G1s, Mask, but you're right, Star Wars, that is all the best. Black Series, I don't concern myself with, but they do look good. There will never be another decade that was so completely went all in every single aspect: music, toys, fads, trends, clothes, movies. You only understand it when you lived it. That's correct. It really is. I really have to hit the hay. So have a happy new year, Dean, and same to everyone in the chat, and same to you. Watch them now. Your opinions are as good as anyone else's, more than likely funnier. Well, thank you. And Sunny Frisch says, wow, 6.5 hours and the live stream still goes on. Dean, you look way happier than when it started. Well, absolutely. That's the thing. I still don't know if it was the community and the chat or if it was the alcohol, but I definitely do feel better. And I'm extremely thankful for all this wonderful chat that went on tonight. I was not in a good place this morning. I may not be again tomorrow, but right now I feel happy and very appreciative of everyone who stopped by. And Rich says, man, it's sort of like a live call-in radio show. We've come to get to know you and keep coming back because we enjoy what you do, man. Well, thank you. Wow, that makes me happy. Yeah, Monkey Boy, this is the longest stream I've ever watched. It's the longest stream I've ever done by a measure of 3. I don't know what the hell is going on here. I guess time flies when you're in a coma or something, but my God, how the hell did we get to this point? Still, my God, 41 viewers. This is absolutely insane because I happened to catch some of these live streams of other channels that I feel are boycotting my channel on the word of some other asshole. And they're getting like 15 or 16 views at peak. There are 40 people still here after 6 hours, 41 minutes is just absolutely insane. And I don't know what the hell is going on here, but I really do appreciate it. And Red Room Diecast says, definitely a long one for, absolutely. So hang on, this is what, December 30. So tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I'm not really happy about that, to be honest. I really wanted to make Christmas last a lot longer than it did. It just came up so fast and was over so fast. But Blake says, look at what changing your mind did this morning. Look at the difference in not hitting that cancel. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be honest here. At 2:59, I'm watching the StreamYard countdown like, fuck me, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I was going to hit cancel and say, sorry, everybody. And I had this feeling of guilt that there are people who genuinely enjoy what I do. Still makes no sense to me, but I felt obliged to follow through and do it. And I'm glad I did. But I don't know how the hell we got to this point at 9:42 p.m. on the East Coast and still doing it. It's just insane. Monkey Boy, just face it, Dean, you're a celebrity. No, not at all. Absolutely not. I don't feel that in any way, shape, or form, but I appreciate you saying that. Daniel, I'm surprised that you're still live. Yeah, I'm surprised too. I think I just forgot to hit the stop button. I've just been going on and on and on. And Scott says, the next time you're under the dark clouds, just remember that all of us are behind you so much that we will hang out with you for near 7 hours. Yeah, who the hell would hang out with me for 7 hours? I don't really get that at all. Just what I said earlier, big therapy session for me. Well, I'm glad you got something from this. I really I'm really glad about that, because it's more about what you get than what I get. Sonny says, we Germans call this mental hygiene. It was a good thing not to pull out of the live stream. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I feel a hell of a lot better than I did 6 hours, 44 minutes ago. And hopefully other people watching would have taken something from this. Next week, you could do a post-Christmas themed live stream. Why not, if it feels good? Next week will be what? January 6 or something? January 7, 6, 5, 6, 7. Probably the worst time in the year, so maybe we can do something to lift all of our spirits. Dean, I don't get to watch a lot of your videos, but what I do watch, I really enjoy. Well, thank you. And Jim says, thanks everyone in the chat for a lovely evening. Looking forward to seeing what 88 has planned for 2022. Much love and respect to you, Dean. Cheers. Well, thank you, Jim. I really do appreciate that. And Keith Knight, Monkey Boy, Sonny Fresh, Blake, Daniel Dorian, Kiri, and everyone. And everyone I've missed. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ben. And Keith, when I was a police officer, I once spent nearly 12 hours with a jumper. I had fire and ambulance with me, but I talked and talked and talked. I'm terrified of heights, but we got him down. Job well done, Keith. Good, nice one. I pushed the set reminder button even though you started at 4 a.m. So that must say something. My God, thank you for the commitment. Dean, your channel has really cheered me up consistently this year. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. Happy New Year to you too. Yes. And Scott said, also remember that every day we pass is one step closer to Iconicon, then Halloween, then Christmas. We are only 275 days away from October 1st, official start to the excitement. Yeah. Still got summer to look forward to. January, February, March are the hard ones to get past. Happy New Year, Ben. Happy New Year to you too, dude. Shit, I almost finished this. Let me sip this. I'll keep the remainder for tomorrow. Fuck me, 9:47. I've got all this shit to tidy up. And Mrs. 88 is almost coming home, I guess. My phone has just been... oh my God, I've got messages galore. I don't care. Happy New Year. So, Werewolf, I only discovered your channel this year and have thoroughly enjoyed all of it. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. As I said earlier, I'm not particularly happy with what I put out because of the somewhat rushed nature and improvised lines, but what I do is genuine. It comes from the heart. There's no pre-scripted nonsense going on, so maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Ricardo Cooler, I have a 12-inch Obi-Wan I want to send to you for the new year. Box is a little beat up, but the figure is cherry, never been opened. Wow, thank you. That is incredibly kind of you. Sonny's asking, which part of the world? The part of the world is the East Coast of the United States of America. Oh, yeah. I don't know how I sound anymore. I feel like I think I still sound Scottish. Some people have said no. Some people have said yes. I think I do sound Scottish, but some people say it's mixed. Some people say it's like mid-Atlantic, and to me, mid-Atlantic is Counselor Troy from Star Trek. So I don't know how I sound anymore, but I would like to make a concerted effort to sound more Scottish if I could. Hey, oh, Cowtot cut. Oh, that was Thai again. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Terrible. That's a terrible thing about being in a. I guess I'm in what you would call a bilingual home. I kind of, mix and match, even though I can't speak Thai, but I have a few phrases. Humbled by your generosity, I think. Oh yeah, to Blake. Oh, absolutely. I think your super chat chatted the feeling of the whole community. Kudos to to Blake. A massive, massive thank you. That is beyond generous. It really does humble me. And Ben's telling us it's 2:48 a.m. in the UK, 8:50 in central Canada. So you're what, 1 hour behind. So you're still lots of time. Paul says Toronto, Canada here. Same time zone as Dean. It's 9:50 p.m. Gonna keep drinking till you shut it down. Don't want to let Christmas go either. But we're all badass. Love all shit 80s. Been here since the beginning. Keep our family together in the new year. Yeah, I don't want to let Christmas go either. Even as a kid, I had a hard time letting go of Christmas. And that has stayed with me all my life. I get really, really upset when Christmas is over. Happy to help this channel. Well, thank you, Blake. Thank you so much. You do not want to hear my English. Hadn't had English lessons. Lessons? What am I, Sean Connery? Hadn't had English lessons until 5th grade at the age of 10. You probably speak better English than I do. And Jim says, yes, Dean, you still have a wee bit of Scottish brogue. But does that mean that I don't sound completely Scottish? I know that when I went back there in 2019, I was quite shocked at what I was hearing from other people. It just sounded like fake Scottish accents to me, but they were all just talking naturally. Blake, Blake is a legend. There's no question of that. Hello, Mr. Paul from Toronto. I'm Bog from Winnipeg. Ontario, Canada here. Wow, it's such a variety of people here. You sound very Scottish, dude. The new. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. And Sunny French, 3:50 in the morning. Wow, why are you still up? You sound Scottish to me, but you come out with Americanisms. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm fucked up too, of course. Hiya, Bog. Nice to meet you too. Yep. Nice to meet you too, Paul. And I've met people that moved to Oz 50 years ago, still very Scottish accent. Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest accents to lose. Although when I was back in Scotland, they all said I sounded American. And I thought they sounded like fake Scottish accents, so who the hell knows? And Keith is a Cockney living in Birmingham for 10 years. You, sir, sound jock. No accent lost at all, sir. Good. Glad to hear it. Almost 7 hours here. I love it. We need more epic long streams, not live streams, long streams. At least you're not talking like someone from Glasgow. They are tough to understand. Absolutely. And so we're caught up. And I think I heard something happening. Hang on. Oops. Oi. Oh, wait. Oh, do I have curry puff? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, we have a guest. Do you want to say hello or not?
Should I?
It's up to you. You want to say hello? No one's ever seen you before.
Okay.
Do you feel comfortable?
Hi, everyone.
Sawadee Cup.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Okay, yeah, food. Yeah, Johnny says here, food live. Oh my God. Yeah, I am very hungry. And we're now at 6 hours and 54 minutes. Paul says, hi, Mrs. 88. Oh, thank you, Paul. Oh, I am. I'm barely able to speak because I've been speaking for so long. Oh, Tim says, hi, lady. Thank you, Tim. And a nice smile there. Blake, Mrs. 88, Werewolf says, I'm going to have an epic long stream after this. Been holding it in, yeah. Me too. Daniel, surprise appearance by Mrs. Yeah, it was a very surprise appearance. Keith, hello, Mrs. 80s. Are you Mrs. 80s? Well, you were born in the 80s.
81.
81, yeah. It's a damn sight younger than I am. And oh shit, it's just jumped again. Hang on. It's antenna. We are pleased to meet our reward for being here for 7 hours. Ricardo, Dean, keep doing what you're doing. You have an awesome content and love when you went off on that asshole who tried to put you down for opening figures. I know who you mean, and I agree. Blake, shut it down, Dean. Go eat. Yeah, almost. Hello, Mrs. 80s. Scott Hughes. Dang, Dean, score. What do you mean, the food or what? Oh, wow, that was the wife. Finally, we got to see her. Hello, Mrs. 88. Jim Largo. Hello to the missus. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I need to tidy up all the mess I created. A lot of mold here with those old Lego manuals. Probably quite dangerous to breathe in those fumes, actually. We all love your content. Keep the videos coming. Enjoy your meal. It's just going to be a snack. But I need to take on a lot of fluids because I've consumed way too much damn whiskey. But that's what we call the cowboy rock and roll way, I guess. Hungarian Jedi Dad. My fiance is an Outlander fan, which mostly takes place in Scotland. And she overheard me watching one of your videos and said, ooh, that accent, well done. Oh, thank you. All right. Please, no more comments. I have to. Ricardo says, hello, Mrs. 80s. Are you Mrs. 80s? Or all things 8? What are you, Mrs. All Things 80s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Excuse me. So, yes, please. I don't want to be rude, but please, no more comments because I want to end this without disappointing anyone. Hi. So, in closing, hang on. I've got one last little zip here. Zip or sip? Ooh, that'll burn a hole in your throat. Anyway, thank you, everyone who persevered with this. Started off very low, ended up feeling very happy. Even at this point in time, there are 36 viewers, which is just absolutely remarkable. Thank you to those super chatters. I am humbled by that. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought people would want to super chat. I don't expect super chats. And to see that people think highly enough to do that is quite humbling. I'm going to read these last ones before I go. And just to say thank you all for helping me through this. Oh, this sounds contrived. It wasn't a difficult time. It was just I was going through a bad period. And I really thought I was going to withdraw from everything. But clearly, there is enough support out there. And I really do appreciate that. So take care, Dean, and everyone in the chat. I echo that. Keith, love you, Dean, and Mrs. 88. I love you too, Keith. Tim, good night, Dean, and please go eat. Yeah, I really have to eat. Red Room Diecast, goodbye, everyone, and have a happy new year. Cheers, Dean, for an epic live stream. Well, cheers to you all, and thank you for sticking by. And as we approach the 7-hour mark, you know what? We've got, oh shit, super chat, or super sticker. Sunny Fresh, thank you so much for the sticker. I really do appreciate that. So I'm going to ramble on for another 51 seconds to make it around 7 hours, which I'm not claiming it to be a record in this whole scene. It's a record for me, that's for damn sure. And read out the last few chats here. Best wishes, Dean. A happy New Year. Thank you, Monkey Boy. Sunny Fresh. Happy New Year, everyone. Dean, take care. I will, and you do that same. Ricardo says, we got your back. Go eat. Almost. And last one, Johnny, filibuster. Yes, you did. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you coming on. And you really have helped me today because I was not in a good place starting out. And I feel top of the world now. And that's all because of you. So thank you so much. And as I always end these things, see you next time. Or see you in the next video, but see you next time. Happy New Year and all that good stuff, but see you next time looking at all things 80.